Section 17 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarco, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Section 17. Roman Questions, Part 2. Question 26. Why do women wear for mourning white mantles and white kerchiefs? Solution. What if they do this in conformity to the Magi, who, as they say, standing in defiance of death and darkness, do fortify themselves with bright and splendid robes? Or, as the dead corpse is wrapped in white, so do they judge it meet that the relations should be conformable thereto? For they beautify the body so, since they cannot the soul. Wherefore they wish to follow it as having gone before, pure and white, being dismissed after it hath fought a great and various warfare. Or is it that what is very mean and plain is most becoming in these things? For garments dyed a color argue either luxury or vanity. Neither may we say less of black than of sea green or purple. Verily garments are deceitful, and so are colors. And a thing that is naturally black is not dyed by art, but by nature, and is blended with an intermixed shade. It is white only, therefore, that is sincere, unmixed, free from the impurity of a dye, and inimitable. Therefore most proper to those that are buried. For one that is dead is become simple, unmixed, and pure, freed from the body no otherwise than from a tinging poison. In Argos, they wear white in mourning, as Socrates saith, vestments rinsed in water. Question 27. Why do they repute every wall immaculate and sacred, but the gates not so? Solution. Is it, as Varro hath wrote, that the wall is to be accounted sacred, that we might defend it cheerfully, and even lay down their lives for it? Upon this very account it appears that Romulus slew his brother, because he attempted to leap over a sacred and inaccessible place, and to render it transcendible and profane. But it could not possibly be that the gates should be kept sacred, through which they carried many things that necessity required, even dead corpses. When they built a city from the foundation, they marked out with a plough the place on which they intended to build it, yoking a bull and a cow together. But when they did set out the bounds of the walls, measuring the space of the gates, they lifted up the plowshare and carried the plough over it, believing that the ploughed part should be sacred and inviolable. Question 28. Why do they prohibit the children to swear by Hercules within doors, but command them to go out of doors to do it? Solution. Is the reason, as some say, that they are of opinion that Hercules was not delighted in a domestic life, but chose rather to live abroad in the fields? Or rather because he was none of their native country gods, but a foreigner? For neither do they swear by Bacchus within doors, he being a foreigner, if it be he whom the Greeks call Dionysus. Or what if these things are uttered in sport to amuse children, and is this, on the contrary, for a restraint of a frivolous and rash oath, as Favorinus saith? For that which is done, as it were, with preparation causes delay and deliberation. If a man judges as Favorinus doth of the things recorded about Hercules, it would seem that this was not common to other gods, but peculiar to him. For history tells us that he had such a religious veneration for an oath, he swore but once only to Phyleus, son of Augeas. Wherefore the Pythia upbraids the Lacedaemonians with such swearing, as though it would be more laudable and better to pay their vows than to swear. Question 29. Why do they not permit the new married woman herself to step over the threshold of the house, but the bridemen lift her over? Solution. What if the reason be that they, taking their first wives by force, brought them thus into their houses, when they went not in of their own accord? Or is it that they will have them seem to enter into that place as by force, not willingly, where they are about to lose their virginity? Or is it a significant ceremony to show that she is not to go out or leave her dwelling place till she is forced, even as she goes in by force? For with us also in Boeotia they burn the axle-tree of a cart before the doors, imitating that the spouse is bound to remain there, the instrument of carriage being destroyed. Question 30. Why do the bridemen that bring in the bride require her to say, "Where thou Caius art, there am I Caia"? Solution. What if the reason be that by mutual agreement she enters presently upon participation of all things, even to share in the government, and that this is the meaning of it, "Where thou art lord and master of the house, there am I also dame and mistress of the family," while these common names they use promiscuously, as the lawyers do Caius, Silius, Lucius, Titius, and the philosophers use the names of Dion and Theon? Or is it from Caia Cilicia, an honest and good woman, married to one of Tarquinius's sons, who had her statue of brass erected in the temple of Sancus? On this statue were anciently hanged sandals and spindles, as significant memorials of her housewifery and industry. Question 31. Why is that much celebrated name, Thalassius, sung at nuptials? Solution. Is it not from wool spinning? For the Romans call the Greek teleros, wool basket, talassus. Moreover, when they have introduced the bride, they spread a fleece under her, and she, having brought in with her a distaff and a spindle, all behangs her husband's door with woolen yarn? Or it may be true, as historians report, that there was a certain young man famous in military achievements, and also an honest man, whose name was Thalassius. Now when the Romans seized by force on the Sabine daughters, coming to see the theatric shows, a comely virgin for beauty was brought to Thalassus by some of the common sort of people and retainers to him, crying out loud, that they might go the more securely, and that none might stop them or take the wench from them, that she was carried as a wife to Thalassus. Upon which the rest of the rabble, greatly honoring Thalassus, followed on and accompanied them with their loud acclamations, praying for and praising Thalassius. That proving a fortunate match, it became a custom to others at nuptials to call over Thalassus, as the Greeks do Hymenaeus. Question 32. Why do they that throw the effigies of men from a wooden bridge into the river in the month of May, about the full moon, call those images Argives? Solution. Was it that the barbarians that of old inhabited about that place did in this manner destroy the Grecians which they took? Or did their so much admired Hercules reform their practice of killing strangers, and teach them this custom of representing their devilish practice by casting in of images? The ancients usually have called all Grecians Argives. Or else it may be that, since the Arcadians esteem the Argives open enemies by reason of neighborhood, they that belonged to Evander, flying from Greece and taking up their situation in Italy, kept up that malignity and enmity. Question 33. Why would they not in ancient times sup abroad without their sons, whilst they were in nonage? Solution. Was not this custom brought in by Lycurgus, when he introduced the boys to the public mess, that they might be inured to use of pleasures modestly, not savagely and rudely, having their superiors by them as overseers and observers? Verily it is of no small concernment that parents should carry themselves with all gravity and sobriety in the presence of their children. For when old men are debauched, it will necessarily follow, as Plato saith, that young men will be most debauched. Question 34. What is the reason that, when the other Romans did offer their offerings and libations to the dead in the month of February, Decimus Brutus, as Cicero saith, did it in December? He verily was the first who, entering upon Lusitania, passed from thence with his army over the river Lytha. Solution. May it not be that, as many were wont to perform funeral rites in the latter part of the day and end of the month, it is rational to believe that at the return of the year and end of the month also he would honor the dead? For December is the last month, Or were those adorations paid to the infernal gods? And was it the season of the year to honor them when all sorts of fruits had attained ripeness? Or is it because they moved the earth at the beginning of seed time, and it is most meet then to remember the ghosts below? Or is it that this month is by the Romans consecrated to Saturn, whom they reckon to be one of the infernal gods, and not of the supernal? Or that while the great feasts of Saturnals did last, thought to be attended with the greatest feasting and voluptuous enjoyments, it was judged meet to crop off some first fruits of these for the dead? Or what if it be a mere lie, that only Brutus did sacrifice to the dead in this month, since they solemnized funeral rites for Laurentia and offered drink offerings at her tomb in the month of December? Question 35. Why do they adore Laurentia so much, seeing she was a strumpet? Solution. They say Acca Laurentia, the nurse of Romulus, was diverse from this, and her they ascribe honor to in the month of April. But this other Laurentia, they say, was surnamed Fabula, and she became noted on this occasion. A certain sexton that belonged to Hercules, as it seems, leading an idle life, used to spend most of his days at draughts and dice, and on a certain time, when it happened that none of those that were wont to play with him and partake of his sport were present, being very uneasy in himself, he challenged the god to play a game at dice with him for this wager, and that if he got the game he should receive some boon from the god. If he lost, he would provide a supper for the god and a pretty wench for him to lie with. Whereupon, choosing 2 dice, one for himself and the other for the god, and throwing them, he lost the game. Upon which, abiding by his challenge, he prepared a very splendid table for the god, and picking up Laurentia, a notorious harlot, he set her down to the good cheer. And when he had made a bed for her in the temple, he departed and shut the doors after him. The report went that Hercules came, but had not to do with her after the usual manner of men, and commanded her to go forth early in the morning into the marketplace, and whomsoever she first happened to meet with, him she should especially set her heart upon, and procure him to be her cope mate. Laurentia accordingly arising and going forth happened to meet a certain rich man, a stale bachelor, whose name was Terentius. He, lying with her, made her whilst he lived the governess of his house, and his heiress when he died. Some time after, she died and left her estate to the city, and therefore they have her in so great a reputation. Question 36. Why do they call one gate at Rome the window, just by which is the bedchamber of Fortune, so called? Solution. Was it because Servius, who became the most successful king, was believed to have conversed with Fortune, who came into him at a window? Or may this be but a fable? Or was it that Tarquinius Priscus, the king dying, his wife Tanaquil, being a discreet and royal woman, putting her head out at a window, propounded Servius to the citizens, and persuaded them to proclaim him king, and that this place had the name of it? Question 37. Why is it that, of the things dedicated to the gods, the law permits only the spoils taken in war to be neglected, and by time to fall into decay, and permits them not to have any veneration or reparation? Solution. Is this the reason, that men may be of opinion that the renown of ancestors fades away, and may always be seeking after some fresh monument of fortitude? Or rather because time wears out the marks of contention with our enemies, and to restore and renew them were invidious and malicious? Neither among the Greeks are those men renowned who were the first erectors of stone or brass trophies. Question 38. Why did Quintus Metellus, being a high priest and otherwise reputed a wise man and a statesman, prohibit the use of divination from birds after the sextile month, now called August? Solution. Is it not that, as we make such observations about noon or early in the day, and also in the beginning or middle of the month, when the moon is new or increasing, but beware of the times of the days or months decline as unlucky, so he also was of opinion that the time of year after 8 months was, as it were, the evening of the year, when it declined and hastened towards its end? Or is it because they must use thriving and full-grown birds? For such are in summer, but towards autumn some are molting and sickly, others chickens and unfledged, others altogether vanished and fled out of the country by reason of the season of the year. Question 39. Why is it unlawful for such as are not mustered, although they be otherwise conversant in the army, to slay an enemy or wound him? Solution. This thing Cato Senior hath made clear in a certain epistle, writing to his son and commanding him, if he be discharged of the army, having fulfilled his time there, to return, but if he stay, to take commission from the generals to march forth in order to wounding and slaying the enemy. Is it the reason that necessity alone can give warrant for the killing of a man, while he that doth this illegally and without commission is a murderer? Therefore Cyrus commended Chrysantas that, when he was about to slay an enemy and had lifted up his scimitar to take his blow, hearing a retreat sounded, he let the man alone and smote him not, as being prohibited. Or is it that, if a man conflicts and fights with his enemies and falls under a consternation, he ought to be liable to answer for it, and not escape punishment? For verily he doth not advantage his side so much by smiting and wounding him, as he doth mischief by turning his back and flying. Therefore he that is disbanded is free from martial laws, but when he doth petition to perform the office of a soldier, he doth again subject himself to military discipline, and put himself under the command of his general. Question 40. Wherefore was it unlawful for a priest of Jupiter to be anointed abroad in the air? Solution. Was it not because it was neither honest nor decent to strip the sons naked whilst the father looked on, nor the son-in-law whilst the father-in-law looked on? Neither in ancient times did they wash together. Verily Jupiter is the father, and that which is abroad in the open air may be especially said to be as it were in the sight of Jupiter. Or is it thus? As it is a profane thing for him to strip himself naked in the temple or holy place, so did they reverence the open air and firmament, as being full of gods and demons. Wherefore we do many necessary things within doors, hiding and covering ourselves in our houses from the sight of the gods. Or is it that some things are enjoined to the priest only, other things to all by a law delivered by the priest? With us in Boeotia, to wear a crown, to wear long hair, to carry iron arms, and not to enter the Phocian borders are peculiar, proper pieces of the magistrate's service, but not to taste the autumnal fruits before the autumnal equinox, and not to cut a vine before the spring equinox, are things required of all by the magistrate. For each of these has its season. After the same manner, as it appears, among the Romans, it is peculiar to the priest neither to make use of a horse, nor to be absent from home in a journey more than 3 nights, nor to put off his cap, on which account he is called Flamen. Many other things are enjoined to all sorts of men by the priest, of which one is not to be anointed abroad in the open air. For the Romans have a great prejudice against dry unction, and they are of opinion that nothing hath been so great a cause to the Grecians of slavery and effeminacy as their fencing and wrestling schools, insinuating so much debauchery and idleness into the citizens, yea, vicious sloth and buggery, yea, that they destroy the very bodies of youths with sleeping, perambulations, dancing, and delicious feeding, whereby they insensibly fell from the use of arms, and instead of being good soldiers and horsemen, love to be called nimble, good wrestlers, and pretty men. It is hard for them to avoid these mischiefs who are unclothed in the open air, but they that are anointed within doors and cure themselves at home do commit none of these vices. Question 41. Why had the ancient coin on one side the image of double-faced Janus stamped, and on the other side the stern or stem of a ship? Solution. What if it be, as they commonly say, in honor of Saturn, that sailed over into Italy in a ship? Or if this be no more than what may be said of many others besides, for Janus, Evander, and Aeneas all came by sea into Italy. A man may take this to be more probable. Whereas some things serve for the beauty of a city, some things for necessary accommodation. The greatest part of the things that beautify a city is a good constitution of government, and the greatest part of necessary accommodation is good trading. Whereas now Janus had erected a good frame of government among them, reducing them to a sober manner of life, and the river being navigable afforded plenty of all necessary commodities, bringing them in partly from the sea and partly from the out of borders of the country. Their coin had a significant stamp. On one side, the double-faced head of the legislator, as hath been said, by reason of the change made by him in their affairs, and on the other, a small ship because of the river. They use also another sort of coin, having engraved on it an ox, a sheep, and a sow, to show that they traded most in such cattle, and got their riches from these. Hence were many of the names among the ancients derived, such as Suilii, Ubulci, or Porcii, as Fenestella tells us. Question 42. Why do they use the temple of Saturn for a chamber of public treasury, as also an office of record for contracts? Solution. Is not this the reason? Because this saying hath obtained credit, that there was no avarice or injustice among the men while Saturn ruled, but faith and righteousness. Or was it that this god presided over the fruits of the field and husbandry? For the sickle signified as much, and not, as Antimachus was persuaded, and wrote with Hesiod. With crooked falk Saturn 'gainst heavens fought, cut off his father's privies, foul bout. Money is produced from plenty of fruit and the vent of them. Therefore they make Saturn the author and preserver of their felicity. That which confirms this is that the conventions assembled every 9th day in the marketplace, which they call Nundie, they reckon sacred to Saturn, because the abundance of fruit gave the first occasion of buying and selling. Or are these things far-fetched? And was the first that contrived the Saturnine chamber of bank Valerius Publica, upon the suppression of the kings, being persuaded it was a strong place, conspicuous, and not easily undermined by treachery? Question 43. Wherefore did ambassadors, from whencesoever they came to Rome, go to Saturn's temple, and there have their names recorded before the treasurers? Solution. Was this the cause, that Saturn was a foreigner, and therefore much rejoiced in strangers? Or is this better resolved by history? Anciently, as it seems, the quaestors sent entertainment to the ambassadors. They called the present latia. They took care also of the sick, and buried their dead out of their public stock. But now of late, because of the multitude of ambassadors that come, that expense is left off. Yet it remains still in use, to bring the ambassadors unto the treasurers, that their names may be recorded. Question 44. Why is it not lawful for Jupiter's priests to swear? Solution. Is it not the reason that an oath is a kind of test imposed on a free people, but the mind and body of a priest ought to be free from imposition? Or is it not unlikely that he will be disbelieved in smaller matters, who is entrusted with divine and greater? Or is it that every oath concludes with an execration of perjury? And an execration is a fearful and a grievous thing. Hence neither is it thought fit that priests should curse others. Wherefore the priestess at Athens was commended for refusing to curse Alcibiades, when the people required her to do it. For she said, I am a praying, not a cursing priestess. Or is it that the danger of perjury is of a public nature, if a perjured and impious person presides in offering up prayers and sacrifices on the behalf of the city? Question 45. Why is it that in the solemn feast called Veneralia they let wine run so freely out of the temple of Venus? Solution. Is this the reason, as some say, that Mezentius the Etrurian general sent to make a league with Aeneas, upon the condition that he might have a yearly tribute of wine? Aeneas refusing, Mezentius engaged to the Etrurians that he would take the wine by force of arms and give it to them. Aeneas, having heard of his promise, devoted his wine to the gods, and after the victory he gathered in the vintage, and poured it forth before the temple of Venus. Or is this a teaching ceremony, that we should feast with sobriety and not excess, as if the gods were better pleased with the spillers of wine than with the drinkers of it? Question 46. Wherefore would the ancients have the temple of Horta to stand always open? Solution. Is this the reason, as Antistius Labeo hath told us, that hortari signifies to quicken one to an action, that Horta is such a goddess as exhorts and excites to good things, and that they suppose therefore that she ought always to be in business, never procrastinate, therefore not to be shut up or locked? Or is it rather that Hora, as now they call her, the first syllable pronounced long, being a kind of an active and busy goddess, very circumspect and careful, they were of opinion that she was never lazy nor neglectful of human affairs? Or is it that this is a Greek name, as many others of them are, and signifies a goddess that always oversees and inspects affairs, and that therefore she has her temple always open, as one that never slumbers nor sleeps? But if Labeo deduceth Hora aright from hortari, consider whether orator might not rather be said to be derived from thence, since the orator, being an exhorting and exciting person, is a counselor or leader of the people, and not from imprecation and prayer, orando, as some say. Question 47. Why did Romulus build the temple of Vulcan without the city? Solution. What if it were by reason of that fabled grudge which Vulcan had against Mars for the sake of Venus, that Romulus, being reputed the son of Mars, would not make Vulcan a cohabitant of the same house or city with him? Or may this be a silly reason, and was that temple at first built by Romulus for a senate house and a privy council, for him to consult on state affairs together with Tatius, where they might be retired with the senators, and sit in consultation about matters quietly, without interruption from the multitude? Or was it that Rome was formerly in danger of being burnt from heaven, and he thought good to adore that god, but to place his habitation without the city? Question 48. Wherefore did they, in the feast called Consualia, put garlands on the horses and asses, and take these beasts off from all work? Solution. Was it not because they celebrated that feast to Neptune the cavalier, who was also called Consus, and the ass takes part and share with the horse in his rest from labor? Or was it that, after navigation came in and traffic by sea, there succeeded a kind of ease and leisure to the cattle in some kind or other? Question 49. Wherefore was it a custom among the candidates for magistracy to present themselves in their togas without tunics, as Cato tells us? Solution. Was it not that they should not carry money in their bosoms to buy votes with? Or is it that they preferred no man as fit for the magistracy, for the sake of his birth, riches, or honors, but for his wounds and scars, and that these might be visible to them that came about them, they came without tunics to the elections? Or as by courteous behavior, supplication, and submission, so by humbling themselves in nakedness, did they gain on the affections of the common people? Question 50. Why did the Flamen Dialis, Jupiter's priest, when his wife died, lay down his priestly dignity, as Ateus tells us? Solution. Is it not for this reason, because he that marries a wife and loses her after marriage is more unfortunate than he that never took a wife? For the family of a married man is completed, but the family of him that is married and loseth his wife is not only incomplete, but mutilated. Or is it because his wife joins with the husband in consecration, as there are many sacred rites that ought not to be performed unless the wife be present, but to marry another immediately after he hath lost the former wife is not perhaps easy to do, and besides is not convenient? Hence it was not lawful formerly to put away a wife, nor is it at this present lawful, except that Domitian in our remembrance, being petitioned, granted it. The priests were present at this dissolution of marriage, doing many terrible, strange, and uncouth actions. But thou wilt wonder less, if thou art informed by history that, when one of the censors died, his partner was required to lay down his place. When Livius Drusus died, Aemilius Scaurus, his colleague, would not abandon his government before one of the tribunes of the people committed him to prison. Question 51. Why is a dog set before the Lares, whom they properly call Praestites, while the Lares themselves are covered with dog skins? Solution. Is it that Praestites are they that preside, and it is fit that presidents should be keepers, and should be frightful to strangers, as dogs are, but mild and gentle to those of the family? Or is it rather what some Romans assert, that, as some philosophers who follow Chrysippus are of the opinion that evil spirits wander up and down, which the gods do use as public executioners of unholy and wicked men, so the Lares are a certain sort of furious and revengeful demons, that are observers of men's lives and families, and are here clothed with dog skins, and have a dog sitting by them, as being sagacious to hunt upon the foot and to prosecute wicked men? Question 52. Why do they sacrifice a dog at Manna Geneta, and pray that no home-born should become good? Solution. Is the reason that Geneta is a deity that is employed about the generation and purgation of corruptible things? For this word signifies a certain flux, i.e. manna from manare, and generation, or a flowing generation. For as the Greeks do sacrifice a dog to Hecate, so do the Romans to Geneta, on behalf of the natives of the house. Moreover, Socrates saith that the Argives do sacrifice a dog to Eleonia, Lucina, to procure a facility of delivery. But what if the prayer be not made for men, but for dogs puppied at home, that none of them should be good, for dogs ought to be currish and fierce? Or is it that they that are deceased are pleasantly called good, and hence, speaking mystically in their prayer, they signify their desire that no home-born should die? Neither ought this to seem strange, for Aristotle says that it is written in the treaty of the Arcadians with the Lacedaemonians that none of the Tijates should be made good on account of aid rendered to the party of the Lacedaemonians, for example, that none should be slain. Question 53. Why is it that to this very day, while they hold the games at the Capitol, they set Sardians to sail by a crier, and a certain old man goes before in way of derision, carrying a child's bauble about his neck, which they call bulla? Solution. Was it because the people of the Tuscans, called Veientes, maintained a fight a long time with Romulus, and he took this city last of all, and exposed them and their king to sail by an outcry, upbraiding him with his madness and folly? And since the Tuscans were Lydians at first, and Sardis was the metropolis of the Lydians, so they set the Veientes to sail under the name of Sardians, and to this day they keep up the custom in a way of pastime. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Section 18. Roman Questions, Part 3. Question 54. Why do they call the flesh market Macellum? Solution. Was it not by corrupting the word mageiros, a cook, as with many other words, that the custom hath prevailed? For C and G are nigh akin to one another, and G came more lately into use, being inserted among the other letters by Spurius Carbilius, and now by lispers and stammerers, L is pronounced instead of R. Or this matter may be made clear by a story. It is reported that at Rome there was a stout man, a robber, who had robbed many, and being taken with much difficulty, was brought to condign punishment. His name was Macellus, out of whose riches a public meat market was built, which bare his name. Question 55. Why are the minstrels allowed to go about the city on the Ides of January, wearing women's apparel? Solution. Is it for the reason here rehearsed? This sort of men, as it seems, had great privileges accruing to them from the grant of King Numa, by reason of his godly devotion, which things afterward being taken from them, when the Decemviri managed the government, they forsook the city. Whereupon there was a search made for them, and one of the priests, offering sacrifice without music, made a superstitious scruple of so doing, and when they returned not upon invitation, but led their lives in Tibur, a certain freedman told the magistrates privately that he would undertake to bring them, and providing a plentiful feast, as if he had sacrificed to the gods, he invited the minstrels. Womenkind was present also, with whom they revelled all night, sporting and dancing. There on a sudden the man began a speech, and being surprised with affright, as if his patron had come in upon him, persuaded the pipers to ascend the caravans that were covered all over with skins, saying he would carry them back to Tibur. But this whole business was but a trepidation, for he wheeling about the caravan, and they perceiving nothing by reason of wine and darkness, he very cunningly brought them all into Rome by the morning. Most of them, by reason of the night revel and the drink that they were in, happened to be clothed in flowered women's robes. Whereupon, being prevailed upon by the magistrates and reconciled, it was decreed they should go up and down the city on that day, habited after this manner. Question 56. Why are they of opinion that matrons first built the temple of Carmenta, and at this day do they worship her the most? Solution. There is a certain tradition that, when the women were prohibited by the Senate from the use of chariots drawn by a pair of horses, they conspired together not to begot with child and breed children, and in this manner to be revenged on their husbands, until they revoked the decree and gratified them; which being done, children were begot, and the women, becoming good breeders and very fruitful, built the temple of Carmenta. Some say that Carmenta was Evander's mother, and going into Italy was called Themis, but as some say, Nicostrata, who, when she sang forth oracles in verse, was called Carmenta by the Latins, for they call verses Carmina. There are some of opinion that Carmenta was a destiny, therefore the matrons sacrificed to her. But the etymology of the word is from Charon's mente, beside herself, by reason of divine raptures. Hence Carmenta had not her name from Carmina, but contrawise, her verses were called Carmina from her, because being inspired, she sang her oracles in verse. Question 57. What is the reason that, when the women do sacrifice to Rumina, they pour forth milk plentifully on the sacrifices, but offer no wine? Solution. Is it because the Latins call the breast ruma, and that tree, as they say, is called ruminalis, under which the she-wolf drew forth her breast to Romulus? And as we call those women that bring up children with milk from the breast women, so did Rumina, who was a wet nurse, a dry nurse, and a rearer of children, not permit wine, as being hurtful to infants. Question 58. Why do they call some senators patres conscripti, and others only patres? Solution. Is not this the reason, that those that were first constituted by Romulus they called patres and patricians, as being gentlemen who could show their pedigree, but those that were elected afterwards from among the commonalty they called patres conscripti? Question 59. Why was one altar common to Hercules and the Muses? Solution. Was it because Hercules taught letters first to Evander's people, as Juba tells us? And it was esteemed an honorable action of those that taught their friends and relations, for it was but of late that they began to teach for hire. The first that opened a grammar school was Spurius Carbilius, a freeman of Carbilius, the first that divorced his wife. Question 60. What is the reason that, of Hercules' 2 altars, the women do not partake or taste of the things offered on the greater? Solution. Is it not because Carmenta's women came too late for the sacrifice? The same thing happened also to the Pinari, whence they were excluded from the sacrificial feast, and fasting while others were feasting, they called them Pinarii, from Painau? Or is it upon the account of that fabulous story of the coat and Dejanira? Question 61. What is the reason that it's forbidden to mention, inquire after, or name the chief tutelary and guardian god of Rome, whether male or female? Which prohibition they confirmed with a superstitious tradition, reporting that Valerius Soranus perished miserably for uttering that name. Solution. Is this the reason, as some Roman histories tell us, that there are certain kinds of evocations and enchantments, with which they are wont to entice away the gods of their enemies, and to cause theirs to come and dwell with them, and they feared lest this mischief should befall them from others? As the Tyrians are said to bind fast their images with cords, but others, when they will send any of them to washing or purifying, require sureties for their return, so did the Romans reckon they had their God in the most safe and secure custody, he being unexpressible and unknown. Or as Homer hath versified, the earth all gods is common have? That men might worship and reverence all gods that have the earth in common, so did the ancient Romans obscure the Lord of their salvation, requiring that not only this but all gods should be reverenced by the citizens? Question 62. Why among them that are called Fetialis, in Greek peacemakers, was he that was named Pater Patratus accounted the chiefest? But this must be one who hath his father living, and children of his own, and he hath even at this time a certain privilege and trust. For the praetors commit to those men's trust the persons of those who, by reason of comeliness and beauty, stand in need of an exact and chaste guardianship. Solution. Is this the reason, that they must be such whose children reverence them, and who reverence their parents? Or doth the name itself suggest a reason? For Patratum will have a thing to be complete and finished. For he whose lot it is to be a father whilst his father liveth, is, as it were, perfecter than others. Or is it that he ought to be overseer of oaths and peace, and, according to Homer, to see before and behind? Is he such a one especially, who hath a son for whom he consults, and a father with whom he consults? Question 63. Why is he that is called Rex Sacrorum, who is king of priests, forbid either to take upon him a civil office, or to make an oration to the people? Solution. Was it that of old the kings did perform the most and greatest sacred rites, and offered sacrifices together with the priests? But when they kept not within the bounds of moderation and became proud and insolent, most of the Grecians, depriving them of their authority, left to them only this part of their office, to sacrifice to the gods. But the Romans, casting out kings altogether, gave the charge of the sacrifice to another, enjoining him neither to meddle with public affairs nor to hold office, so that they might seem to be subject to royalty only in their sacrifices, and to endure the name of king only with respect to the gods? Hence there is a certain sacrifice kept by tradition in the marketplace near the Comitia, which as soon as the king, for example the chief priest, hath offered, he immediately withdraws himself by flight out of the marketplace. Question 64. Why do they not suffer the table to be quite voided when it's taken away, but will have something always to remain upon it? Solution. What if it be that they would intimate that something of our present enjoyments should be left for the future, and that today we should be mindful of tomorrow? Or that they reckon it a piece of manners to repress and restrain the appetite in our present fruitions? For they less desire absent things, who are accustomed to abstain from those that are present. Or was it a custom of courtesy towards household servants? For they do not love so much to take as to partake, deeming that they hold a kind of communion with their masters at the table. Or is it that no sacred thing ought to be suffered to be empty, and the table is a sacred thing? Question 65. Why doth not a man lie at first with a bride in the light, but when it is dark? Solution. Is it not for modesty's sake, for at the first congress he looks upon her as a stranger to him? Or is it that he may be inured to go into his own wife with modesty? Or, as Solon hath written, let the bride go into the bedchamber gnawing a quince, that the first salutation be not harsh and ungrateful. So did the Roman lawgiver command that, if there should be anything absurd and unpleasant in her body, she should hide it? Or was it intended to cast infamy upon the unlawful use of venery, by causing that the lawful should have certain signs of modesty attending it? Question 66. Why was one of the horse race rounds called Flaminia? Solution. Is it because, when Flaminius, one of the ancients, bestowed a field on the city, they employed its revenue on the horse races, and with the overplus money built the way which they called Flaminia? Question 67. Why do they call the rod bearers lictors? Solution. Is this the reason? Because these men were wont to bind desperate bullies, and they followed Romulus carrying thongs in their bosoms? The vulgar Romans say alligare, to bind, when the more refined in speech say ligare. Or is now C inserted, when formerly they called them lictors, being liturgi, ministers for public service. For leiton until this day is writ for public in many of the Grecian laws, which scarce any is ignorant of. Question 68. Why do the Luperci sacrifice a dog? The Luperci are they that run up and down naked, saving only their girdles, in the Lupercal plays, and slash all that they meet with a whip. Solution. Is it not because these feats are done for the purification of the city? For they call the month February, and indeed the very day Februatus, and the habit of whipping with thongs they call Februare, the word signifying to cleanse. And to speak the truth, all the Grecians have used, and some do use to this very day, a slain dog for an expiatory sacrifice. And among other sacrifices of purification, they offer whelps to Hecate, and sprinkle those that need cleansing with the puppy's blood, calling this kind of purifying puppification. Or is it that lupus is lukos, a wolf, and lupercalia are lycaea, but a dog is at enmity with a wolf, therefore is sacrificed on the Lycaean festivals? Or is it because the dogs do bark at and perplex the Luperci as they scout about the city? Or is it that this sacrifice is offered to Pan, and Pan loves dogs because of his herds of goats? Question 69. Why, upon the festival called Septimonium, did they observe to abstain from the use of chariots drawn by a pair of horses, and even until now, do they that regard antiquity still abstain? They do observe the Septimonium feast in honor of the addition of the seventh hill to the city, upon which it became Septicolis, seven-hilled Rome. Solution. What if it be, as some of the Romans conjecture, because the parts of the city are not as yet everywhere connected? Or if this conceit be nothing to the purpose, what if it be that, when the great work of building the city was finished, and they determined to cease the increasing of the city and farther, they rested themselves, and rested the cattle that bore a share in the labor with them, and provided accordingly that they might participate in the holiday by rest from labor? Or was it that they would have all the citizens always present for the solemnity and return of the festival, especially that which was observed in remembrance of the compact uniting the parts of the city, and that none should desert the city for whose sake the feast is kept? They were not allowed to use their yoked chariots that day. Question 70. Why do they call those furciferi which are convict of thefts, or any other of those slavish crimes? Solution. Was it this, which was an argument of the severity of the ancients, that whenever any convicted his servant of any villainy, he enjoined him to carry the forked piece of timber that is under the cart, the tongue of the cart, and to go with it through the next villages and neighborhood, to be seen of all, that they might distrust him, and be aware of him for the future? This piece of wood we call a prop. The Romans call it furca, a fork. Hence he that carries it about is called a furcifer, a fork bearer. Question 71. Why do they bind hay about the horns of oxen that are wont to push, that they may be shunned by him that meets them? Solution. Is it that, by reason of gormandizing and stuffing their guts, oxen, asses, horses, and men become mischievous, as Sophocles somewhere saith, like full-fed colt thou kickest up heels from stuffed paunch, cheeks, and full meals? Therefore the Romans say that Marcus Crassus had hay about his horns, for they that were turbulent men in the commonwealth were wont to stand in awe of him as a revengeful man, and one scarce to be meddled with. Although afterwards it was said again that Caesar had taken away Crassus's hay, being the first man of the republic that withstood and affronted him. Question 72. Why would they have the lanthorns of the soothsaying priests, which formerly they called auspices and now augurs, to be always open at top, and no cover to be put upon them? Solution. Is it as the Pythagoreans do, who make little things symbols of great matters, as forbidding to sit down upon a bushel and to stir up the fire with a sword, so that the ancients used many enigmatical ceremonies, especially about their priests, and such was this of the lanthorn? For the lanthorn is like the body encompassing the soul being the light within side, and the understanding and judgment ought to be always open and quick-sighted, and never to be shut up or blown out. And when the winds blow, the birds are unsettled, and do not afford sound prognostics, by reason of their wandering and irregularity in flying. By this usage, therefore, they teach that their soothsayers must not prognosticate when there are high winds, but in still and calm weather, when they can use their open lanthorns. Question 73. Why were priests that had sores about them forbid to use divination? Solution. Is not this a significant sign that, whilst they are employed about divine matters, they ought not to be in any pain, nor have any sore or passion in their minds, but to be cheerful, sincere, and without distraction? Or is it but rational, if no man may offer a victim that hath a sore, nor use such birds for soothsaying, that much more they should themselves be free from these blemishes, and be clean, sincere, and sound, when they go about to inspect divine prodigies, for an ulcer seems to be a mutilation and defilement of the body. Question 74. Why did Servius Tullius build a temple of small fortune, whom they call Brevis? Solution. Was it because he was of a mean original and a low condition, being born of a captive woman, and by fortune came to be king of Rome? Or did not that change of his condition manifest the greatness rather than the smallness of his fortune? But Servius, most of all of them, seems to ascribe divine influence to fortune, giving thereby a reputation to all his enterprises. For he did not only build temples of hopeful fortune, of fortune that averteth evil, of mild, primogenial, and masculine fortune, but there is a temple also of private fortune, another a regardful fortune, another of hopeful fortune, and the fourth of virgin fortune. But why should any one mention any more names, seeing there is a temple also of ensnaring fortune, which they call Viscata, as it were ensnaring us when we are as yet afar off, and enforcing us upon business? Consider this now, whether it be that Servius found that great matters are effected by a small piece of fortune, and that it often falls out that great things are effected by some and do come to naught by a small thing being done or not done. He built therefore a temple of small fortune, teaching us to take care of our business, and not contemn things that happen by reason of their smallness. Question 75. Why did they not extinguish a candle, but suffer it to burn of its own accord? Solution. Is this the reason, that they adore it as being related and akin to unquenchable and eternal fire? Or is it a significant ceremony, teaching us that we are not to kill and destroy any animated creature that is harmless, fire being as it were an animal? For if both needs nourishment and moves itself, and when it is extinguished, it makes a noise as if it were then slain? Or doth this usage instruct us that we ought not to make waste of fire or water, or any other necessary thing that we have a superabundance of, but suffer those to have need to use them, leaving them to others when we ourselves have no further use for them? Question 76. Why do they that would be preferred before others in gentility wear little moons on their shoes? Solution. Is this the reason, as Castor saith, that this is a symbol of the place of habitation that is said to be in the moon, signifying that after death souls should have the moon under their feet again? Or was this a fashion of renown among families of greatest antiquity, as were the Arcadians of Evander's posterity, that were called men born before the moon, proselenoi? Or is it this, like many other customs, to put men who are lofty and high-minded in mind of the mutability of human affairs to either side, setting the moon before them as an example? When first she comes from dark to light, trimming, her face becomes fair bright, increasing till she's full in sight, declining then, leaves naught but night? Or was this a doctrine of obedience to authority, that they would have us not discontented under it, but, as the moon doth willingly obey her superior and conform unto him, always vamping after the rays of the sun, as Parmenides hath it, so they that are subjects to any prince should be contented with their lower station, in the enjoyment of power and dignity derived from him? Question 77. Why are they of an opinion that the year is Jupiter's, but the months Juno's? Solution. Is it because Jupiter and Juno reign over the invisible gods, who are no otherwise seen but by the eyes of our understanding, but the sun and moon over the visible? And the sun verily causeth the year, and the moon the months. Neither ought we to think that they are bare images of them, but the sun is Jupiter himself materially, and the moon Juno herself materially. Therefore they name her Juno, adjuvenescendo, the name signifying a thing that is new or grows young, from the nature of the moon. And they call her Lucina, as it were bright or shining. And they are of opinion that she helps women in their travail pains. Whence is that of the poets: by azure heaven beset with stars, by the moon that hastens births. For they suppose that women have the easiest travail at the full moon. Question 78. What is the reason that a bird called sinister in soothsaying is fortunate? Solution. What if this be not true, but the dialect deludes so many? For they render arastoron sinistrum, but to permit a thing is sinere, and they say sine when they desire a thing to be permitted. Therefore a prognostic permitting an action, being sinisterium, the vulgar do understand and call amiss sinistrum. Or is it as Dionysius saith, that when Ascanius, the son of Aeneas, had pitched battle against Mezentius, a flash of lightning portending victory, as they prognosticated, came on his left hand, and for the future they observed it so? Or, as some others say, that this happened to Aeneas? Moreover, the Thebans routing and conquering their enemies by the left wing of the army at Leuctra, they continued in all battles to give the left wing the preeminence. Or is it rather as Juba thinks, that to those that look toward the east, the north is on the left hand, which verily some make the right hand and superior part of the world? Consider whether the soothsayers do not, as it were, corroborate left-hand things as the weaker by nature, and do imitate as if they introduced a supply of that defect of power that is in them? Or is it that they think that things terrestrial and mortal stand directly over against heavenly and divine things, and do conjecture that the things to us are on the left hand the gods send down from their right hand? Question 79. Why is it lawful to bring the bones of one that had triumphed after he was dead and burnt into the city and lay them there, as Pyrrho the Liparian hath told us? Solution. Was it for the honor they had for the deceased? For they granted that not only generals and other eminent persons, but also their offspring, should be buried in the marketplace, for example, Valerius and Fabricius. And they say, when the posterity of these persons died, they were brought into the marketplace, and a burning firebrand was put under them and immediately taken away, and thus all that might have caused envy was avoided, and the right to the honor was fully confirmed. Question 80. Why did they that publicly feasted the triumphers humbly request the consuls, and by messengers sent beseech them not to come to their supper? Solution. Was it that it was necessary to give the supreme place and most honorable entertainment to the triumpher, and wait upon him home after supper, whereas the consuls being present, they might do such things to none other but them? Question 81. Why did not the tribune of the people wear a purple garment, whenas each of the other magistrates wore one? Solution. What if the tribune is not a magistrate at all? For he neither hath lictors, nor sitting in tribunal doth he determine causes. Neither do the tribunes, as the rest, enter upon their office at the beginning of the year, nor do they cease when a dictator is chosen. But as if they translated all magistratic power to themselves, they continue still, being, as it were, no magistrates, but holding another kind of rank. And as some rhetoricians will not have a prohibition to be judicial proceeding, seeing it doth something contrary to judicial proceeding, for the one brings in an action at law and gives judgment upon it, but the other non-suits it and dismisseth the cause. After the like manner they are of opinion that tribuneship is rather a curb to magistracy, and that it is an order standing in opposition to government, rather than a piece of government itself. For the tribune's office and authority is to withstand the magistrate's authority, even to curtail his extravagant power. Perhaps these and similar reasons may be mere ingenious devices. But in truth, since tribuneship takes its original from the people, popularity is its stronghold, and it is a great thing not to carry it above the rest of the people, but to be like the citizens they have to do with in gesture, habit, and diet. State indeed becomes a consul and a praetor, but as for a tribune, as Caius Curio saith, he must be one that even is trampled upon, not grave in countenance, nor difficult of access, nor harsh to the rabble, but more tractable to them than to others. Hence it was decreed that the tribune's doors should not be shut, but be open night and day as a haven and place of refuge for distressed people. And the more condescending his outward deportment is, by so much the more doth he increase his power, for they dignify him as one of public use, and to be restored to of all sorts even as an altar. Therefore by the reverence they give him, he is sacred, holy, and inviolable, and when he makes a public progress, it is a law that everyone should cleanse and purify the body as defiled. Question 82. Why before the chief officers are rods carried bound together, with the axes fastened to them? Solution. What if it be a significant ceremony to show that a magistrate's anger ought not to be rash and ungrounded? Or is it that, while the rods are leisurely unloosing, they make deliberation and delay in their anger, so that oftentimes they change their sentence as to the punishment? Now whereas some sort of crimes are curable, some incurable, rods correct the corrigible, but the axes are to cut off the incorrigible. Question 83. What is the reason that the Romans, when they were informed that the barbarians called Blatanesians had sacrificed a man to the gods, sent for their magistrates to punish them? But when they made it appear that they did it in obedience to a certain law, they dismissed them, but prohibited the like action for the future. Whenas they themselves, not many years preceding, buried 2 men and 2 women alive in the Forum Borarum, 2 of whom were Greeks and 2 Gauls. For it seems absurd to do this themselves, and yet to reprimand the barbarians as if they were committing profaneness. Solution. What if this be the reason, that they reckoned it profane to sacrifice a man to the gods, but necessary to do so to the demons? Or were they of opinion that they sinned that did such things by custom or law, but as for themselves, they did it being enjoined to it by the Sibylline books? For it is reported that one Elvia, a virgin, riding on horseback, was struck with lightning and cast from her horse, and the horse was found lying uncovered and she naked, as if set on purpose. Her clothes had been turned up from her secret parts. Also her shoes, rings, and headgear all lay scattered up and down, here and there. Her tongue also was hanging out of her mouth. And when the diviners declared that it was an intolerable disgrace to the holy virgins that it should be published, and that some part of the abuse did touch the cavaliers, a servant of a certain barbarian cavalier informed that 3 Vestal virgins, Aemilia, Lucinia, and Marcia, about the same time had been deflowered, and for a long time played the whores with some men, among whom was Butatius, the said informer's master. The virgins being convicted were punished, and the fact appearing heinous, it was thought meet that the priests should consult the Sibylline books, where there were oracles found foretelling these things would come to pass for mischief to the republic, and enjoining them, in order to avert the impending calamity, to provide 2 Grecians and 2 Gauls, and bury them alive in that place, in order to the appeasing some alien and foreign demons. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Section 19. Roman Questions, Part 4. Question 84. Why do they take the beginning of the day from midnight? Solution. Is the reason that the commonweal had a military constitution at the first? For many matters of concern on military expeditions are managed by night. Or did they make sunrising the beginning of business, and the night the preparation for it? For men ought to come prepared to action, and not to be in preparation when they should be doing, as Miso is reported to have said to Chilo the wise, when he was making a fan in winter. Or as the noontide to many is the time for finishing public and weighty affairs, so did it seem meet to make midnight the beginning? This hath this confirmation, that a Roman governor would make no league or confederation in the afternoon. Or is it impossible to take the beginning and end of the day from sunrising to sunsetting? For, as the vulgar measure the beginning of the day by sense to the first appearance of the sun, and take the first beginning of the night to be the complete withdrawment of the sun from sight, we shall thus have no equinoctial day. But the night which we suppose comes nearest in quality to the day will be manifestly shorter than the day by the diameter of the sun. Which absurdity the mathematicians, going about to solve, have determined that, where the center of the sun toucheth the horizon, there is the true parting point between day and night. But this contradicts sense, for it must follow that whilst there is much light above the earth, yea, the sun illuminating us, we will not for all this confess it to be day, but must say that it is still night. Whereas then it is hard to take the beginning of the day from the rising and setting of the sun, by reason of the forementioned absurdities, it remains to take the zenith and the nadir for the beginning. The last is best, for the sun's course from noon is by way of declination from us, but from midnight he takes his course towards us as sunrising comes on. Question 85. Wherefore did they not in ancient times suffer women to grind or play the cook? Solution. Haply, because they remembered the covenant that they made with the Sabines, for after they had robbed them of their daughters, and fighting many battles became reconciled, among other articles of agreement this was recorded, that a wife was not to grind nor play the cook for a Roman husband. Question 86. Why do they not marry wives in the month of May? Solution. Is this the reason, that because May is between April and June, concerning which months they have an opinion that it is sacred to Venus, this to Juno, both of them being nuptial gods, they either take an opportunity a little before May, or tarry till it be over? Or is it that in this month they offer the greatest expiatory sacrifice, now casting the images of men from a bridge into the river, and formerly men themselves? Moreover, it is required by law that the Flaminica, the reputed priestess of Juno, should be most sourly sullen during the time, and neither wash nor trim up herself. Or is it because many of the Latins in this month offer oblations unto the dead? And therefore perhaps they worship Mercury in this month, which from Maya derives its name? Or, as some say, is May derived from elder age, Major, and Juno from younger, Junior? For youth is more sensible to matrimony, as Euripides hath said. Old age the Cyprian queen must ever shun, and Venus from old men in scorn doth run. Therefore they marry not in May, but tarry till June, which is presently after May. Question 87. Why do they part the hair of women when they are married with the point of a spear? Solution. What if it be a significant ceremony, showing that they took their first wives in marriage by force of arms and war? Or is it that they may instruct them that they are to dwell with husbands that are soldiers and warriors, and that they should put on such ornamental attire as is not luxurious or lascivious, but plain? So Lycurgus commanded that all the gates and tops of houses should be built with saw and hatchet, and no other sort of workman's instrument should be used about them. Yea, he rejected all gaiety and superfluity. Or doth this action parabolically imitate divorce, as that marriage can be dissolved only by the sword? Or is it that the most of these nuptial ceremonies relate to Juno? For a spear is decreed sacred to Juno, and most of her statues are supported by a spear, and she is surnamed Quiritius, and a spear of old was called Quiris, wherefore they surname Mars Quirinus? Question 88. Why do they call the money that is laid upon the public plays lucre? Solution. Is it because there are many groves consecrated to the gods about the city, which they call lucae, and the revenue of these they expend upon the said plays? Question 89. Why do they call the Quirinalia the Feast of Fools? Solution. Was it because they set apart that day for those that were unacquainted with their own curia, as Juba saith? Or was it for them that did not sacrifice upon their tribes, as the rest did, in the Fornicalia, by reason of business or long journeys or ignorance, so that it was allowed to them to solemnize that feast upon this day? Question 90. What is the reason that, when there is a sacrifice to Hercules, they mention no other god, and no dog appears within the enclosure, as Varro saith? Solution. Is the reason of their naming no other god because they are of opinion that Hercules was but a half god? Or, as some say, Evander built an altar to him and brought him a sacrifice, whilst he was yet here among men. And of all creatures he had most enmity to a dog, for this creature always held him hard to it, as did Cerberus. And that which most of all prejudiced him was that, when Aeonus, the son of Lysimachus, was slain for a dog's sake by the Hippocunitae, he was necessitated to take up the cudgels, and lost many of his friends and his brother Iphicles. Question 91. Why was it unlawful for the patricians to dwell about the Capitol? Solution. Was it because Marcus Manlius, whilst he dwelt there, affected arbitrary government, upon whose account the family came under an oath of abjuration that no Manlius should for the future bear the name of Marcus? Or was this an ancient suspicion? For the potent men would never leave calumniating Publica, a most popular man, nor would the common people leave fearing him, till he had plucked down his house, which seemed to hang over the marketplace. Question 92. Why do they put a garland of oaken leaves on him that saves a citizen in battle? Solution. Is it because it is easy to find an oak everywhere in the military expeditions? Or is it because a crown is sacred to Jupiter and Juno, who in their opinion are the city guardians? Or was it an ancient custom among the Arcadians, who are something akin to the oak? For they repute themselves the first men produced of the earth, as the oak among the vegetables. Question 93. Why do they for the most part use vultures for soothsaying? Solution. Was this the reason, because 12 vultures appeared to Romulus upon the building of Rome? Or because of all birds this is least frequent and familiar? For it is not easy to meet with young vultures, but they fly to us unexpectedly from some remote parts. Therefore the sight of them is portentous. Or haply they learned this from Hercules, if Herodotus speak true, that Hercules rejoiced most in the beginning of an enterprise at the sight of a vulture, being of opinion that a vulture was the justest of all birds of prey. First, he meddles not with any living creature, neither doth he destroy anything that hath breath in it, as eagles, hawks, and other fowls do that prey by night, but lives only upon dead carcasses. And next, he passeth by all those of his kind, for none ever saw a vulture feeding on a bird, as eagles and hawks do, which for the most part pursue birds like themselves, and slay them, even as a skilleth hath it. A bird that preys on birds, how can be clean? And verily this bird is not pernicious to men, for neither destroys fruit nor plants, nor is harmful to any tame animal. Moreover, if it be, as the Egyptians fabulously pretend, that the whole kind of them is of the female sex, and that they conceive by the reception of the east wind into their bodies, as the trees do by receiving the west wind, it is most probable that very certain and sound prognostics may be made from them, whereas in other birds, there being so many rapines, flights, and pursuits about copulation, there are great disturbances and uncertainties attending them. Question 94. For what reason is the temple of Aesculapius placed without the city? Solution. Was it because they reckoned it a wholesomer kind of living without the city than within? For the Greeks have placed the edifices belonging to Aesculapius for the most part on high places, where the air is pure and clear. Or is it that they suppose this god was fetched from Epidaurus? For the temple of Aesculapius is not close by that city, but at a great distance from it. Or is it that, by a serpent that went on shore out of a trireme galley into the island and disappeared, they think the god himself intimated to them the place of building his temple? Question 95. Why was it ordained that they that are to live chaste should abstain from pulse? Solution. Did they, like the Pythagoreans, abominate beans for the causes which are alleged, and the Lathyrus and Erebinthus, as being named for Lethe and Erebus? Or was it because they used pulse for the most part in their funeral feasts and invocations of the dead? Or rather was it because they should bring empty and slender bodies to their purifications and expiations? For pulse are windy, and cause a great deal of excrements that require purging off. Or is it because they irritate lechery, by reason of their flatulent and windy nature? Question 96. Why do they inflict no other punishment on Vestal virgins when they are defiled, than burying them alive? Solution. Is this the reason? Because they burn the dead, and as to bury her by fire who hath not preserved sacred the divine fire would be unjust? Or was it that they judged it a wicked act to cut off a person sanctified by the greatest ceremonial purification, and to lay hands on a holy woman? And therefore they contrived a machine for her to die in of herself, and let her down into a vault made underground, where was placed a candle burning, also some bread and milk and water, and then the den was covered with earth on top? Neither by this execrable manner of devoting them are they exempt from superstition, but to this day the priests going to the place perform purgatory rites. Question 97. What is the reason that, at the horse race on the Ides of December, the lucky horse that beats is sacrificed as sacred to Mars, and a certain man, cutting off his tail, brings it to a place called Regia, and besmears the altar with the blood of it? But for the head, one party coming down from the way called sacred, and others from the Subura, do fight? Solution. Whether it was, as some say, that, reckoning that Troy was taken by a horse, they punish a horse as being the renowned Trojan race, commixed with Latin boys? Or is it because a horse is a fierce, warlike, and martial beast, therefore they do sacrifice to the gods the things that are most acceptable and suitable, and he that conquers is offered, because victory and prowess doth belong to that God? Or is it rather because to stand in battle is the work of God, and they that keep their ranks and files do conquer those that do not keep them but fly, and swiftness of foot is punished as the maintenance of cowardice, so that hereby it is significantly taught that there is no safety to them that run away? Question 98. What is the reason that the censors entering upon their office do nothing before they have contracted for providing meat for the sacred geese, and for polishing the statue? Solution. Is this the reason, that they begin with those things that savor of most frugality, and such things as want not much charge and trouble? Or is it in grateful commemoration of what these creatures did of old, when the Gauls invaded Rome, and the barbarians scaled the walls of the Capitol by night? For the geese were sensible of it when the dogs were asleep, and they with their gaggling awake the watch. Or, seeing the censors are the conservers of such things as are of greatest and most necessary concern, to oversee and narrowly inspect the public sacrifices, and the lives, manners, and diet of men, do they presently set before their consideration the most vigilant creature, and by the watchfulness of these instruct the citizens not to disregard or neglect sacred things? As for the polishing of the statue, it is necessary, for the minimum wherewith they of old colored the statues soon fades. Question 99. What is the reason that of the other priests they depose any one that is condemned or banished, and substitute another in his room, but remove not the augur from his priesthood so long as he lives, though he be convicted of the greatest crimes? They call them augurs who are employed in soothsaying. Solution. Is the reason, as some say, that they will have none to know the mysteries of the priest who is not a priest? Or that the augur is bound by oath to discover to none the management of sacred things, therefore they refuse to absolve him from his oath when he is reduced to a private capacity? Or is it that the name of augur is not a title of honor and dignity, but of skill and art? It would therefore be the like case to depose a musician from being a musician, or a physician from being a physician, with that of prohibiting a diviner from being a diviner, seeing they cannot take away his faculty, though they deprive him of the title. Moreover, they do not substitute augurs, because they will keep to the number of augurs that were at the beginning. Question 100. What is the reason that in the Ides of August, which at first they called Sextilis, all the men servants and maid servants do feast, but the free women make it most of their business to wash and purge their heads? Solution. Was it that King Servius about this day was born of a captive maid servant, and hence the servants have a vacation time from work, and that rinsing the head was a thing that took its original from a custom of the maid servants upon the account of the feast, and finally passed also into the free women? Question 101. Why do they finify their boys with necklaces, which they call bullae? Solution. What if this were for the honor of the wives which were taken by force? For as many other things, so this might be one of the injunctions laid on their posterity. Or did they do it in honor of Tarquin's manhood? For it is reported of him that, whilst he was but a boy, being engaged in a battle against the Latins and Tuscans, charging his enemies, he fell from his horse. Yet animating those Romans which were engaged in the charge, he led them on courageously. The enemies were put to a remarkable rout, and 16,000 were slain. Whereupon he had this badge of honor bestowed upon him by his father the king. Or was it that by the ancients it was neither lewd nor dishonorable to love beautiful slaves, as now the comedies testify, but that they resolvedly abstained from free-born servants? And lest, by coming accidentally on naked boys, they should ignorantly transgress, the free boys wore this mark of distinction? Or was this a protector of good order, and after a manner a curb of incontinency, they being ashamed to pretend to manhood before they have put off the badge of children? That which they say who follow Varro is not probable, that baule by the Aeolians is called bola, and this is put about children as a teaching sign of good counsel. But consider whether they do not wear it for the moon's sake. For the visible face of the moon, when it is halved, is not spherical, but is shaped like a lentil or a quoit, and, as Empedocles supposeth, so is also the side that is turned away from us. Question 102. Why do they name boys when they are 9 days old, and the girls when they are 8? Solution. Perhaps it is a natural reason that girls are forwarder, for the female grows up and comes to full stature and perfection before the male. But they take the day after the 7th, because the 7th is dangerous to infants by reason of the navel string, for with many it falls off at 7 days, and until it falls off, an infant is more like a plant than an animal. Or is it, as the Pythagoreans reckon, that the even number is the feminine, and the odd number the masculine? For it is a fruitful number, and excels the even in respect of its composition. And if these numbers be divided into units, the even, like a female, hath an empty space in the middle. The odd always leaves a segment full in the middle. Wherefore this is fit to be compared to the male, that to the female. Or is it thus, that of all numbers 9 is the first square number made of 3, which is an odd and perfect number, but 8 is the first cube made of 2, an even number, whence a male ought to be square, super excelling and complete, but a woman, like a cube, constant, a good housewife, and no gadding gossip? This also may be added that, as 8 is a cube from the root 2, and 9 is square from the root 3, so the female makes use of 2 names, and the males of 3. Question 103. Why do they call those whose fathers are not known spurious? Solution. It is not verily, as the Grecians suppose and as the rhetoricians say in their determinations, because they are begot of some promiscuous and common seed, as the Greeks say sporus. But spurious is found among first names, as Sextus, Decimus, Caius. But the Romans do not write all the letters of the first name, but either one letter, as T for Titus, L for Lucius, M for Marcus, or 2 letters, as TI for Tiberius, CN for Cnaeus, or 3, as SEX for Sextus, and SER for Servius. Now spurious is of those that are written with 2 letters, SP. But with these same letters they write without father, S for Sine, and P for Patre, which truly hath caused the mistake. Moreover, we may meet with another reason, but it is more absurd. They say that the Sabines call the privities of a woman spurious, and therefore they call him so, by way of reproach, who is born of a woman unmarried and unespoused. Question 104. Why did they call Bacchus liber pater? Solution. Was the reason because they make him, as it were, the father of liberty to tipplers? For most men become very audacious, and are filled with too much licentious prattle, by reason of too much drink. Or is this it, that he hath supplied them with a libamen, a drink offering? Or is it, as Alexander hath said, that Bacchus is called Eleutherius, from his having his abode about Eleuthere, a city of Boeotia? Question 105. For what cause was it that on high holidays it was not a custom for virgins to marry, but widows did marry then? Solution. Is this the reason, as Varro saith, that virgins, forsooth, are married weeping, but women with joyful glee, and people are to do nothing of a holiday with a heavy heart nor by compulsion? Or rather is it because it is decent for virgins to marry with more than a few present, but for widows to marry with a great many present is indecent? For the first marriage is zealously affected, the second to be deprecated. Yea, they are ashamed to marry a second husband while their first lives, and they grieve at doing so even when he is dead. Hence they are pleased more with silence than with tumults and pompous things, and the feasts do attract the generality of people to them, so that they cannot be at leisure on holidays for such wedding solemnities. Or was it that they that robbed the Sabines of their daughters that were virgins on the feast day raised thereby a war, and looked therefore upon it as unlucky to marry virgins on holidays? Question 106. Why do the Romans worship Fortuna Primogenia? Solution. Was it because Servius, being by fortune born of a servant maid, came to rule king in Rome with great splendor? And this is the supposition of most Romans. Or rather is it that fortune hath bestowed on Rome itself its very origin and birth? Or may not this matter require a more natural and philosophical reason, even that fortune is the original of all things, and that nature itself is produced out of things that come by fortune, when events that come by chance fall into an order among themselves? Question 107. Why do the Romans call the artists who appear in the worship of Bacchus histriones? Solution. Is it for the reason which Caius Rufus tells us? For he says that in ancient time Caius Sulpicius and Licinius Stolo, being consuls, a pestilence raging in Rome, all the actors upon the stage were cut off. Wherefore, upon the request of the Romans, many and good artists come from Etruria, among whom he that excelled in fame and had been longest experienced on the public stages was called Histrus, and from him they named all the stage players. Question 108. Why do not men marry women that are near akin? Solution. Is this the reason, that they design by marriage to augment their family concerns and to procure many relations, by giving wives to strangers and marrying wives out of other families? Or do they suspect that the contentions that would happen among relations upon marriage would destroy even natural rights? Or is it that, considering that wives by reason of weakness stand in need of many helpers, they would not have near akin marry together, that their own kindred might stand by them when their husbands wrong them? Question 109. Why is it not lawful for the high priest of Jupiter, which they call Flamen Dialis, to touch meal or leaven? Solution. Is it because meal is imperfect and crude nourishment? For the wheat neither hath continued what it was, neither is it made into bread as it must be, but it hath lost the faculty of seed, and hath not attained to usefulness of food. Wherefore the poet hath named meal, by a metaphor, mill murdered, Molephaton, as if the corn were spoiled and destroyed by grinding. Leaven, as it is made by corruption, corrupts the mass that it is mingled with, for it is made thereby looser and weaker. And fermentation is a kind of corruption, which, if it be overmuch, makes the bread sour and spoils it. Question 110. Why is the same high priest forbid to touch raw flesh? Solution. Is it because custom makes them averse enough to eat raw flesh? Or is it that the same reason that makes them averse to meal doth also make them averse to flesh? For it is neither a living creature nor dressed food? Roasting or boiling, being an alteration and change, doth change its form. But fresh and raw flesh offers not a pure and unpolluted object to the eye, but such as is offensive to the eye, and like that of a raw wound. Question 111. Why do they require the priest to abstain from dog and goat, and neither to touch or name them? Solution. Was it that they abominated the lasciviousness and stink of a goat, or that they suspected it to be a diseased creature? For it seems this animal is more seized with the falling sickness than other creatures, and is contagious to them that eat or touch it while it hath this disease. They say the cause is the straitness of the windpipe, often intercepting the breath, a sign of which they make the smallness of their voice to be. For it happens to men that are epileptical, that they utter a voice sounding much like that of the bleat of a goat. Now in a dog there may be less lasciviousness and of an ill scent. Although some say that dogs are not permitted to go into the high streets of Athens, no, not into the island of Delos, by reason of their open coition, as if kine, swine, and horses did use coition in bedchambers, and not openly and lawlessly. They do not know the true reason, that because a dog is a quarrelsome creature, they therefore expel dogs out of sanctuaries and sacred temples, giving safe access to suppliants for refuge. Wherefore it is very likely that the priest of Jupiter, being, as it were, an animated and sacred image, granted for refuge to petitioners and suppliants, doth banish or frighten away none. For which cause a couch was set for him in the porch of the house, and they that fell on their knees before him had indemnity from stripes or punishment that day. And if one in fetters came and addressed him, he was unloosed, and his fetters were not laid down by the door, but thrown from the roof. It would be therefore no advantage that he should carry himself so mild and courteous, if there were a dog at the door, scaring and frightening them that petition for sanctuary. Neither did the ancients at all repute this creature clean, for he is offered in sacrifice to none of the celestial gods, but being sent to Hecate, an infernal goddess, at the three crossways for a supper, takes a share in averting calamities and in expiations. In Lacedaemon they cut puppies in pieces to Mars, that most cruel god. In Boeotia, public expiation is made by passing between the parts of a dog divided in twain. But the Romans sacrifice a dog in the cleansing month, on the festival they call Lupercalia. Hence it was not without cause, to prohibit them whose charge it was to worship the highest and holiest God, from making a dog familiar and accustomed to them. Question 112. What is the reason that the priest of Jupiter is forbid to touch an ivy, or to pass over that way that is overspread with vine branches? Solution. Is it not of the like nature with those precepts of Pythagoras, not to eat in a chair, not to sit upon a measure called a kenix, and not to overstep a broom? For the Pythagoreans did not dread and refrain from these things, but they prohibited other things by these. Now to go under a vine hath reference to wine, because it is not lawful for a priest to be drunk, for the wine is above the heads of those that are drunk, and they are depraved and debased thereby. Whereas it is requisite that they should be above pleasure and conquer it, but not be subdued by it. As for the ivy, it is unfruitful and useless to men, as also infirm, and by reason of its infirmity, standing in need of other trees to climb upon, though by its shadow and sight of its greenness it doth bewitch the vulgar. What if they judge it not convenient to nourish it about a house, because it bringeth no profit, or to suffer it to clasp about anything, seeing it is so hurtful to plants that bear it up, while it sticketh fast in the ground? Hence ivy is forbidden at the Olympic festivals, and neither at Athens in Juno's sacrifices, nor at Thebes in those belonging to Venus, can any wild ivy be seen, though in the Agrionia and Nyctalia, which are services to Bacchus, for the most part performed in the dark, it is to be found. Or was this a symbol of the prohibition of the revels and sports of Bacchus? For women that were addicted to bacchanal sports presently ran to the ivy and plucked it off, tearing it in pieces with their hands and gnawing it with their mouths, so that they are not altogether to be disbelieved that say it hath a spirit in it that stirreth and moveth to madness, transporting and bereaving of the senses, and that alone by itself it introduces drunkenness without wine to those that have an easy inclination to enthusiasm. Question 113. Why are not these priests allowed to take upon them or attempt civil authority, while they have a lictor and a curule chair for honor's sake, and in some sort of consolation from their being excluded from magistracies? Solution. Was it because in some places of Greece the dignity of priesthood was equal with kingship, and therefore they designated not ordinary persons to be priests? Or was it rather, since they have appointed office employments, whereas the charge of kings is unmethodical and indefinite, that it would not be possible, if both fell out at the same time, that he should be able to attend both, but he must of necessity neglect one, both pressing together upon him, sometimes neglecting the worship of God, and sometimes injuring the subjects? Or else, seeing that there is no less necessity than power attending the administration of civil government, and that the ruler of the people, as Hippocrates saith of the physician, doth see weighty matters and hath to do with weighty matters, and from other men's calamities procures troubles peculiar to himself. Did they think him not sacred enough to sacrifice to the Gods, and manage the sacrifices who had been present at the condemnation and execution of citizens, and often of some of his own kindred and family, as happened to Brutus? End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Greek Questions, Part 1. Question 1. Who are they at Epidaurus called Conipodes and Artunoi? Solution. The managers of the affairs of the Commonwealth were 180 men. Out of these they elected senators, which they called Artunoi. The most part of the common people were conversant in husbandry. These they called Conipodes, because, as may be supposed, they were known by their dirty feet when they came into the city. Question 2. What woman was that among the Cumans called Onobatis? Solution. This was one of the women taken in adultery, which they brought into the marketplace, and set her upon a certain stone to be seen of all. From thence they took her and set her on ass back, and led her round about the city, and afterwards set her up again upon the stone. The rest of her life she led under disgrace. Her they called Onobatis, the woman that rode upon an ass. Hence they abominated the stone as unclean. There was also a certain magistrate among them, called Phylactes, a conservator. He that had this office kept the prison for the rest of his time. But at the nocturnal convention of the senators he came into the council, and laying hands on the kings led them forth, and detained them in custody until the senate had determined concerning them, by a vote given in private, whether they had acted unrighteously or not. Question 3. Who is the Hypocastria among the Solenses? Solution. They call the she-priest of Minerva so, because she offers certain sacrifices and obligations for the averting of impending calamities. Question 4. Who are the Amnemones among the Cnidians? And who is the Aphestia? Solution. The 60 select men chosen from among the nobles, whom they used as overseers and principal counsellors for life in matters of greatest concern. They called Amnemones, as a man may suppose, because they were not accountable to any for what they did, or verily, in my opinion, rather because they were men carrying much business in their memories. And he that put questions to vote was called a festa. Question 5. Who were the Christoi among the Arcadians and Lacedaemonians? Solution. When the Lacedaemonians were agreed with the Tegeats, they made a league with them, and set up a common pillar on the river Alpheus, upon which this is written, among other things: Drive out the Messenians from your borders, and make none of them Christoi. Good. Aristotle interpreting this saith, that none of the Tegeats ought to be slain that endeavoured to bring aid to the Lacedaemonians. Question 6. Who is Chrysologus among the Opuntians? Solution. The most of the Greeks did use barley at their ancient sacrifices when the citizens offered their first fruits. Now they called him Chrysologus, who presided over the sacrifices and received the first fruits. They had 2 priests, one that had the chief charge of the divine things, the other of demonic affairs. Question 7. What sort of clouds are the Pleiades? Solution. Showering clouds which were carried up and down were, for the most part, called Pleiades, as Theophrastus hath said expressly in his 4th book of Meteors. Whereas indeed the Pleiades are those clouds which have a consistency and are not so movable, but as to colour white, which discover a kind of different matter, neither very watery nor very windy. Question 8. Who is called Platycetus among the Boeotians? Solution. They that had many neighbouring houses or bordering fields were so called in the Aeolic dialect, as having wide domains. I will add one saying out of the Thesmophylacian law, seeing there are many. Question 9. Who is he among the people of Delphi who is called Hosiotier? And why do they call one of the months Bysius? Solution. They call the slain sacrifice Hosiotier when the Hosios, the Holy One, is declared. There are 5 of these holy ones for life, and these transact many things with the prophets and sacrifice together with them, supposing that they are descended from Deucalion. The month Bysius, as many think, is the same as Phusios, natural, for it is in the beginning of the spring, when most things do sprout and put forth buds. But this is not the true reason. For the Delphians do not use B for ph, as the Macedonians, who say Bilippus, Balacus, and Veronica for Philippus, Phallacus, and Veronica. But instead of P, they for the most part saying Batein for Patein, and Bicron for Picron. Therefore they say Bysius for Pisius, because in that month they inquire of and consult their god Apollo. This is their genuine and country way of speaking, for in that month an oracle is given forth, and they call that week the nativity of Apollo, and the name is Polythus, not because of their baking a sort of cakes called Pthides, but because then their oracle is full of answers and prophecies. For it is but of late that oraculous answers were given to the inquirers every month. In former times Pythia gave answers only once a year, which was on this day, as Callisthenes and Anaxandridas have told us. Question 10. What is Phyxamelum? Solution. It is one of the small plants that creep upon the ground, upon whose branches the cattle treading do hinder, hurt, and spoil their growth, where therefore they have attained some considerable bigness by growth, and escaped the injury of those that used to feed upon them. They are called Phuxamela, i.e. that have escaped the danger of cattle, of which Aeschylus is witness. Question 11. Who are the Aposphendonetoi? Solution. The Eretrians inhabited the island of Corcyra, but when Charicrates set sail from Corinth with a considerable strength and overcame them in battle, the Eretrians took shipping and sailed to their native country, of which thing the inhabitants of that country, having timely notice, gave them a repulse, and by slinging stones at them impeded their landing. Now being not able either to persuade or force their way, seeing the multitude was implacably bent against them, they sailed into Thrace and took possession of that country, where they say Metho first inhabited, of whose offspring Orpheus was. The city therefore they call Methone, and of the neighbouring inhabitants the men are called Aposphendoneti, i.e. they that were repulsed with slingstones. Question 12. What was Charila among the Delphians? Solution. The Delphians solemnized 3 nonennial feasts in regular order, of which they call one Stepterium, the other Herois, and the third Charila. The Stepterium represents by imitation the fight which Apollo had with Python, and both his flight and pursuit after the fight unto Tempe. For some say that he fled, as needing purification by reason of the slaughter. Others say that he pursued Python wounded, and flying along the highway which they now call sacred, he just missed of being present at his death, for he found him just dead of his wound, and buried by his son, whose name was Aix, as they say. Stepterium therefore is the representation of these or some such things. But as to Herois, it hath for the most part a mysterious reason which the Thyades are acquainted with, but by the things that are publicly acted one may conjecture it to be the calling up of Semele from the lower world. Concerning Charila, they fable some such things as these. A famine by reason of drought seized the Delphians, who came with their wives and children as suppliants to the king's gate, whereupon he distributed meal and pulse to the better known among them, for there was not sufficient for all. A little orphan girl yet coming and importuning him, he beat her with his shoe, and threw his shoe in her face. She indeed was a poor wandering beggar wench, but was not of an ignoble disposition. Therefore, withdrawing herself, she untied her girdle and hanged herself. The famine hereupon increasing and many diseases accompanying it, Pythia gives answer to the king, that the maid Charila who slew herself must be expiated. They with much ado at last discovering that this was the maid's name which was smitten with a shoe, they instituted a certain sacrifice mixed with expiatory rites, which they yet solemnize to this day every 9th year. Whereat a king presides, distributing meal and pulse to all strangers and citizens, for they introduce a kind of effigy of the wench Charila, and when all have received their doles, the king smites the idol with his shoe. Upon this the governess of the Thyades takes up the image and carries it away to some rocky place, and there putting a halter about its neck, they bury it in the place where they buried Charila when she had strangled herself. Question 13. What is the beggar's meat among the Aenianes? Solution. Many have been the removes of the Aenianes. First they inhabited the plain of Dotion, thence they were expelled by the Lapithae to the Aethices, from thence they betook themselves to a region of Molossia about the Eus, where they were called Paraveans. Afterwards they took possession of Cyra. They had no sooner landed at Cyra, Apollo so commanding their king Oenoculus, but they went down to the country bordering on the river Inachus, inhabited by the Inachians and the Achaeans. There was an oracle given to the latter, that they would lose all their country if they should part with any of it, and to the Aenianes that they would hold it if they should take it of such as freely resigned it. Timo, a noted man among the Aenianes, putting on rags and a scrip like a beggar, addressed himself to the Inachians, the king, in a way of reproach and scorn, gave him a clod of earth. He receives it and puts it up into his scrip, and absconds himself, making much of his dole, for he presently forsakes the country, begging no more. The old men wondering at this, the oracle came fresh to their remembrance, and going to the king, they told him that he ought not to slight this man, nor suffer him to escape. Timo, well perceiving their designs, hastens his flight, and as he fled, vowed a hecatomb to Apollo. Upon this occasion the kings fought hand to hand, and when Phemius, the king of the Aenianes, saw Hyperochus, the king of the Inachians, charging him with a dog at his heels, he said he dealt not fairly to bring a second with him to fight him. Whereupon Hyperochus, going to drive away the dog, and turning himself about in order to throw a stone at the dog, Phemius slays him. Thus the Aenianes possessed themselves of that region, expelling the Inachians and Achaeans. But they reverence that stone as sacred, and sacrifice to it, wrapping it in the fat of the victim. And when they offer a hecatomb to Apollo, they sacrifice an ox to Jupiter, a choice part of which they distribute to Timo's posterity, and call it the beggar's flesh. Question 14. Who were the Coliads among the Ithacans, and what was a phagilos? Solution. After the slaughter of the suitors, some near related to the deceased made head against Ulysses. Neoptolemus, being introduced by both parties as an arbitrator, determined that Ulysses should remove and hasten out of Cephallenia, Zacynthus, and Ithaca, because of the blood that he had shed there, but that the friends and relations of the suitors should pay a yearly mulct to Ulysses for the wrong done to his family. Ulysses therefore passed over into Italy. The mulct he devoted to his son, and commanded the Ithacans to pay it. The mulct was meal, wine, honeycombs, oil, salt, and for victims the better grown of the fagili. Aristotle saith Phagilus was a lamb, and Telemachus, setting Eumaeus and his people at liberty, placed them among the citizens, and the family of the Coliads is descended from Eumaeus, and that of the Bucolians from Philoetius. Question 15. What is the wooden dog among the Locrians? Solution. Locrus was the son of Fuscius, the son of Amphictyon. Of him and Cabia came Locrus, with whom his father, falling into contention, and gathering after him a great number of citizens, consulted the oracle about transplanting a colony. The oracle told him that there he should build a city where he should happen to be bit by a wooden dog. He, wafting over the sea unto the next shore, trod upon a cynosbatus, a sweet briar, and being sorely pained with the prick, he spent many days there, in which time, considering the nature of the country, he built Phiscus and Hyantheia, and other towns which the Ozolian Locrians inhabited. Some say that the Locrians were called Ozolians, strong-scented people, from Nessus, others again from Python the serpent, cast up there by the surf of the sea and putrefying upon the shore. And some say that the men wore pelts and ram-goat skins, living for the most part among the herds of goats, and therefore were strong-scented. Others, contrariwise, say that the country brought forth many flowers, and that this name was from their sweet odour. Among them that assert this is Archytas the Amphicean, who hath wrote thus: Machina crowned with vines, fragrant and sweet. Question 16. What manner of thing is that among the Megarians called aphabroma? Solution. Nisus, of whom Nicaea had its name, in the time of his reign married Abrota of Boeotia, the daughter of Onchestus and sister of Megarius, a woman, as it seems, excelling in prudence and singularly modest. When she died, the Megarians cordially lamented her. Nisus, willing to perpetuate her memory and renown, gave command that the Megarian woman should dress in apparel like unto that which she wore, and that dress they called for her sake aphabroma. And verily it is manifest that the oracle countenanced the veneration of this woman. For when the Megarian woman would often have altered their garments, the oracle prohibited it. Question 17. Who was called Dorozenus? Solution. The country of Megaris was anciently settled in villages, the inhabitants being divided into 5 parts, and they were called Heranians, Pyranians, Megarians, Cynosurians, and Tripodiscaians. These the Corinthians drew into a civil war, for they always contrived to bring the Megarians into their power. Yet they waged war with much moderation and neighbourly designs, for no man did at all injure the husbandman, and there was a stated ransom determined for all that were taken captives. And this they received after the release of the prisoner, and not before. But he that took the captive prisoner brought him home, gave him entertainment, and then gave him liberty to depart his own house. Wherefore he that brought in the price of his ransom was applauded, and remained the friend of him that received it, and was called Dorizenus, from his being a captive of the spear. But he that dealt fraudulently was reputed an unjust and unfaithful person, not only by the enemy, but by his fellow citizens also. Question 18. What is Palintokia? Solution. When the Megarians had expelled Theagenes the tyrant, they managed the commonweal for some time with moderation. But then, to speak with Plato, when their orators had filled out to them, even to excess, the pure strong wine of liberty, they became altogether corrupt. And the poor carried themselves insolently toward the richer sort in this, among other things, that they entered into their houses and demanded that they might be feasted and sumptuously treated. But where they prevailed not, they used violence and abusive behavior, and at last enacted a law to enable them to fetch back from the usurers the use money which at any time they had paid, calling the execution thereof Palintokia, i.e. the returning of use money. Question 19. What is the anthedon of which Pythia speaks? Drink wine on the lees. Anthedon's not thy home? For Anthedon in Boeotia did not produce much wine. Solution. Of old they called Caluria Irene, from a woman Irene, which they fabled to be the daughter of Neptune, and Melanthea, the daughter of Alpheus. Afterwards, when the people of Anthes and Hyperes planted there, they called the island Anthedonia and Hyperia. The oracle, as Aristotle saith, was this: drink wine on the lees, Anthedon's not thy home, nor sacred Hypera where thou drankst pure wine. Thus Aristotle. But Mnasigeton saith that Anthus, who was brother to Hypera, was lost when he was an infant, and Hypera, rambling about to find him, came at Pherae to Acastus, or Adrastus, where by chance he found Anthus serving as a wine drawer. There, while they were feasting, the boy bringing a cup of wine to his sister, he knew her, and said to her softly, drink wine on the lees, Anthedon's not thy home. Question 20. What is that darkness at the oak, spoken of in Priene? Solution. The Samians and Prienians waging war with each other, as at other times they sufficiently injured each other, so at a certain great fight the Prienians slew 1,000 of the Samians. 7 years after, fighting with the Milesians at the said oak, they lost all the principal and chief of their citizens together, at the time when Bias the Wise, who was sent ambassador from Priene to Samos, was famous. This grievous and sad calamity befalling the women, there was established an execration and oath, to be taken about matters of the greatest concern, by the darkness at the oak, because their children, fathers, and husbands were there slain. Question 21. Who were they among the Cretans called Catacautai? Solution. They say that the Tyrrhenians took away by force from Brauron the daughters and wives of the Athenians, at the time when they inhabited Lemnos and Imbros, from whence being driven they came to Laconia, and fell into a commixture with that people, even so far as to beget children on the native women. Thus, by reason of jealousy and calumnies, they were again constrained to leave Laconia, and with their wives and children to waft over into Crete, having Polys and his brother their governors. There, waging war with the inhabitants of Crete, they were fain to permit many of them that were slain in battle to lie unburied, in that at first they had no leisure, by reason of the war and peril they were in, and afterwards they shunned the touching of the dead corpses, being corrupted by time and putrefied. Therefore Polys contrived to bestow certain dignities, privileges, and immunities, some on the priests of the gods, and some on the buriers of the dead, consecrating their honours to the infernal deities, that they should remain perpetual to them. Then he divided to his brothers a share by lot. The first he named priests, the others katakautai, burners. But as to the government, each of them managed it apart, and had, among other tranquillities, an immunity from those injurious practices which other Cretans were wont to exercise towards one another privily, for they neither wronged them, nor filched or robbed anything from them. Question 2. What was the sepulchre of the boys at Chalcedon? Solution. Cothus and Archlus, the sons of Xuthus, came to Euboea to dwell, the Aeolians possessing the greater part of the island at that time. The oracle told Cothus that he should prosper and conquer his enemies if he bought the country. Therefore, going on shore a little after, he happened to meet with some children playing by the seaside, whereupon he fell to play with them, conforming himself to their humours and showing them many outlandish toys. Seeing the children very desirous to have these, he refused to give them any upon any other terms than to receive land for them. The boys, taking up some earth from the ground, gave it to him, receiving the toys, and departed. The Aeolians, perceiving what was done, and the enemies sailing in upon them, moved by indignation and grief, slew the children and buried them near the wayside that goes from the city to the Euripus, and that place is called the sepulchre of the boys. Question 23. Who is Mixarchagetus in Argos? And who are the Elastioi? Solution. They call Castor Mixarchagetus, and are of opinion that he was buried in the country, but they worship Pollux as one of the celestial deities. Those which they supposed were able to drive away the falling sickness, they called Elasii, expellers, esteeming them to be of the posterity of Alexida, the daughter of Amphiaraus. Question 24. What is that which is called enkysma by the Argives? Solution. It was a custom among those that lost any of their kindred or acquaintance, presently after mourning to sacrifice to Apollo, and 30 days after to Mercury. For they are of the opinion that, as the earth receives the bodies of the deceased, so Mercury receives their souls. Giving then barley to Apollo's minister, they take the flesh of the sacrifice, and extinguishing the fire as polluted, but kindling it again afresh, they boil this flesh, calling it enkysma. Question 25. Who are Alastor, Aliterios, and Palamnios? Solution. For we must not give credit to those that say that such are called Aliterii, who, in the time of dearth, watch the miller, alunta epitiruntes, and steal the corn. But he was called Alastor, who did exploits not to be forgotten, alista, but to be had in remembrance for a long time. Aliterius is he whom we should avoid, aliuasthai, and observe upon the account of his knavery. Such things, saith Socrates, were engraven in plates of brass. Question 26. What is the meaning of this, that the virgins that follow those that lead the ox from Aeonius to Cassiopeia sing, till they approach the borders, in this manner? To native country dear, O may ye ne'er return. Solution. The Aenianes, being first driven out by the Lapithae, took up their habitation about Aethacia, and then about Molossis and Cassiopeia. But the country affording no staple commodity, and being ill bestead with troublesome neighbours, they went into the Cyraean plain, under the conduct of Oinoculus their king. And when there were great droughts there, by warning from an oracle, as they say, they stoned Oinoculus, and betaking themselves to ramble again, they came into this country, which they now possess, being very pleasant and fruitful. Whence with good reason they pray to the gods, that they may never return again to their ancient native country, but may abide where they are in prosperity. Question 27. What is the reason that at Rhodes the crier never enters into the chapel of Ocridion? Solution. Was it because Ochimus espoused his daughter Cydippe to Ocridion? But Cercaphus, who was brother to Ochimus, falling in love with the maid, persuaded the crier, for it was the custom to fetch the brides by the crier, to bring her to him when she should be delivered to him. This being accordingly done, Cercaphus got the maid and fled. Afterwards, when Ochimus was grown old, he returned. Wherefore it was enacted by the Rhodians that a crier should not enter into the chapel of Ocridion, because of the injustice done by him. Question 28. What is the reason that at Tenedos a piper might not go into the temple of Tenes, and that no mention might be made of Achilles in that temple? Solution. Was it because, when his stepmother accused Tenes that he would have lain with her, Molpus a piper bore false witness against him, whereupon Tenes took occasion to fly into Tenedos with his sister? And they say that Achilles was strictly charged by Thetis his mother not to slay Tenes, as one that was much respected by Apollo, and that the goddess committed the trust to one of the household servants that he should take special care and put him in mind of it, lest Achilles should kill Tenes at unawares. But when Achilles made an incursion into Tenedos and pursued the sister of Tenes, being very fair, Tenes met him and defended his sister, whereupon she escaped, but Tenes was slain. Achilles, knowing him as he fell down dead, slew his own servant, because he, being present, did not admonish him to the contrary. He buried Tenes, whose temple now remains, into which no piper enters, nor is Achilles named there. Question 29. Who was the Polites amongst the Epidamnians? Solution. The Epidamnians, who were neighbouring to the Illyrians, perceiving that the citizens that had frequent commerce with them were debauched, and fearing an innovation, made choice of an approved man yearly from amongst them, who should deal as a factor with the barbarians in all matters of trade and traffic, managing the whole business of dealing and commerce on the behalf of all the citizens. And this man was called Polites, or the seller. Question 30. What is the shore of Aranus in Thrace? Solution. The Andrians and Chalcidians sailing into Thrace to get them a seat, the city Sani being betrayed was delivered up to them both in common, and being told that Acanthus was deserted by the barbarians, they sent 2 spies thither. These approaching the city and perceiving all the enemies to be fled, the Chalcidian outruns the other, intending to seize the city for the Chalcidians. But the Andrian, finding himself not able to overtake him, darts his lance and fixeth it exactly in the gates, and saith that he had first seized the city for the Andrians. Hence a great contention arising, they agreed together without a war to make the Erythraeans, Samians, and Parians umpires in all matters of controversy between them. The Erythraeans and Samians brought in the verdict for the Andrians, but the Parians for the Chalcidians. Hence the Andrians about this place bound themselves under a curse, that they would not give wives in marriage to the Parians, nor take wives of them. Therefore they called the place the shore of Aranus, i.e. of the curse, whereas before it was called the shore of the dragon. Question 31. In the solemn feasts to the honour of Ceres, why do the Erythraean women roast their meat not at the fire but by the sun? And why do they not call upon Calligeneia? Solution. Was it because it came in course to the women which Agamemnon carried captive from Troy to solemnize a feast to Ceres in this place, and while they were so doing, a fair wind arose, and they suddenly made sail, leaving the sacrifices imperfect. End of section number 20. Section 21 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Greek Questions, Part 2. Question 32. Who were the Aenautai amongst the Milesians? Solution. The tyrants Thoas and Damasenor being deposed, two factions got the government of the city, one of which was called Plautis, the other Cheiromacha, and the potent men prevailing, they settled the state affairs in the association. And when they would sit in council about matters of greatest concern, they went on shipboard and launched out to a great distance from the shore, and when they were agreed upon a point in debate, they sailed back again, and upon this account were called Aenautai, perpetual mariners. Question 33. Why do the Chalcidians call a certain place about Persopus the Akmaion Aeski, the youth's conventicle? Solution. They say that Nauplius, being persecuted by the Achaeans, addressed himself to the Chalcidians for redress, making his defence against the accusation and recriminating on the Achaeans. Whereupon the Chalcidians, refusing to deliver him into their hands lest he should be slain by treachery, granted him a guard of lusty young men, and appointed their post in that place where they had mutual society together and guarded Nauplius. Question 34. Who was he that sacrificed an ox to his benefactor? Solution. In a haven of Ithaca there was a pirate ship, in which happened to be an old man who had earthen pots holding pitch. It fell out that an Ithacan skipper named Pyrrhus put into this port, who ransomed the old man upon free cost, only upon his supplication and out of commiseration towards him, and at the request of the old man he purchased also some of his tar pots. The pirates departing and all fear of danger over, the old fellow brings Pyrrhus to his earthen pots, and shows him a great deal of gold and silver blended amongst the pitch, whereupon Pyrrhus, attaining to great riches, treated the old man well in all respects, and sacrificed an ox to him. Hence they say proverbially that none hath sacrificed an ox to his benefactor but Pyrrhus. Question 35. Why was there a custom amongst the Bottiaean maids as they danced to sing "Let us go to Athens"? Solution. It is reported that the Cretans, in payment of a vow, sent the firstlings of men to Delphi, but when such as were sent found no plentiful provision there, they departed from thence in search of a plantation, and first sat down at Japygia. From thence they went and possessed that part of Thrace which they now have, Athenians being mixed with them. For it is probable that Minos did not destroy those young men which the Athenians sent in a way of tribute, but only detained them in servitude. Some that were descended from these, and were accounted Cretans, were sent with others to Delphi. So the Bottiaean daughters, in remembrance of their pedigree, sing on their feast days, "Let us go to Athens." Question 36. Why do the Elean women in their hymns beseech Bacchus that he will come to their help with an ox's foot? The hymns run thus: "Come, O hero Bacchus, to the holy temple placed by the sea. Hasten with the Graces to thy temple with a neat's foot." Then they redouble this: "O worthy bull." Solution. Was it because some call Bacchus bull begot, and some bull? Or, as some say, ox foot for a great foot, as the poet saith ox eye for a great eye, and bouleos for haughty? Or is it rather because the foot of an ox is innocent, and his bearing horns on his head is pernicious, that so they desire the god may come to them mild and harmless? Or is it because many men are of opinion that this god presides over ploughing and sowing? Question 37. What is the meaning of that place at Tanagra, before the city, called Aquileum? For it is reported that the city had rather enmity than kindness for Achilles, in that he took Stratonice, the mother of Poemander, by force of arms, and slew Acestor, the son of Ephippus. Solution. Now Poemander, the father of Ephippus, whilst the region of Tanagra was still inhabited by villagers, being besieged in Stephon, a village so called, by the Achaeans because he refused to aid them in the wars, left that country the same night and fortified Poemandria. Polycrithus the architect coming in, disparaging his works and making a ridicule of them, leapt over the ditch. Poemander, falling into a rage, catched up a great stone suddenly to throw at him, which had been hid there a great while, lying over some sacred nocturnal relics. This Poemander hurling rashly slung, and missing Polycrithus slew his own son Leucippus. He was then forced by law to depart out of Boeotia and become a wandering and begging pilgrim. Neither was that easy for him to do, because of the incursions which the Achaeans made into the region of Tanagra. Wherefore he sent Ephippus his son to beg aid of Achilles. He by persuasion prevailed with Achilles to come, with Tlepolemus the son of Hercules, and with Peneleos the son of Hippalcmus, all of them their kindred. By these Poemander was introduced into Chalcis, and was absolved by Elphenor from the murder. He ascribed great honour to these men, and assigned groves to each of them, of which this kept the name of Achilles' Grove. Question 38. Who amongst the Boeotians were the Soloeis, and who the Olii? Solution. They say that Minos's daughters, Leucippe, Arsinoe, and Alcathoe, falling mad, had a greedy appetite for man's flesh, and accordingly cast lots for their children. Whereupon it fell to Leucippe's lot to produce her son Hippasus to be cut in pieces. The husbands of these women, who were clothed in coarse apparel by reason of sorrow and grief, were called Solois. The women, Olii, that is, Oloi, destructive. And to this day the Orchomenians call their posterity so. And it is so ordered that, in the yearly feast called Agriona, there is a flight and pursuit of them by the priest of Bacchus, with a drawn sword in his hand. It is lawful for him to slay any of them that he takes, and Zoilus, a priest of our time, slew one. This thing proved unlucky to them, for Zoilus, sickening upon a wound that he got, wasted away for a long time and died, whereupon the Orchomenians, falling under public accusations and condemnations, removed the priesthood from their family, and made choice of the best man in the whole multitude. Question 39. Why do the Arcadians stone those that go willingly into the Lycaeum, while those that go in ignorantly they carry forth to Eleutherae? Solution. Is it on the ground that they gained their liberty by being thus absolved, that the story has gained credit? And is this saying to Eleutherae the same as into the region of security, or thou shalt come to the seat of pleasure? Or is the reason to be rendered according to that fabulous story, that of all the sons of Lycaon, Eleuther and Lebadus alone were free from that conspiracy against Jupiter, and fled into Boeotia, where the Lebadenses use the like civil polity to that of the Arcadians, and therefore they send them to Eleutherae that enter unwittingly into the inaccessible temple of Jupiter? Or is it, as Archetimus saith in his remarks on Arcadia, that some that went into the Lycaeum unawares were delivered up to the Phliasians by the Arcadians, and by the Phliasians to the Megarians, and by the Megarians to the Thebans which inhabit about Eleutherae, where they are detained under rain, thunder, and other direful judgments from heaven, and upon this account some say this place was called Eleutherae. But the report is not true that he that enters into the Lycaeum casts no shadow, though it hath had a firm belief. And what if this be the reason of that report, that the air converted into clouds looks darkly on them that go in, or that he that goes in falls down dead. For the Pythagoreans say that the souls of the deceased do neither give a shadow nor wink. Or is it that the sun only makes a shadow, and the law bereaveth him that entereth here of the sight of the sun? Though this they speak enigmatically. For verily he that goes in is called Elaphus, a stag. Hence the Lacedaemonians delivered up to the Arcadians Cantharion the Arcadian, who went over to the Eleans whilst they waged war with the Arcadians, passing with his booty through the inaccessible temple, and fled to Sparta when the war was ended, the oracle requiring them to restore the stag. Question 40. Who is Eunostus, the hero of Tanagra, and what is the reason that women may not enter into his grove? Solution. Eunostus was the son of Eleus, who came of Cephisus and Scias, but they say received his name from Eunosta, the nymph that brought him up. This man was honest and just, and no less temperate and austere. They say that Ocna his niece fell in love with him, who was one of the daughters of Colonus, and when he perceived that she tempted him to lie with her, manifesting his indignation, he went and accused her to his brethren. But she had cried whore first, and provoked her brethren Echimus, Leon, and Bucolus to kill Eunostus by her false suggestion that he would have forced her. Wherefore these laid in wait for the young man and slew him, upon which Eleus secured them. Now Ocna, growing penitent and full of terror, as well as to discharge the grief she had for her beloved, as out of commiseration towards her brethren, confessed the whole truth to Eleus, and he declared it to Colonus, who condemned them. Whereupon Ocna's brethren fled, but she broke her neck from some high place, as Myrtis the Anthedonian poetess hath told us. Therefore he kept the tomb and grove of Eunostus from the access and approach of women, insomuch that upon earthquakes, droughts, and other portents that often there happened, the Tanagrians made diligent search whether any woman had not by stealth got nigh to that place. And there are some, of whom Clidamus, a man of great fame, is one, who report that Eunostus met them as he was going to the sea to wash himself, because a woman had entered into his grove. Diocles also, in his treatise concerning shrines, relates the edict of the Tanagrians upon the things that Clidamus declared. Question 41. Whence is it that in Boeotia there is a river at Eleon called Scamander? Solution. Deimachus, the son of Eleon and intimate friend of Hercules, bore his part in the siege of Troy, but the war proving long, as it seems, he took to him Glaucia the daughter of Scamander, who had fallen in love with him and got her with child. Soon after, fighting against the Trojans, he was slain. Glaucia, fearing that she might be apprehended, fled to Hercules and acquainted him with her late affection towards Deimachus and the familiarity she had with him. Hercules, both out of commiseration to the woman, as also for the joy that there was an offspring left of so good a man and his intimate acquaintance, took Glaucia on shipboard, and when she was delivered of a son, brought her into Boeotia, and committed her and her child to the care of Eleon. The son was named Scamander, and came to reign over that country. He called the river Inachus by his own name Scamander, and the next rivulet he named from his mother Glaucia. But the fountain he called Acidusa by his own wife's name, by whom he had 3 daughters, which they have a veneration for to this day, styling them virgins. Question 42. Whence was that proverbial speech, "Let this prevail"? Solution. Dinon, the Tarentine general, being a man well skilled in military affairs, when the citizens manifested their dislike of a certain opinion of his by lifting up of hands, as the crier was declaring the majority of votes, stretched forth his right hand and said, "This is better." Thus Theophrastus hath told the story, and Apollodorus in his Writteners adds this: when the crier had said, "These are the most suffrages," "Aye, but," saith Dinon, "these are the best," and ratifies the suffrages of the minority. Question 43. Why is the city of the Ithacans called Alalcomenae? Solution. It is affirmed by most that it was because Anticlea in the time of her virginity was forcibly seized upon by Sisyphus, and brought forth Ulysses. But Ister the Alexandrian hath acquainted us in his memoirs, that Anticlea was married to Laertes, and being brought to a place about the Alalcomeneum in Boeotia, was delivered of Ulysses, and therefore Ulysses called the city of Ithaca by the same name, to renew the memory of the place in which he had been born. Question 44. Who are the Monophagi in Aegina? Solution. Many of the Aeginetans that fought against Troy were slain in those wars, but more of them by storm in the voyaging by sea. The relations therefore receiving those few that were left, and observing the other citizens overwhelmed with sorrow and grief, thought it not convenient to make any public appearances of joy or to sacrifice to the gods, but every one entertained privately in his own house his relations that were escaped with feasts and entertainments, they themselves giving attendance to their fathers, kinfolks, brethren, and acquaintance, none of other families being admitted thereto. Hence in imitation of these they celebrate a sacrifice to Neptune, which is called the Thiasi, in which they revel without any noise, each family apart by itself, for the space of 16 days, without any servant attending them. Then offering sacrifices to Venus, they finish this solemn feast. Upon this account they are called Monophagi, i.e. such as feed apart by themselves. Question 45. What is the reason that the statue of Labradean Jupiter in Caria is made so as to hold an axe lifted up, and not a sceptre or thunderbolt? Solution. Because Hercules, slaying Hippolyta, and taking away from her amongst other weapons her poleaxe, presented it to Omphale. After Omphale the kings of the Lydians carried it, as part of the sacred regularities which they took by succession, until Candaules, disdaining it, gave it to one of his favourites to carry. But afterwards Gyges revolting, waged war against him. Arcelius also came to the aid of Gyges from the Mylassians with a great strength, slew Candaules with his favourite, and carried away the poleaxe into Caria with other spoils, where furbishing up the statue of Jupiter, he put the axe into his hand, and called it the Labradean god. For the Lydians call an axe labra. Question 46. What is the reason that the Trallians call the pulse Orobos, by the name Cathartes, i.e. purifying, and use it especially in expiations and purifications? Solution. Was it because the Leleges and Minyae, in former times driving out the Trallians, possessed themselves of the city and that country, and afterwards the Trallians returned and conquered them, and as many of the Leleges as were not slain or fled, but by reason of indigency and weakness were left there, they made no account of whether they lived or died, and therefore enacted a law that any Trallian that slew one of the Minyae or Leleges should be guiltless, providing only that he paid a measure of this pulse to the relatives of the slain person. Question 47. Why is it spoken by way of proverb amongst the Eleans, "Thou sufferest worse things than Sambicus"? Solution. It is said that one Sambicus, an Elean, having many comrades with him, did break off many of the devoted bronze offerings placed in Olympia and disposed of them, and at length robbed the temple of Diana the bishopess, which temple is in Elis, and is called Aristarchaeum. Presently after the committing of this sacrilege, he was taken and tormented the space of a year, being examined concerning all his accessories, and so died. Hence this proverb arose from his suffering. Question 48. Why is the temple of Ulysses in Lacedaemon built hard by the monument of the Leucippides? Solution. One Ergiaeus, of the posterity of Diomedes, by the persuasion of Temenus stole the Palladium from Argos, Leaga being conscious of and accessory to the felony, for he was one of the intimates of Temenus. Afterwards Leaga, by reason of a feud betwixt him and Temenus, went over into Lacedaemon and transported the Palladium thither. The kings receive him readily, and place the Palladium next to the temple of the Leucippides, and sending to Delphi consult the oracle about its safety and preservation. The oracle answered that they must make one of them that stole it the keeper of it. So they erected there the monument of Ulysses, especially since they supposed that hero was related to the city by the marriage of Penelope. Question 49. What is the reason that it is a custom amongst the Chalcedonian women that, if at any time they happen to meet with other women's husbands, especially magistrates, they cover one cheek? Solution. The Chalcedonians warred against the Bithynians, being provoked thereto by every kind of injury. And Zippoetus being king of the Bithynians, they brought out all their forces, with the addition of Thracian auxiliaries, and were wasting the country with fire and sword. Zippoetus then pitching his camp against them at a place called Phalium, the Chalcedonians, fighting ill through desperateness and disorder, lost about 8,000 soldiers, but were not all cut off, Zippoetus in favour of the Byzantines yielding to a cessation of arms. Now, there being a great scarcity of men in the city of Chalcedon, most of the women were necessitated to marry their freedmen and aliens, others that chose widowhood rather than marriage to such, if they had any occasion to go before judges or magistrates, managed their own affairs, only withdrawing their veil from one side of their face. Then the married women, imitating these as their betters, for modesty's sake, took up the same custom. 50. Why do the Argives bring their sheep to the grove of Agenor to take ram? Solution. Was it because Agenor took care to have the fairest sheep, and of all kings possessed the most flocks of sheep? Question 51. Why did the Argive boys on a certain feast day call themselves Balacrades in sport? Solution. Was it because they report that the first people that were brought by Inachus out of the countries into the plains lived upon Arcades, i.e. wild pears, but wild pears were first discovered by the Grecians in Peloponnesus, while that country was called Apia, whence wild pears came afterwards to be called Apioi. Question 52. For what reason do the men of Elis lead their mares out of their borders when they would have them leaped by their horses? Solution. Was it that of all kings Oenomaus was the greatest lover of horses, and being most fond of this creature, imprecated many and great curses upon horses that should leap mares in Elis, wherefore the people, fearing his curse, do abominate this thing. Question 53. What was the reason of the custom amongst the Gnossians that those who borrowed money upon usury should snatch it and run away? Solution. Was it that, in case they should attempt to defraud the usurers, they might be liable for the violence, and thereby receive further punishment? Question 54. What is the cause that in Samos they call upon Venus of Dexicreon? Solution. Was this the reason that the women of Samos, by lasciviousness and bawdry falling into great debauchery, were reformed by Dexicreon, a mountebank, using some charms towards them? Or was it because Dexicreon, being the master of a ship and sailing to Cyprus on a trading voyage, and being about to take in his lading, was commanded by Venus to lade with water and nothing else, and sail back with all possible speed? Being persuaded hereto, he took in much water and set sail immediately, still winds and a calm detaining him. He sold his water to merchants and seamen distressed with thirst, whereby he gathered up much money, from which he erected a statue to Venus, and called it by his own name. If this story be true, it is manifest that the goddess intended not only the enriching of one man, but the saving of many alive by one man. Question 55. What is the reason that amongst the Samians, when they sacrifice to Mercury the Munificent, they suffer a man to filch and steal garments if he will? Solution. Because when at the command of the oracle they transplanted themselves from that island into Mycale, they lived 10 years upon robbery, and after this, sailing back again into their island, they conquered their enemies. Question 56. Whence is that place in the island Samos called Panema? Solution. Was it because the Amazons, flying before Bacchus from the coasts of Ephesus, fell upon Samos, and thereupon Bacchus, rigging up his ships, wafted over, and joining battle slew abundance of them about that place, which, by reason of the plenty of blood spilled there, the beholders by way of admiration call Panema? Some say that this slaughter was about Phlium, and show their bones there. But others say also that Phlium was rent off from Samos by the dreadful and hideous cry that was uttered at their death. Question 57. Upon what account was the Andron in Samos called Pedites? Solution. The Geomori got the government into their hands after Demoteles was slain and after the dissolution of his monarchical constitution. At this time the Megarians waged war with the Perinthians, being a Samian colony, and brought fetters with them, as they say, to put on the captives. When the Geomori were acquainted with these proceedings, they immediately sent aid, sending forth 9 commanders and manning 30 ships, 2 of which, launching forth and lying before the haven, were destroyed with lightning. The commanders, proceeding on their voyage in the rest, subdued the Megarians and took 600 of them alive. They were so elevated with this victory that they mediated the subversion of this Geomoran oligarchy. But the occasion was given by the states themselves writing to them that they should bring the Megarian captives bound in their own fetters. When they received these letters, they showed them privately to the Megarians, persuading them to concur with them in a conspiracy to procure the people's liberty. A consult was held in common between them about this matter, and they decided that the best way was to beat off the rings from the fetters and put them on the legs of the Megarians, and fasten them with thongs to their girdles, that they might not fall off, nor being loose hinder them in their going. Accordingly, they accoutred the men in this manner, and giving each of them a scimitar, they soon sailed back to Samos and landed, and accordingly led the Megarians through the marketplace to the council house, where all the Geomori were sitting together. Then, the sign being given, the Megarians fell on and slew those men. Whereupon, the city being set at liberty, they admitted the Megarians, as many as would, into the number of citizens, and erecting a magnificent edifice, hung up the fetters, pedai, in it. From this the house was named Pedites. Question 58. What is the reason that the chief priest of Hercules in Antimachia at Cos, when he manageth the sacrifice, is clothed in women's apparel, and wears a mitre upon his head? Solution. Hercules, setting sail from Troy with 6 ships, was attacked by a storm and lost all his ships but one, with which only he was forced by the wind upon the coast of Cos, and fell upon a place called Laceter, saving nothing besides his men and armour. There, happening to meet with a flock of sheep, he requested one ram of the shepherd, the man was called Antagoras, who being a robust-bodied young man, challenged Hercules to fight with him, and if he were worsted, Hercules should carry away the ram. As soon as this fellow engaged with Hercules, the Meropes came in to the aid of Antagoras, and the Grecians coming in to assist Hercules, a great fight ensued. Whereat, they say, Hercules, overpowered by the multitude, betook himself for refuge to a Thracian woman, and was concealed by disguising himself in women's apparel. But when afterwards, conquering the Meropes and passing under purification, he married the daughter of Alciopus, he put on a flowery robe. Hence the priests offer sacrifices in the place where the battle was fought, and the bridegrooms are clothed in women's apparel when they receive their brides. Question 59. Whence was the race of Hamoxocylists in Megara? Solution. In that licentious democracy under which the demanding back of interest money paid to usurers was introduced and sacrilege was permitted, the Peloponnesians went on a pilgrimage to Delphi through the borders of Megara, and lodged in Egara by the lakeside with their wives and children in their caravans as best they could. There a resolute drunken company of the Megarians in a riotous and cruel manner overturned their wagons and overwhelmed them in the lake, so that many of the pilgrims were drowned. The Megarians indeed, by reason of the disorder of the government, neglected the punishment of this wickedness. But the Amphictyons, taking into consideration the sanctity of this pilgrimage, punished the actors of this villainy, some with banishment, some with death. Hence the posterity of these villains were called Hamaxoculistae, i.e. the overturners of wagons. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Godwin. Of the Love of Wealth. Hippomachus, a master of the exercises, when some were commending a tall man that had long hands as one that promised fair to be good at fisticuffs, replied, "A fit man indeed, if the victor's laurel were to be hanged up aloft, and should be his that could best reach it and take it down." We may say the same to those that esteem so extravagantly and repute it so great a felicity to possess fair fields, stately mansion houses, and a great deal of money lying by them, that they were in the right, if happiness were to be bought and sold. You may see indeed many persons that choose rather to be rich, and at the same time very miserable, than to part with their money and become happy. But, alas, indolency and repose of spirit, magnanimity, constancy, resolution, and contentment of mind, these are not a money purchase. Being wealthy is not despising wealth, nor is possessing things superfluous the same as not needing things superfluous. From what other evils, then, can riches free us, if they deliver us not even from an inordinate desire of them? It is true indeed, that by drinking men allay their thirst after drink, and by eating they satisfy their longings after food. And he that said, "Bestow a coat of your good will on poor Hipponax, cold and chill," if more clothes had been heaped on than he needed, would have thrown them off, as being ill at ease. But the love of money is not abated by having silver and gold, neither do covetous desires cease by possessing still more. But one may say to wealth, as to an insolent quack, "Thy physic's naught, and makes my illness worse. When this distemper seizes a man that wants only bread and a house to put his head in, ordinary raiment, and such victuals as come first to hand, it fills him with eager desires after gold and silver, ivory and emeralds, hounds and horses, thus taking off the appetite, and carrying it from things that are necessary after things that are troublesome and unusual, hard to come by, and unprofitable when obtained. For no man is poor as to what nature requires and what suffices it. No man takes up money on use to buy meal or cheese, bread or olives, but you may see one man run into debt for the purchase of a sumptuous house, another for an adjoining oliveyard, another for cornfields or vineyards, another for Galatian mules, and another by a vain expense, for horses fitly paired with prancing feet, to draw the empty chariots through the street, has been plunged over head and ears into contracts and use money, pawns and mortgages. Moreover, as they that used to drink after they have quenched their thirst, and to eat after their hunger is satisfied, vomit up even what they took when they were athirst or hungry, so they that covet things useless and superfluous enjoy not even those that are necessary. This is the character of these men. As for those that spend nothing although they possess much, and yet are always craving more, they may still more increase our wonder at their folly, especially when one calls to mind that of Aristippus, who was wont to say, that when a man eats and drinks liberally, and yet is never the nearer being filled, he presently goes to the physician and inquires what is his disease and his indisposition, and how he may get rid of it. But if one that has 5 beds desires 10, and having 10 tables is for purchasing as many more, and having land and money in good store is not at all filled, but still is bent, even breaking his natural rest upon getting more, and when he has never so much, never has enough, this man thinks he has no need of a physician to cure him, and to show him from what cause his distemper arises. Indeed, when a man is athirst that hath not drunk at all, we expect that upon his drinking his thirstiness should cease. But as for him that drinks and goes on without giving over, we do not think such a one needs further repletion, but evacuation. We advise him by all means to vomit, as knowing that his trouble proceeds not from the want of anything, but from some sharp humour or preternatural heat that is within him. Among these persons, therefore, that are for increasing their substance and getting more, he that is poor and indigent may perhaps give over his cares when he has got a house or found a treasure, or by a friend's help has paid his debts and his creditors have discharged him. But as for him that, having more than enough, yet still desires to have more, it is not gold, nor silver, nor horses, sheep, or oxen that can cure him of this disease, but he needs evacuation and purgation. For his distemper is not penury and want, but an insatiable desire and thirst after riches, proceeding from a depraved and inconsiderate judgment of things, which, if it be not plucked out of men's minds, like a thing twisting across and contracting them, they will always be in want of superfluities, that is, be craving things they have no need of. When a physician visits a patient that has thrown himself upon his bed, and lies there groaning and refusing to eat, he feels his pulse and asks him some questions, and finding that he is not at all feverish, he tells him it is his mind that is distempered, and goes his way. When we see therefore a man pining away for more means, and sighing sadly at any expenses, forbearing no sordid or painful course that brings him gain, when yet he hath houses and lands, herds and slaves and clothes enough, what shall we call this man's disease but poverty of mind? For as for want of money, one friend, as Menander says, by being a benefactor to him can cure it. But as to this other of the mind, all a man's friends, living or dead, cannot satisfy it. It was therefore a good saying of Solon concerning such persons, those men that after wealth aspire, set no fixed bounds to their desire. To those indeed that are wise, the riches that nature requires are limited and confined within the compass of their real needs, as within a circle drawn from a centre at a certain distance. There is also this particular mischief in the love of wealth, that this desire hinders and opposes its own satisfaction, which other desires do procure. For no man abstains from a good morsel because he loves dainties, nor from wine because he thirsts after wine, as these men abstain from using money because they love money. Does it not look like madness and a piteous distemper, for a man not to make use of a garment because he shakes with cold, to refuse to eat bread because he is ready to famish with hunger, and not to use wealth because he is greedy of getting it? This is the evil case that Phasonides describes. I have such a thing within me, I have it in my power, and I will this thing, like those that are madly in love. But I do it not. When I have locked and sealed up all, or have told out so much to the usurers and tradesmen, I scrape together and hunt after more. I quarrel and contend with the servants, the ploughmen, and debtors. O Apollo, hast thou ever seen a more wretched man, or any lover more miserable? Sophocles, being asked by one whether he was able yet to company with a woman, Heavens defend, said he, I have got my liberty, and by means of my old age have escaped those mad and furious masters. For it is very fit and becoming that, when our pleasures leave us, those desires should do so too, which, as Alcaeus says, 'twas never any man's good hap, nor woman's wholly to escape. But it is otherwise in the love of wealth, which, like a hard and severe mistress, compels us to get what it forbids us to enjoy, and excites an appetite, but denies the pleasure of its gratification. Stratonicus wittily abused the Rhodians for their profuseness, when he said that they builded their houses as if they were immortal, but provided for their tables as if they were to live but a little while. So covetous men seem to be profuse by what they possess, when they are sordid wretches if you consider what they use and enjoy, for they endure labour, but taste no pleasure. Demades once came to Phocion's house, and surprised him as he was at dinner, and when he saw his frugal and slender diet, I much wonder, Phocion, says he, that you should manage state affairs and can dine as you do. For this orator himself pleaded causes and harangued the people only for his gut, and looking upon Athens as affording too little a supply for his luxury, he fetched his provisions from Macedonia. For which Antipater, seeing him when he was an old man, compared him to a sacrifice when all was over and there remained nothing of the beast but only the tongue and the stomach. But who wouldst not wonder at thee, O wretched man, who, being able to live as thou dost, so sordidly, so unlike a man, bestowing nothing on anybody, being currish to thy friends, and without any ambition to serve the public, yet afflictest thyself, and watchest whole nights, hirest out thy labours, liest at catch for inheritances, crouchest to every one, when thou art so well provided by thy sordid parsimony to live at ease. It is reported of a certain Byzantine that, surprising a whoremaster with his wife that was very hard favoured, he cried out, O wretch, what compelled thee to do this? For her dowry is my solace. It is necessary for kings, for procurators under them, for those that covet preeminence and rule over cities, that they should heap up treasure. They are forced through ambition, pride, and vainglory to make feasts, to gratify friends, to maintain a retinue, to send presents, to feed armies, to purchase gladiators. But thou hast so much business lying upon thy hand, tormentest thyself, tumblest up and down, and all this while livest the life of a snail in thy shell through parsimony, and endurest all hardships, receiving no advantage at all, just like the bath-keeper's ass, that carries the wood and fuel for the fires, and is always filled with the smoke and ashes of the stove, but itself is neither bathed nor warmed, washed nor cleansed there. I have said enough of this sort of covetousness which makes the man live the life of an ass or an ant. But there is another sort of it which is more savage, that calumniates and gets inheritance by bad arts, that pries into other men's affairs, that is full of thoughtfulness and cares, counting how many of their friends are yet alive, and after all enjoying nothing of what by all these arts has been heaped up. And therefore we have a greater aversion and hatred against vipers, poisonous flies, and spiders, than against bears and lions, because they kill and destroy men, but serve themselves no farther of their carcasses, which they do not feed upon, as those other wild beasts do. So they that become bad and ill men through sordidness and parsimony deserve more of our abhorrence than those that prove such by luxurious living and excess. For they deprive others of what they are neither able nor inclined to make use of themselves. Hence it is that the luxurious, when they are rich and well provided, give some truce to their debaucheries, as Demosthenes said to some that were of opinion that Demades ceased to be an ill man. Now, says he, you see him full and glutted, like lions, that then hunt not after prey. But as for the others, who in the management of affairs propose no end to themselves either of pleasure or profit, their covetous desires have no truce or cessation, they being always empty and standing in need of all things. But some perhaps may plead on their behalf, that these men keep and hoard up their wealth for their children and heirs, to whom they part with nothing whilst they are alive, but like those mice that live in mines, and pick up and eat the golden sands and ore, you cannot come by any of that gold till you anatomize them to find it after they are dead. But to what end, I pray, would they leave such a deal of money and a great estate to their children and heirs? That they, forsooth, may preserve it also for others, and those others in like manner shall hand it down to their children, just like those earthen pipes the potters make for a watercourse, which retain none of the water themselves, but one pipe only conveys it to the next, till some informing false accuser or tyrant appears and cuts off this keeper in trust, and when his breath is stopped, derives and diverts the course of his wealth into another channel. Or, as they say, till someone that is the most wicked of the race devours and consumes all that those who went before him had preserved. For not only, as Euripides says, children from slaves derived and baser blood prove prodigal and lewd, none come to good, but it is as true of the children of the parsimonious, as Diogenes wittily abused this sort of men, when he said that it was better to be a certain Megarian's ram than his son. For, under the pretence of training them up and instructing them, they undo and pervert them, implanting in them their own love of money and meanness of spirit, and erecting, as it were, a fortress for the securing their inheritance in the minds of their heirs. For the instructions and lessons they give them are such as these: gain as much and spend as little as may be. Value yourself according to what you are worth. But certainly this is not to instruct, but to contract and sew them up, just like a purse, the better to conceal and keep what is put into it. The purse indeed becomes foul and musty after money is put up in it, but the children of the covetous, before they are enriched by their parents, are replenished with covetous desires which they derive from them. And indeed they pay them a deserved reward for their instructions, not loving them because they shall receive a great estate from them, but hating them because they have it not so soon as they fain would. For being taught to admire nothing but wealth, nor knowing any other end of living but to get a great estate, they account the life of their parents to be a hindrance to that of their own, and fancy so much time is taken from their own age as is added to theirs. Wherefore, whilst their parents are yet living, they secretly always steal their pleasures, and what they bestow upon their friends or spend upon their lusts, and even what they give to their teachers, is fetched as it were from another's estate, not from their own. But when their parents are dead, and they are once possessed of their keys and sealed, then their way of living is of another fashion, and they put on another face and aspect, grave, severe, and morose. You hear no more of their former pastimes, nor of exercise with the ball and in wrestling, nor of the academy or the lyceum. But they are wholly taken up in examining the servants, looking over writings, in debating matters with those that receive or owe them money. Their hurry of business and thoughtfulness will not give them leave to dine, and they are forced to make the night their time of bathing. The gymnastic schools in which they were educated and the water of Dirce are neglected. If any man ask him, "Will you not go and hear the philosopher?" "How can I," says he, "now that my father is dead? I am not at leisure." O miserable wretch! What has thy father left thee to be compared with what he has taken from thee, thy leisure and thy liberty? And yet it is not so much he that hath done it, as the wealth that flows round thee and overpowers thee, which, like the women Hesiod speaks of, thee without firebrands burns, and unawares resigns thee up to dotage and grey hairs, bringing on thy soul those cares, like untimely wrinkles and old age, that spring from covetous desires and multiplicity of business, that shrivel up all thy vigour and gaiety, all sense of honour, all kindness and humanity within thee. But some will say, "Do you not see rich men live splendidly and spend high?" To whom we answer, dost thou not hear what Aristotle says, that some there are that do not use wealth, and some that abuse it? For neither sort do what is fit and becoming, but what the one sort possess does neither advantage nor adorn them, and what the other sort have does both hurt and dishonour them. But let us further consider. What is the use for riches, for which men so much admire them? Is it the enjoyment of what suffices nature? Alas! In this respect the wealthy have no advantage of those that are of meaner fortune. But wealth, as Theophrastus says it, is really no wealth, and need not be coveted. If Callias, the richest man of Athens, and Ismenias, the wealthiest of Thebes, made use but of the same things that Socrates and Epaminondas did. For as Agathon sent away the music from the room where he feasted to the women's apartment, contenting himself with the discourses of his guests, so you would reject and send away the purple beds and the high-priced tables and all other superfluous things, should you see that the rich make use of the same things with the poor. I do not mean that thou shouldst presently hang up the rudder in the smoke at ease, and let the mules and oxen's labour cease, but much rather the impertinent labour of goldsmiths, turners, perfumers, and cooks, when thou resolvest wisely and soberly to banish all useless things. But if the things that suffice nature lie in common among those that have and those that want riches, if rich men pride themselves only in things superfluous, and thou art ready to praise Scopas of Thessaly, who, when one begged somewhat of him he had in his house, as a superfluous thing he had no use for, made answer, "But we rich men count our felicity and happiness to lie in these superfluities, and not in those necessary things." If your case be thus, have a care you do not seem like one that magnifies and prefers a pomp and public show at a festival before life itself. Our country's feast of Bacchus was in old time celebrated in a more homely manner, though with great mirth and jollity. One carried in procession a vessel of wine and a branch of a vine, afterwards followed one leading a goat, another followed him bearing a basket of dried figs, and after all came a phallus. But all these are now despised and out of date, the procession being made with golden vessels and costly garments, driving of chariots, and persons in masquerade. And just thus the things that are necessary and useful in riches are swallowed up by those that are unprofitable and superfluous. The most of us commit the mistake of Telemachus. For he, through inexperience, or rather want of good taste, when he saw Nestor's house furnished with beds and tables, garments and carpets, and well stored with sweet and pleasant wine, did not look upon him as so happy a man in being thus well provided with things necessary and useful. But when he beheld the ivory, gold, and amber in Menelaus's house, he cried out in amazement, "Such, and not nobler in the realms above, my wonder dictates is the dome of Jove." Whereas Socrates or Diogenes would have said rather, "What vain, vexatious, useless things I've seen, and good for nothing but to move one's spleen." Thou fool, what is it thou sayest? When thou oughtest to have stripped thy wife of her purple and gaudy attire, that she might cease to live luxuriously and to run mad after strangers and their fashions, instead of this, dost thou adorn and beautify thy house, that it may appear like a theatre or a stage to all comers. The happiness riches pretend to is such that it depends upon spectators and witnesses, else it would signify nothing at all. But it is quite otherwise when we consider temperance or philosophy, or such knowledge of the gods as is requisite. For these, though unknown to all other mortals, communicate a peculiar light and great splendour within the soul, and cause a joy that dwells with it as an inmate, whilst it enjoys the chiefest good, though neither gods nor men be privy to it. Such a thing is truth, virtue, or the beauty of geometrical and astrological sciences. And do riches, with their bravery and necklaces and all that gaudery that pleases girls, deserve to be compared with any of these? When nobody observes and looks on, riches are truly blind and deprived of light. For if a rich man makes a meal with his wife or familiars alone, he makes no stir about magnificent tables to eat on or golden cups to drink in, but uses those that come next to hand. And his wife, without any gold or purple to adorn her, presents herself in a plain dress. But when he makes a feast, that is, when the pomp and theatre is to be fitted and prepared, and the scene of riches is to enter, then from the ships with costly goods full fraught, the trevets and the cauldrons straight are brought. Then they provide lamps, and much ado is made about the drinking cups. They put the cupbearers into a new dress. They bring forth whatever is made of gold and silver, or set with precious stones, thus plainly declaring that they would be looked upon by all for rich men. But even though he should eat his meal alone, he wants hilarity of mind, and that contentment which alone makes a feast. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How a man may inoffensively praise himself without being liable to envy. He that talks big and arrogantly of himself, Herculanus, is universally condemned as a troublesome and ill-bred companion. But the most, even those who in words mightily declaim against him, seem to applaud him in their actions. Euripides could say, if speech grew scarce and at great rates was sold, commend himself what lavish fellow would? But since the infinite treasure of the air praise gratis yields, none truth or falsehood spare, suffering no damage, though they give their wear. Yet he often brings in his heroes intolerably boasting, and stuffs their most tragical adventures and passions with improper discourses of themselves. So Pindar declares, unseasonably to glory makes harmony with fury. But he forbears not to extol his own raptures, which indeed, by the confession of all men, are worthy of the noblest praise. But those who are crowned for mastery in the games or in the learned combats have others to celebrate their victories, that the people's ears be not grated with the harsh noises of self-applause. And Timotheus is justly censured as unskilfully and irregularly setting forth his conquest of Phrynis, when he thus proudly boasted it in writing. Happy man wast thou, Timotheus, when the crier proclaimed, The Milesian Timotheus hath vanquished the son of Carbo, the soft Ionian poet. It is true, then, as Xenophon says, the most pleasant sound that a man can hear is his own praise in another's mouth, but the most odious thing unto others is a man condemning himself. For we brand them as impudent who commend themselves, it becoming them to be modest though they were praised by others, and we account them unjust in arrogating that to themselves which another has the sole propriety of bestowing on them. Besides, if we then are silent, we seem either angry or envious, but if we second their discourse, we are presently entangled and forced to contribute more than we intended, speaking to men's faces what sounds well only behind their backs, and so we undertake rather the base work of drudging flattery than any real offices of true honour. Yet, however, there is a time when a statesman may be the subject of his own discourse, and give a free relation of things he has worthily done or said, as well as other truths, taking care that it be not merely for favour or reputation, but upon some emergent occasion, and especially when the deeds achieved by him, or the parts that be in him, be good and honest, then he is not to forbear and say merely that he hath done so, or else much like. There is indeed a praise of this kind which bears very excellent and lovely fruit, from whose seeds arise many of the same species very much meliorated and improved. And therefore it is that the wise statesman seeks glory not as the reward or solace of his virtue, nor embraces it merely as the companion of his achievements, but because the being accounted an honourable person and gallant man affords 1,000 opportunities of compassing many and more desirable things. For it is easy and delightful to be of use to those who are apt to believe and love us, whereas, if a man lie under calumnies and suspicions, he cannot exert his virtue to the benefit of others without committing a kind of violence upon them. There might also be more reasons than these, which we must inquire into, that, while we endeavour to avert a frivolous and nauseous applauding of ourselves, we chance not to omit that sort which may be truly useful. The praise therefore is vain which a man heaps on himself to provoke others also to praise him, and is chiefly contemptible, as proceeding from an importunate and unseasonable affectation of esteem. For as they who are ready to die for food are compelled against nature to gnaw off their own flesh, and thus put a miserable end to their famine, so they who mortally hunger after praise, unless someone afford them a little scantling alms of commendation, do violate the laws of decency, shamelessly endeavouring to supply those wants by an unnatural extolling of themselves. But when they do not on the bare consideration of themselves hunt applause, but strive to obscure the worth of others by fighting against their praises and opposing their own works and practices to theirs, they add to their vanity an envious and abhorred baseness. He who thrusts his foot into another's dance is stigmatized with a proverb as a ridiculous and pragmatical clown. But upon envy and jealousy to thrust ourselves between the praises of others, or to interrupt the same with our own self-praise, is a thing that we ought equally to beware of. Neither should we allow others to praise us at such a time, but frankly yield the honour to those who are then celebrated, if their merit be real. And though the persons be vicious or unworthy, yet must we not take from them by setting up ourselves, but rather on the other hand we must reprove the unskilful applauders, and demonstrate their encomiums to be improperly and dangerously conferred. It is plain that these errors must be avoided. But self-praise is not liable to disgrace or blame when it is delicately handled by way of apology to remove a calumny or accusation. Thus Pericles, But ye are angry at me, a man inferior to none, whether it be in the understanding or interpreting of necessary things, a man who am a lover of my country, and above the meannesses of bribes. For in speaking with this gallantry of himself, he was not only free from arrogance, vanity, and ambition, but he demonstrated the greatness and spirit of that virtue which could not be dejected itself, and even humbled and tamed the haughtiness of envy. Such men as these will hardly be condemned, but those who would vote against them are won over to their cause, do receive infinite satisfaction, and are agreeably inspirited with this noble boasting, especially if that bravery be steady, and the ground firm on which it stands. This history does frequently discover. For when the Theban generals accused Pelopidas and Epaminondas that the time for their office as Botarchs being expired, they did not forthwith give up their power, but made an incursion into Laconia, and repaired and repeopled Messene. Pelopidas, submitting himself and making many lowly entreaties, very hardly obtained his absolution. But Epaminondas loftily glorying in those actions, and at last declaring he would willingly be put to death so that they would set up his accusation, Epaminondas hath wasted Laconia, hath settled Messene, and happily united Arcadia into one state, against our will. They admired him, and the citizens, wondering at the cheerful greatness of his courage, dismissed him with unspeakable pleasantness and satisfaction. Therefore, when Agamemnon thus reproached Diomedes, O son of Tydeus, he whose strength could tame the bounding steeds, in arms a mighty name, canst thou remote the mingling hosts descry, with hand is inactive and a careless eye? Sthenelus is not to be much condemned for saying, ourselves much greater than our ancestors we boast. For Sthenelus had not been calumniated himself, but he only patronized his abused friend, and so the cause excused that freedom of speech which seemed otherwise to have something of the glorioso. But Cicero's magnifying his diligence and prudence at Catiline's trial was not very pleasing to the Romans. Yet when Scipio said they ought not to judge Scipio, who had instated them in the power of judging all men, they ascended crowned to the Capitol, and sacrificed with him. For Cicero was not necessitated to this, but merely spurred by the desire of glory, while the danger wherein Scipio stood delivered him from envy. Now taking after an high and glorious manner proves advantageous, not only to persons in danger of the law or such like eminent distress, but to those also who are clouded in a dull series of misfortunes, and that more properly than when they appear splendid in the world. For what addition can words make to those who already seem possessed of real glory, and do lie indulging and basking in her beams? But those who at present are incapable of ambition, if they express themselves loftily, seem only to bear up against the storms of fortune, to undergird the greatness of their souls, and to shun that pity and commiseration which supposes a shipwrecked and forlorn condition. As therefore those who in waking affect a stillness of body and a stretched out neck are encountered effeminate and foppish, but are condemned if in fencing and fighting they keep themselves erect and steady, so the man grappling with ill fortune, if he raise himself to resist her, like some stout boxer ready with his blow, and by a bravery of speech transform himself from abject and miserable to bold and noble, is not to be censured as obstinate and audacious, but honoured as invincible and great. So, although Homer described Patroclus in the happiness of his life as smooth and without envy, yet in death he makes him have something of the bravo and a soldier's gallant roughness. Had 20 mortals, each thy match in might, opposed me fairly, they had sunk in fight. So Phocion, though otherwise very mild, after the sentence passed on him, showed the greatness of his mind in many respects, particularly to one of his fellow sufferers, who miserably cried out and bewailed his misfortune. What, says he, is it not a pleasure to thee to die with Phocion? Further, a man of state has not less but greater liberty to speak anything of himself when his merits are rewarded with injurious and unkind returns. Achilles usually gave the gods their glory, and spoke modestly in this manner. Whene'er by Jove's degree our conquering powers shall humble to the dust Troy's lofty towers. But when he was unhandsomely reproached and aspersed with contumelies, he added swelling words to his anger, and these in his own applause. I sacked 12 ample cities on the main, and also these. It was not thus when at my sight amazed, Troy saw and trembled at this helmet blazed. For apologies claim a great liberty of speech and boasting as considerable parts of their defence. Themistocles also, having been guilty of nothing distasteful either in his words or actions, yet perceiving the Athenians glutted with him and beginning to neglect him, forbore not to say, Why, O ye happy people, do ye weary out yourselves by still receiving benefits from the same hands? Upon every storm ye fly to the same tree for shelter, yet when it is fair again you despoil it of its leaves as you go away. They therefore who are injured usually recount their good actions to the ingrate. And if they also praise those excellences which others are pleased to condemn, they are not only pardonable, but altogether without blame. For it is evident that they do not reproach others, but apologize for themselves. This gave Demosthenes a glorious freedom, yet allayed the offensive brightness of his own praises, which almost everywhere shine through his whole oration on the crown, in which he extols those embassies and decrees which were so much objected against him. Not much unlike this is the insinuating delicacy of an antithesis, when a person, being accused for anything as a crime, demonstrates his opposite to be base and vicious. So Lycurgus, being upbraided by the Athenians for stopping a sycophant's mouth with money, said, "And what kind of citizen do you then take me to be, who, having so long managed the affairs of the republic amongst you, am at last found rather to have given than to have received money unjustly?" And Cicero, Metellus objecting that he had cast more by his evidence against them than ever he had acquitted by his pleading for them, replies, "Who therefore will not freely declare that Cicero has more honesty and faith than eloquence?" Many expressions of this nature are in Demosthenes, particularly, "But who might not justly have slain me, if I had endeavored in word only to sully the honors and glorious titles which the city hath? Or, what think you, would those vile fellows have said, if, whilst I had been curiously poring on other things, the cities had rejected our alliance?" And all his forementioned oration ingeniously dresses these antitheses and solutions of cases with the subtle ornaments of his own praise. But this may very profitably be learned therein, that, delicately tempering the encomiums of his auditors with the things relating to himself, he secures himself from being liable to envy, nor becomes suspected of self-love. There he relates in what manner the Athenians behaved themselves to the Euboeans, in what manner to the Thebans, and what benefits they conferred upon those of Byzantium and Chersonesus. In all which he confesses his part was only that of their minister or steward. Thus, by a rhetorical deceit, he finely and insensibly instills his own praises into his hearers, who pleasingly hang upon his words, and rejoice at the commemoration of those worthy deeds. Now this joy is immediately seconded by admiration, and admiration is succeeded by a liking and love of that person who so wisely administered the affairs. This Epaminondas seems to have considered, when reviled by Meneclidas, as though he had a higher opinion of himself than ever Agamemnon had. "If it be so," says he, "Thebans, 'tis you have puffed me up, you by whose help alone I overthrew the Lacedaemonian empire in one day. But since for the most part men are exceedingly displeased with those who are the trumpeters of their own fame, but if they sound forth another's are delighted and give them cheerful acclamations, it is hence grown a frequent custom amongst orators, by a seasonable extolling those who have like purposes, actions, and manner of life with theirs, to assure and wheedle over the auditory to themselves. For the hearers know that, though the panegyrist solemnizes another's work, he has yet the same endowments of virtue, so that his encomiums will redound to himself. For as he who reproaches any man for faults of which he himself is guilty cannot but perceive he principally upbraids himself, so the virtuous, by giving applauses to the virtuous, offer their own praises to the apprehensive, who will presently cry out, "And are you not one of these?" Therefore Alexander, honoring Hercules, and Androcatus, again honoring Alexander, in effect propose themselves to be in like manner honored by others. So Dionysus scoffing Gelon, and calling him the Gelos, or laughing stock, of Sicily, was not aware that through envy he had happened to infringe the greatness of his own authority and power. These things the man of state must know and observe. Now those who are forced upon their own praises are more excusable, if they arrogate not the causes wholly to themselves, but ascribe them in part to fortune and in part to God. Achilles therefore said, "Since now at length the powerful will of heaven the dire destroyer to our arm has given." And Timoleon did well, who erected a fane to fortune, and dedicated his house to the good Genius, to whom he referred the felicity of his attempts. But best of all, Python of Enos, after he had slain Cottus, coming to Athens and perceiving the orators very busy in applauding him to the people, which displeased many and stirred them up to envy, thus speaks: "These things, ye Athenians, some of the gods have done. Our hands were only the instruments of their work." Sylla also presented envy by perpetually praising fortune, not his own prowess, and at last surnamed himself Epaphroditus, in acknowledgment that his success proceeded from the care of Venus. For men will more readily impute a defeat to chance or the pleasure of some god than to the virtue of the conqueror, for the one they think to be a good not pertinent to the conqueror, but the other to be a proper defect of their own, which proceedeth from themselves. The laws therefore of Zaleucus were received by the Locrians with the more willingness and delight, because he had told them Minerva constantly appeared to him and dictated and instructed him in those laws, and that they were none of them his own inventions. This kind of excuses may be framed as convenient remedies or preventions when we have to do with persons of a difficult or envious humour. But it is not amiss to use some little revocations or corrections of what may seem spoken to our praise before those who are of a sedate and composed temper. If any condemned us as those who have learning, riches, or authority, we should hinder them from choosing such topics, and rather desire of them, if they can, to take notice of us as innocent, good, and useful. Thus we do not so much confer as transfer praises, and seem not to be puffed up with our applauders, but rather to be offended that they have not praised conveniently and for truly meritorious things. We hide also inferior with better qualifications, yet not as desiring to be condemned, but as teaching to commend aright. Such forms as these may be referred hither. It is true, I have not walled the city with stones or brick, but if you will view my fortifications, you shall find armor, and horses, and confederates. But more apt is that of Pericles. When his friends bewailed him in the extremities of death, they put him in mind of his authority, and the great offices he had discharged, as also what victories, trophies, and cities he had left the Athenians. But he, raising himself a little, reproved them as fixing only upon common encomiums, and enlarging rather on those of fortune than on those of virtue, whereas they neglected the greatest matter, which was more peculiar to himself, that he had never been the occasion of any Athenians wearing black. And hence the orator may learn, if he be a good man, to transfer the eulogiums of his eloquence to his virtuous life and manners, and the commander who is admired and applauded for his conduct and happy fortune in the wars may freely propose his clemency or justice as more worthy to be praised. Nay, further, it becomes even an emperor, upon a profusion of such glutting praises as flatterers are commonly guilty of, to say something of this nature: No god am I. Why do ye equal me to thus the immortal powers? If you know me well, let my justice or temperance, my equanimity or humanity be rather spoken of. For even envy herself can easily concede the lesser honours to him who refuses the greater, nor will it rob any of true encomiums, not to expect false and vain ones. Therefore several princes, who permitted not themselves to be called gods or the offspring of gods, have yet assumed the titles Philadelphus, Philometor, Evergetes, or Theophilus, and were never offended when they were honoured with those glorious yet human appellations. Again, they who in their writings and sayings are absolute votaries to wisdom by no means will be called wise men, but can presently swallow the epithet of philosophers, or lovers of wisdom, or that of proficients, or any other easy name which sounds not big nor exposes them to envy, and so they beget and preserve a good esteem. But your rhetorical sophisters, whilst in their orations they gape for the extraordinary acclamations of divine, angelical, wonderful, lose even those common ones of manly or pretty well. Now as skilful painters, that they may not offend those that have weak eyes, allay their overbright and gaudy colours by tempering them with darker. So there are some who will not represent their own praises altogether glaring and immoderately splendid, but cast in some defects, some scapes, or slight faults, to take away the danger of displeasure or envy. Epius intolerably brags of his skill in boxing. I'll crush my adversary's body, break his bones. Yet he would seem to qualify all with this: Is it not enough that I'm in fight unskilled? But to say truth, to excuse his arrogance with so base a confession is ridiculous. He then who would be an exact man corrects himself for his forgetfulness, ignorance, ambition, or eagerness for certain knowledge and discourses. So does Ulysses when he says of the sirens, Thus the sweet charmers warbled over the main. My soul takes wing to meet the heavenly strain. I give thee sign and struggle to be free. And again, when he sang of his visit to the Cyclops, Their wholesome counsel rashly I declined, curious to view the man of monstrous kind, and try what social rites a savage lends. And for the most part it is a good antidote against envy, to mix amongst our praises those faults that are not altogether ungenerous and base. Therefore many temper them not only with confessions of poverty or unskilfulness, but even of vile descent. So Agathocles, carousing among the Sicilian youth in golden bowls very curiously wrought, commanded earthen pots to be brought in. See, says he, what diligence, laboriousness, and fortitude can do. Once we made muggen jugs, but now vessels of gold. For his original was so mean and contemptible, that it was thought he had served in a potter's shop who at last governed almost all Sicily. These are the outward preventions or remedies against diseases that may arise from the speaking of one's self. There are some others inward, which Cato has recourse to when he tells us he was envied for neglecting his domestic affairs and being vigilant whole nights in those of his country. So with this, how shall I boast who grew so easily, though mustered amongst the common slavery, great in my fortune as the bravest be? And this, but I am loath to lose past labour's gains, nor will retreat from a fresh troop of pains. For as they who obtain great possessions of houses or lands gratis, and with little difficulty, are under the eye of envy, but not if their purchases were troublesome and dear, so it is with them who arrive at honour and applause. Well then, since it is evident we may praise ourselves not only inoffensively and without being liable to envy, but with great advantage too, that we may seem not to do this for itself, but for a further and better end, first consider whether it may prove for the instruction of the company, by exciting them to a virtuous emulation. For so Nestor's relation of his own achievements inflamed Patroclus and 9 others with a vehement desire of single combat, and we know the counsel that brings persuasive deeds as well as words, a lively exemplar, and an immediate familiar incentive, insouls a man with courage, moves, vehemently spurs him up to such a resolution of mind as cannot doubt the possibility and success of the attempt. This was the reason of that chorus in Lacedaemon consisting of boys, young men, and old men, which thus sang in parts: Old men, once we were young and bold and strong. Boys, and we shall be no less ere long. Young men, we now are such, behold us, if you will. Well and politically in this public entertainment did the legislator propose to the youth obvious and domestic examples of such had already performed the things he exhorted them to. Moreover, it is not only available for the exciting of a generous emulation, but sometimes requisite for the silencing and taming an insolent and audacious man, to talk a little gloriously of oneself. As Nestor in this: I have conversed with men more gallant far than you, much your superiors they in all things were, nor did they ever to condemn me dare. And Aristotle writes to Alexander, that not only those who have mighty empires may think highly of themselves, but they also who have worthy thoughts and notions of the gods. Such a remark as this is also profitable against enemies, and recalls the spirits. Weak sons of misery our strength oppose. And such a reflection as that of Agesilaus, who said concerning the king of Persia, when he heard him called the Great, And who is greater than I, unless he be more just? So Epaminondas answered the Lacedaemonians, when they had spun out a long accusation against the Thebans: I see then we have forced you out of your wonted humour of short speech. The like to these are proper against adversaries, but amongst our friends and fellow citizens, a seasonable glorying is good not only to humble and throw down their haughtiness, but if they be fearful or astonished, to fetch back their courage and teach them to rally up themselves again. Therefore Cyrus in perils and battles talked at a thundering rate, but otherwise was mild and gentle in discourse. And Antigonus the second generally was modest and free from blustering. But at the sea fight at Cos, one of his friends saying, See you not how much greater the number of the enemy's ships is than ours? He answers, And for how many ships dost thou reckon me? This Homer seems to have considered, who makes Ulysses, when his friends were dismayed at the noise and horrible waves of Charybdis, remind them of his former stratagems and valour. O friends, O often tried in adverse storms, with ills familiar in more dreadful forms, deep in the dire Cyclopean den you lay, yet safe returned, Ulysses led the way. For this kind of praise is not such as the haranguers to the people or sophistical beggars use, nor those who affect popular humming and applause, but a necessary pledge of that courage and conduct which must be given to hearten up our friends. For we know that opinion and confidence in him who we esteem, endued with the fortitude and experience of a complete captain, is, in the crisis of a battle, no small advantage to the obtaining of the day. We have before declared the opposing of himself to the reputation and credit of another to be altogether unbefitting a worthy man. But where a vicious praise becomes hurtful and corruptive, creating an earnestness after evil things or an evil purpose in great matters, it is not unprofitable to refuse it. But it becomes us to direct the minds of the company towards better sentiments of things, showing them the difference. For certainly anyone will be pleased when he sees many voluntarily abstaining from the vices they heard cried down and reproved. But if baseness be well accounted of, and honour be made to attend on him who pursues pleasure or avarice, where is the nature so happily strong that they can resist, much less conquer, the temptation? Therefore a generous and discreet person must set himself against the praises not of evil men, but of evil actions. For this kind of condemnation perverts the judgments of men, and miserably leads them to imitate and emulate unworthy practices as laudable. But they may easily be bewrayed by confronting them with opposite truths. Theodorus, the tragedian, is reported to have said to Satyrus the comedian, "It is not so wonderful an art to move the theatre's laughter as it is to force its tears." But if some philosopher should have retorted, "Ay, but friend, it is not so fit and seemly to make men weep, as to remove and free them from their sorrows," it is likely by this odd way of commending himself he would have delighted his hearer, and endeavored to alter or secure his judgment. So Zeno knew how to speak for himself, when the greater number of Theophrastus' scholars was opposed to the fewness of his, saying, "His chorus is indeed greater than mine, but mine is sweeter." And Phocion, while Leosthenes yet prospered, being asked by the orators what good he had done the city, replies, "Nothing but this, that in my government of you there have been no funeral orations, but all the deceased were buried in the sepulchres of their ancestors. So Crates, by way of antithesis to this epitaph of the glutton, what I have eat is mine. In my words my will I've had, and of my lust have took my fill. Well opposes these. And what I have learnt is mine, I've had my thought, and me the muses noble truths have taught. This kind of praise is amiable and advantageous, teaching to admire and love convenient and profitable things instead of the superfluous and vain. Thus much for the stating of the question, in what cases and how far self-praise may be inoffensive. Now the order of the discourse requires to show how an uncomely and unseasonable affectation of praise may be avoided. Discourse of a man's self usually sallies from self-love, as from its fort, and is there observed to lay wait, even in those who are vulgarly thought free enough from ambition. Therefore, as it is one of the rules of health to avoid dangerous and unwholesome places, or being in them to take the greater care, so ought there to be a like rule concerning converse and speaking of oneself. For this kind of talk has slippery occasions, into which we unawares and indiscernibly are apt to fall. For first, as it is above said, ambition usually intrudes into the praises of others with some flourishing remarks to adorn herself. For let a person be condemned by his equal or inferior, the mind of the ambitious is tickled and rubbed at the hearing of his praise, and immediately he is hurried by an intemperate desire and participation after the like, as the appetite of the hungry is sharpened by seeing others eat. In the second place, the story of men's prosperous actions usually carries them into the humour of boasting, and joy so far transports them that they swell with their own words when they would give you a relation of their victories or their successes in the business of state, or of their other publicly applauded actions or orations, and find it difficult to contain themselves and preserve a mean. In which kind of error it is observable that soldiers and mariners are most entangled. Nor is it infrequent with those who return from the government of provinces and the management of great affairs. Such as these, when mention is once made of illustrious and royal personages, presently thrust in some eulogies of themselves, as proceeding from the favour and kind opinion of those princes. And then they fancy they seem not at all to have praised themselves, but to have given only a bare account what great men have said honourably of them. So another sort, little different from these, think they are not discerned when they tell you all the familiarities of kings and emperors with them, and their particular applying themselves to them in discourse, and appear to recount them, not as thereby intending their own honour, but as bringing in considerable evidences of singular affability and humanity in persons so exceeding great. We see then what reason we have to look narrowly to ourselves, that, whilst we confer praises on others, we give no ground for suspicion that we make them but the vehicles of our own, and that, in pretending to celebrate Patroclus, under his name we mean romantically ourselves. Further, that kind of discourse which consists in dispraising and finding fault is dangerous, and yields opportunity to those that watch it for the magnifying their own little worth. Of this old men are inclinable to be guilty, when, by chastising and debasing others for their vices, they exalt themselves as wonderfully great in the opposite virtues. Indeed, to these there must be a very large concession, if they be reverend not only in age, but in virtue and place. For it is not altogether an unprofitable way, since it may sometimes create an extraordinary zeal and emulation of honour in those who are thus spurred up. But otherwise that sort of humour is carefully to be shunned, for reproof is often bitter, and wants a great deal of caution to sweeten and correct it. Now this is not done by the tempering our own praises with the reprehension of another, for he is an unworthy and odious fellow who seeks his own credit through any man's disgrace, basely endeavouring to build a slight reputation of his own virtue upon the discovery of another's crimes. Lastly, as they who are naturally inclined to a dangerous sort of laughter, which is a kind of violent passion or disease, must preserve especially the smooth parts of the body from tickling incentives, which cause these parts to yield and relent, thus provoking the passion. So they whose minds are soft and propense to the desires of reputation must carefully beware that they be not precipitated by the ticklings of another's praises into a vapouring of themselves. They ought rather to blush if they hear themselves condemned, and not put on a brazen face. They ought modestly and handsomely to reprove their applauders as having honoured them too much, and not chide them for having been too sparing in their praise. Yet in this may offend, putting those who speak advantageously of them in mind of more things of the same nature, endeavouring to make a huge heap of creditable actions, till by what they themselves add they spoil all that their friends have conferred to the promoting of their esteem. Some there are who flatter themselves till they are stupidly puffed up. Others allure a man to talk of himself, and take him by casting some little gilded temptation in his way. And another sort for a little sport will be putting questions, as those in Menander to the silly braggadocio soldier. How did you get this wound? By a furious dart. For heaven's sake, how? As from my scaling ladder I mounted the proud walls. See here, behold! Then I proceed to show my wound with earnest look, but they spoiled all with laughter. We must be watchful in all these cases, that we neither of ourselves drop into our own inconvenient praises, nor be hooked into them by others. Now the best and most certain way of security is to look back upon such as we can remember guilty of this fault, and to consider how absurd and ugly it is accounted by all men, and that hardly anything is in converse a greater disturbance than this. Hence it is that, though there be no other quality in such persons unpleasing, yet, as if nature had taught us to abhor and fly it, we hasten out to get a little fresh air. And even the very parasite and indigent flatterers are uneasy, when the wealthy and great men by whose scraps they live begin to admire and extol themselves. Nay, they give out that they pay the greatest portion of the shot, when they must give ear to such vanities. Therefore he in Menander cries out, They kill me, I am a macerated guest, with their wise sayings and their soldiers' brags, how base these glorious are! But these faults are not only to be objected against common soldiers and upstarts who detain others with gaudy and proud relations of their own actions, but also against sophists, philosophers, and commanders who grow full of themselves and talk at a fastuous rate. Therefore it is fit that we still remember that another's dispraise always accompanies the indiscreet praises of ourselves, that the end of vainglory is disgrace, and that, as Demosthenes tells us, the company will both be offended and judge otherwise of us than we would have them. Let us then forbear to talk of ourselves, unless the profit that we or our hearers may thence probably reap be considerably great. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the procreation of the soul, as discoursed in Timaeus, Part 1. The father to Autobulus and Plutarch wisheth health. Since it is your opinion that it would be requisite for me to collect together what I have discoursed and written dispersedly in several treatises explaining, as we apprehended his sense and meaning, what opinion Plato had concerning the soul, as requiring a particular commentary by itself. Therefore I have compiled this discourse, which asks for your consideration and pardon, not only because the matter itself is by no means easy to be handled, but also because the doctrines herein contained are somewhat contrary to those held by most of the Platonic philosophers. And I will first rehearse the words as they run originally in the text of Timaeus. There being one substance not admitting of division, but continuing still the same, and another liable to be divided among several bodies. Out of both these he produced for a middle mixture a third sort of substance, partaking of the nature of the same and of the nature of the other, and placed it in the midst between that which was indivisible and that which was subject to be corporeally divided. Then, taking all three, he blended them into one form, forcibly adapting to the same the nature of the other, not readily condescending to a mixture. Now when he had thus mixed them with the substance, and reduced the three into one, he again divided this whole matter into so many parts as were thought to be necessary, every one of these parts being composed of the same, the other, and the substance. And thus he began his division. By the way, it would be an endless toil to recite the contentions and disputes that have from hence arisen among his interpreters, and to you indeed superfluous, who are not ignorant yourselves of the greatest part. But seeing that Xenocrates won to his opinions several of the most eminent philosophers, while he defined the substance of the soul to be number moved by itself, and that many adhered to Crantor the Solian, who affirmed the soul to consist partly of an essence perceptible to the mind, partly of a nature concerned with sensible things and subject to opinions, I am apt to believe that the perspicuity of these matters clearly delucidated will afford you a fair entrance into the knowledge of the rest. Nor does either of the two conjectures require many words of explanation. For the one side pretends that by the mixture of the divisible and indivisible substance no other thing is meant than the generation or original of number, seeing that the unit is undividable, but multitude is subject to division. However, that out of these is begot number, unity terminating plurality and putting a period to infinity, which they call the unlimited binary. This binary Zaratas, the scholar of Pythagoras, named the mother, but the unit the father of number, and therefore he believed those numbers were the best which approached nearest in resemblance to the unit. Nevertheless, the number cannot be said to be the soul, for it neither has the power to move, neither can it be moved. But the same and the other being blended together, of which one is the original of motion and mutation, the other of rest and stability, from these two springs the soul, which is no less active or passive itself to stay or to be stayed, than to move or to be moved. But the followers of Crantor, supposing the proper function of the soul to consist in judging of those things which are discernible to the understanding and those which are liable to sense, as also of the differences and similitudes of these things, as well in themselves as in reference to one another, allege the soul to be composed of all, to the end she may have a true knowledge of the whole. Now the things of which the all is composed are fourfold: the intelligible nature, always immutable and still the same, and the sensitive nature, which is passive and subject to alteration, and also the nature of the same and the nature of the other, in regard the two former in some measure participate also of diversity and identity. All these philosophers likewise equally hold that the soul neither derives its beginning from time, nor is the product of generation, but that it is endued with several faculties and virtues, into which Plato, as it were, melting and dissolving its substance for contemplation's sake, supposes it in his discourse to have had its original from procreation and mixture. The same was his opinion concerning the world, for he knew it to be uncreated and without end, but not perceiving it so easy to apprehend how the structure was reared, or by what order and government supported, unless by admitting its beginning and causes thereto concurring, he followed that method to instruct himself. These things being thus generally by them laid down, Eudorus will allow to neither side any share of probability. And indeed to me they both seem to have wandered from the opinion of Plato, if we intend to make the most likely rule our guide, which is not to advance our own conceits, but to come as close as we can to his sense and meaning. Now as to this same mixture, as they call it, of the intelligible and sensitive substance, no reason appears why it should be more the original of the soul than of any other thing that ye can name. For the whole world itself, and every one of its parts, pretend to no other composition than of a sensitive and an intelligible substance, of which the one affords matter and foundation, the other form and figure to the whole mass. And then again, Whate'er there is of material substance, framed and structured by participation and assimilation of the intelligible nature, is not only to be felt but visible to the eye, whenas the soul still soars above the reach of all natural apprehension. Neither did Plato ever assert the soul to be number, but a perpetually self-moving nature, the fountain and principle of motion. Only he embellished and adorned the substance of it with number, proportion, and harmony, as being a subject capable of receiving the most goodly form which those ornaments could produce. So that I cannot believe it to be the same thing to compose the soul according to number, and to affirm the soul to be number itself. Nor can it be said to be harmony, because harmoniously composed, as he has clearly demonstrated in his treatise of the soul. But plain it is that those philosophers understood not the meaning of the same and the other. For they tell us how the same contributes rest, the other motion, toward the generation of the soul. Though Plato himself, in his treatise entitled The Sophist, disposes and distinguishes essence, the same, the other, together with motion and rest, as being 5 things altogether differing one from another and void of mutual affinity. But these men are generally, as the most part of Plato's readers, timorous and vainly perplexed, using all their endeavors by wrestling and tormenting his sense to conceal and hide what he has written, as if it were some terrible novelty not fit for public view, that the world and the soul neither had their beginning and composition from eternity, nor had their essence from a boundless immensity of time, of which we have particularly spoken already. So that now it shall suffice to say no more than this, that these writers confound and smother, if they do not rather utterly abolish, his eager contest and dispute in behalf of the gods, wherein Plato confesses himself to have been transported with an ambitious zeal, even beyond the strength of his years, against the atheists of his time. For if the world had no beginning, Plato's opinion vanishes, that the soul, much elder than the body, is the principle of all motion and alteration, or, to use his own words, their chieftain and first efficient cause, whose mansion is in nature's secret retirements. But what the soul is, what the body, and why the soul is said to have been elder than the body, shall be made to appear in the progress of this discourse. The ignorance of this seems to have been the occasion of much doubt and incredulity in reference to the true opinion. First, therefore, I shall propose my own sentiments concerning these things, desiring to gain credit no otherwise than by the most probable strength of arguments, explaining and reconciling to the utmost of my ability truth and paradox together, after which I shall apply both the explication and demonstration to the words of the text. In my opinion, then, the business lies thus. The world, saith Heraclitus, neither did any one of all the gods nor any mortal man create. As if he had been afraid that, not being able to make out the creation by a deity, we should be constrained to acknowledge some man to have been the architect of the universe. But certainly far better it is, in submission to Plato's judgment, to avow, both in discourse and in our songs of praise, that the glory of the structure belongs to God, for the frame itself is the most beautiful of all masterpieces, and God the most illustrious of all causes, but that the substance and materials were not created, but always ready at the ordering and disposal of the omnipotent builder, to give it form and figure, as near as might be, approaching to his own resemblance. For the creation was not out of nothing, but out of matter wanting beauty and perfection, like the rude materials of a house, a garment, or a statue, lying first in shapeless confusion. For before the creation of the world there was nothing but a confused heap. Yet was that confused heap neither without a body, without motion, nor without a soul. The corporeal part was without form or consistence, and the moving part stupid and headlong, and this was the disorder of a soul not guided by reason. God neither incorporated that which is incorporeal, nor conveyed a soul into that which had none before, like a person, either musical or poetical, who does not make either the voice or the movement, but only reduces the voice with harmony and graces the movement with proper measures. Thus God did not make the tangible and resistant solidity of the corporeal substance, nor the imaginative or moving faculties of the soul, but taking these two principles as they lay ready at hand, the one obscure and dark, the other turbulent and senseless, both imperfect without the bounds of order and decency, he disposed, digested, and embellished the confused mass, so that he brought to perfection a most absolute and glorious creature. Therefore the substance of the body is no other than that all-receiving nature, the seat and nurse of all created beings. But the substance of the soul, in Philebus, he called an infinite being, the privation of number and proportion, having neither period nor measure either of diminution or excess or distinction or dissimilitude. But as to that order which he alleges in Timaeus to be the mixture of nature with the indivisible substance, but which being applied to bodies becomes liable to division, he would not have it thought to be a bulk made up by units or points, nor longitude and breadth, which are qualities more constantaneous to bodies than to the soul, but that disorderly unlimited principle, moving both itself and other substances, that which he frequently calls necessity, and which within his treatise of laws he openly styles the disorderly, ill-acting, or harm-doing soul. For such was this soul of herself. But at length she came to partake of understanding, ratiocination, and harmony, that she might be the soul of the world. Now that all-receiving principle of matter enjoyed both magnitude, space, and distance, but beauty, form, and measure of proportion it had none. However, all these it obtained, to the end that, when it came to be thus embellished and adorned, it might assume the form of all the various bodies and organs of the earth, the sea, the heavens, the stars, and of all those infinite varieties of plants and living creatures. Now as for those who attribute to this matter and not to the soul, that which in Timaeus is called necessity, in Philebus vast disproportion and unlimited exorbitancy of diminution and excess, they can never maintain it to be the cause of disorder, since Plato always alleges that same matter to be without any form or figures, and altogether destitute of any quality or effectual virtue properly belonging to it, comparing it to such oils as have no scent at all, which the perfumers mix in their tinctures. For there is no likelihood that Plato would suppose that to be the cause and principle of evil, which is altogether void of quality in itself, sluggish, and never to be roused on to action, and yet at the same time brand this immensity with the harsh epithets of base and mischievous, and call it necessity repugnant and contumaciously rebellious against God. For this same necessity, which renverses heaven, to use his own phrase in his Politicus, and turns it the quite contrary way from decency and symmetry, together with innate concupiscence, and that inbred confusion of ancient nature, hurly-burlied with all manner of disorder, before they were wrought and kneaded into the graceful decorum of the world, whence came they to be conveyed into several varieties of forms and beings, if the subject, which is the first matter, were void of all quality whatsoever and deprived of all efficient cause. More especially the architect being so good of himself, and intending a frame the nearest approaching to his own perfections. For besides these there is no third principle. And indeed we should stumble into the perplexed intricacies of the Stoics, should we advance evil into the world out of nonentity, without either any preceding cause or effect of generation, in regard that among those principles that have a being, it is not probable that either real good or that which is destitute of all manner of quality should afford birth or substance to evil. But Plato escaped those pitfalls into which they blundered who came after him. who, neglecting what he carefully embraced, the third principle and energetic virtue in the middle between God and the first matter, maintain the most absurd of arguments, affirming the nature of evils to have crept in spontaneously and adventitiously, I know not how, nor by what strange accidents. And yet they will not allow an atom of Epicurus so much as a moment's liberty to shift in its station, which, as they say, would infer motion out of nonentity without any impulsive cause; nevertheless themselves presuming all this while to affirm that vice and wickedness, together with 1,000 other incongruities and vexations afflicting the body, of which no cause can be ascribed to any of the principles, came into being, as it were, by consequence. Plato, however, does not so, who, despoiling the first matter of all manner of distinction, and separating from God, as far as it is possible, the causes of evil, has thus delivered himself concerning the world, in his Politicus. The world, saith he, received from the illustrious builder all things beautiful and lovely. But whatsoever happens to be noxious and irregular in heaven, it derived from its ancient habit and disposition, and conveys them into the several creatures. And a little farther in the same treatise he saith, in process of time, when oblivion had encroached upon the world, the distemper of its ancient confusion more prevailed. And the hazard is, lest being dissolved it should again be sunk and plunged into the immense abyss of its former irregularity. But there can be no dissimilitude in the first matter, as being void of quality and distinction. Of which when Eudemus with several others was altogether ignorant, he seems deridingly to cavil with Plato, and taxes him with asserting the first matter to be the cause, the root, and principle of all evil, which he had at other times so frequently dignified with the tender appellations of mother and nurse. Whereas Plato gives to matter only the titles of mother and nurse, but the cause of evil he makes to be the moving force residing within it, not governed by order and reason, though not without a soul neither, which in his treatise of the laws he calls expressly the soul repugnant and in hostility with that other propitiously and kindly acting. For though the soul be the principle of motion, yet is it the understanding and intelligence which measures that motion by order and harmony, and is the cause of both. For God could have not brought to rest mere sleepy and sluggish matter, but he brought it to rest when it had been troubled and disquieted by a senseless and stupid cause. Neither did he infuse into nature the principles of alteration and affections, but when it was under the pressure of those unruly disorders and alterations, he discharged it of its manifold enormities and irregularities, making use of symmetry, proportion, and number. For these are the most proper instruments, not by alteration and lawless motion to distract the several beings with passions and distinctions, but rather to render them fixed and stable, and nearest in their composition to those things that in themselves continue still the same upon the equal poise of diuturnity. And this, in my judgment, is the sense and meaning of Plato. Of which the easy reconciliation of his seeming incongruities and contradiction of himself may serve for the first proof. For indeed no men of judgment would have objected to the most bacchanalian sophister, more especially to Plato, the guilt of so much inconvenience and impudent rashness in a discourse by him so elaborately studied, as to affirm the same nature in one place never to have been created, in another to have been the effects of generation. In Phaedrus to assert the soul eternal, in Timaeus to subject it to procreation. The words in Phaedrus need no repetition, as being familiar to nearly everyone, wherein he proves the soul to be incorruptible in regard it never had a beginning, and to have never had a beginning because it moves itself. But in Timaeus, God, saith he, did not make the soul a junior to the body, as now we labour to prove it to have been subsequent to the body. For he would never have suffered the more ancient, because linked and coupled with the younger, to have been governed by it. Only we, guided I know not how by chance and inconsiderate rashness, frame odd kind of notions to ourselves. But God most certainly composed the soul excelling the body both in seniority of origin and in power, to be mistress and governess of her inferior servant. And then again he adds, how the soul being turned upon herself, began the divine beginning of an eternal and prudent life. Now, saith he, the body of heaven became visible, but the soul being invisible, nevertheless participating of ratiocination and harmony, by the best of intelligible and eternal beings she was made the best of things created. Here then he determines God to be the best of sempiternal beings, the soul to be the most excellent of temporal existences. By which apparent distinction and antithesis he denies that the soul is eternal, and that it never had a beginning. And now what other or better reconciliation of these seeming contrarieties than his own explanation to those that are willing to apprehend it? For he declares to have been without beginning the never procreated soul, that moved all things confusedly and in an irregular manner before the creation of the world. But as for that which God composed out of this and that other permanent and choicest substance, making it both prudent and orderly, and adding of his own, as if it were for form and beauty's sake, intellect to sense and order to motion, and which he constituted prince and chieftain of the whole, that he acknowledges to have had a beginning and to have proceeded from generation. Thus he likewise pronounces the body of the world in one respect to be eternal and without beginning, in another sense to be the work of creation. To which purpose, where he says that the visible structure, never in repose at first, but restless in a confused and tempestuous motion, was at length by the hand of God disposed and ranged into majestic order. Where he says that the four elements, fire and water, earth and air, before the stately pile was by them embellished and adorned, caused a prodigious fever and shivering ague in the whole mass of matter that laboured under the combats of their unequal mixtures. By his urging these things, he gives those bodies room in the vast abyss before the fabric of the universe. Again, when he says that the body was younger than the soul, and that the world was created, as being of a corporeal substance that may be seen and felt, which sort of substances must necessarily have a beginning and be created, it is evidently demonstrable from thence that he ascribes original creation to the nature of bodies. But he is far from being repugnant or contradictory to himself in these sublimest mysteries. For he does not contend that the same body was created by God, or after the same manner, and yet that it was before it had a beginning, which would have been to act the part of a juggler, but he instructs us what we ought to understand by generations and creation. Therefore, says he, at first all these things were void of measure and proportion. But when God first began to beautify the whole, the fire and water, earth and air, having perhaps some prints and footsteps of their forms, lay in a huddled jumble all together, as probable it is that all things are where God is absent, which then he reduced to a comely perfection varied by number and order. Moreover, having told us before that it was a work not of one but of a twofold proportion to bind and fasten the bulky immensity of the whole, which was both solid and of a prodigious profundity, he then comes to declare how God, after he had placed the water and the earth in the midst between the fire and the air, incontinently closed up the heavens into a circular form. Out of these materials, saith he, being four in number, was the body of the world created, agreeing in proportion, and so amicably corresponding together, that being thus embodied and confined within their proper bounds, it is impossible that any dissolution should happen from their own contending force, unless he that riveted the whole frame should go about again to rend it in pieces, most apparently teaching us that God was not the parent and architect of the corporeal substance only, or of the bulk and matter, but of the beauty and symmetry and similitude that adorned and graced the whole. The same we are to believe he thought concerning the soul, that there is one which neither was created by God, nor is the soul of the world, but a certain self-moving and restless efficacy of a giddy and disorderly agitation and impetuosity, irrational and subject to opinion, while the other is that which God himself, having accoutred and adorned it with suitable numbers and proportions, has made queen regent of the created world, herself the product of creation also. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the procreation of the soul, as discoursed in Timaeus, Part 2. Now that Plato had this belief concerning these things, and did not for contemplation's sake lay down these suppositions concerning the creation of the world and the soul, this, among many others, seems to be an evident signification that, as to the soul, he avers it to be both created and not created, but as to the world, he always maintains that it had a beginning and was created, never that it was uncreated and eternal. What necessity, therefore, of bringing any testimonies out of Timaeus? For the whole treatise, from the beginning to the end, discourses of nothing else but of the creation of the world. As for the rest, we find that Timaeus, in his Atlantic, addressing himself in prayer to the Deity, calls God that being which of old existed in his works, but now was apparent to reason. In his Politicus, his Parmenidean guest acknowledges that the world, which was the handiwork of God, is replenished with several good things, and that, if there be anything in it which is vicious and offensive, it comes by mixture of its former incongruous and irrational habit. But Socrates, in the Politics, beginning to discourse of number, which some call by the name of wedlock, says, quote, "The created divinity has a circular period, which is, as it were, enchased and involved in a certain perfect number," end quote. Meaning in that place by created divinity no other than the world itself. The first pair of these numbers consists of 1 and 2, the second of 3 and 4, the third of 5 and 6, neither of which pairs make a tetragonal number, either by themselves or joined with any other figures. The fourth consists of 7 and 8, which, being added all together, produce a tetragonal number of 36. But the quaternary of numbers set down by Plato have a more perfect generation, of even numbers multiplied by even distances, and of odd by uneven distances. This quaternary contains the unit, the common original of all even and odd numbers. Subsequent to which are 2 and 3, the first plane numbers, then 4 and 9, the first squares, and next 8 and 27, the first cubical numbers, not counting the unit. Whence it is apparent that his intention was not that the numbers should be placed in a direct line one above another, but apart and oppositely one against the other, the even by themselves and the odd by themselves, according to the scheme here given. In this manner similar numbers will be joined together, which will produce other remarkable numbers, as well by addition as by multiplication. By addition, thus, 2 and 3 make 5, 4 and 9 make 13, 8 and 27 make 35, of all which numbers the Pythagoreans called 5 the nourisher, that is to say, the breeding or fostering sound, believing a fifth to be the first of all the intervals of tones which could be sounded. But as for 13, they called it the remainder, despairing, as Plato himself did, of being ever able to divide a tone into equal parts. Then 5 and 30 they named harmony, as consisting of the two cubes 8 and 27, the first that rise from an odd and an even number, as also of the full numbers 6, 8, 9, and 12, comprehending both harmonical and arithmetical proportion, which nevertheless will be more conspicuous, being made out in a scheme to the eye. Admit a right-angled parallelogram, ABCD, the lesser side of which, AB, consists of 5, the longer side, AC, contains 7 squares. Let the lesser division be unequally divided into 2 and 3 squares, marked by E, and the larger division in 2 unequal divisions, more of 3 and 4 squares, marked by F. Thus AEFG comprehends 6, EBGI 9, FGCH 8, and GIHD 12. By this means the whole parallelogram, containing 35 little square areas, comprehends all the proportions of the first concords of music in the number of these little squares. For 6 is exceeded by 8 in a sesquiterce proportion, 3 to 4, wherein the diatessaron is comprehended, and 6 is exceeded by 9 in a sesquialter proportion, 2 to 3, wherein also is included the fifth. 6 is exceeded by 12 in duple proportion, 1 to 2, containing the octave, and then lastly there is the sesquioctave proportion of a tone in 8 to 9, and therefore they call that number which comprehends all these proportions harmony. This number is 35, which being multiplied by 6, the product is 210, which is the number of days, they say, which brings those infants to perfection that are born at the 7 months' end. To proceed by way of multiplication, twice 3 makes 6, and 4 times 9 36, and 8 times 27 produce 216. Thus 6 appears to be a perfect number, as being equal in its parts, and it is called matrimony, by reason of the mixture of the first even and odd. Moreover, it is composed of the original number, which is 1, of the first even number, which is 2, and the first odd number, which is 3. Then for 36, it is the first number which is as well quadrangular as triangular, being quadrangular from 6 and triangular from 8. The same number arises from the multiplication of the first 2 square numbers, 4 and 9, as also from the addition of 3 cubical numbers, 1, 8, and 27, which being put together make up 36. Lastly, you have a parallelogram with unequal sides by the multiplication of 12 by 3, or 9 by 4. Take then the numbers of the sides of all these figures, the 6 of the square, the 8 of the triangle, the 9 for the one parallelogram, and the 12 for the other, and there you will find the proportions of all the concords. For 12 to 9 will be a fourth, as niti to paramesi. To 8 it will prove a fifth, as niti to mesi. To 6 it will be an octave, as niti to hypati. And the 216 is the cubical number proceeding from 6, which is its root, and so equal to its own parameter. Now these numbers aforesaid being endued with all these properties, the last of them, which is 27, has this peculiar to itself, that it is equal to all those that proceed together, besides that it is the periodical number of the days wherein the moon finishes her monthly course. The Pythagoreans make it to be the tone of all the harmonical intervals. On the other side, they call 13 the remainder, and regard it misses a unit to be half of 27. Now that these numbers comprehend the proportions of harmonical concord is easily made apparent. For the proportion of 2 to 1 is duple, which contains the diapason, as the proportion of 3 to 2 sesquialter, which embraces the fifth, and the proportion of 4 to 3 sesquiterce, which comprehends the diatessaron, the proportion of 9 to 3 triple, including the diapason and diapente, and that of 8 to 2 quadruple, comprehending the double diapason. Lastly, there is the sesquioctave in 8 to 9, which makes the interval of a single tone. If then the unit which is common be counted as well to the even as the odd numbers, the whole series will be equal to the sum of the decade. For the even numbers, 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 give 15, the triangular number of 5. On the other side, take the odd numbers 1, 3, 9, and 27, and the sum is 40, by which numbers the skilful measure all musical intervals, of which they call one a diasis, and the other a tone. Which number of 40 proceeds from the force of the quaternary number by multiplication. For every one of the first 4 numbers being by itself multiplied by 4, the products will be 4, 8, 12, 16, which being added all together make 40, comprehending all the proportions of harmony. For 16 is a sesquiterce to 12, duple to 8, and quadruple to 4. Again, 12 holds a sesquialter proportion to 8, and triple to 4. In these proportions are contained the intervals of the diatessaron, diapente, diapason, and double diapason. Moreover, the number 40 is equal to the 2 first tetragons and the 2 first cubes being taken both together. For the first tetragons are 1 and 4. The first cubes are 8 and 27, which being added together make 40. Whence it appears that the Platonic quaternary is much more perfect and fuller of variety than the Pythagorean. But since the numbers proposed did not afford space sufficient for the middle intervals, therefore there was a necessity to allow larger bounds for the proportions. And now we are to tell you what those bounds and middle spaces are. And first, containing the medieties, or mean terms, of which that which equally exceeds and is exceeded by the same number is called arithmetical, the other which exceeds and is exceeded by the same proportional part of the extremes is called subcontrary. Now the extremes and the middle of an arithmetical mediety are 6, 9, 12. For 9 exceeds 6 as it is exceeded by 12, that is to say, by the number 3. The extremes and middle of the subcontrary are 6, 8, 12, where 8 exceeds 6 by 2, and 12 exceeds 8 by 4. Yet 2 is equally the third of 6, as 4 is the third of 12. So that in the arithmetical mediety the middle exceeds and is exceeded by the same number, but in the subcontrary mediety the middle term once of one of the extremes and exceeds the other by the same part of each extreme. For in the first 3 is the third part of the mean, but in the latter 4 and 2 are third parts each of a different extreme, whence it is called subcontrary. This they also call harmonic, as being that whose middle and extremes afford the first concords, that is to say, between the highest and lowermost lies the diapason, between the highest and the middle lies the diapente, and between the middle and lowermost lies the fourth or diatessaron. For suppose the highest extreme to be placed at nete, and the lowermost at hypate, the middle will fall upon mese, making a fifth to the uppermost extreme, but a fourth to the lowermost, so that nete answers to 12, mese to 8, and hypate to 6. Now the more readily to find out these means, Eudorus hath taught us an easy method. For after you have proposed the extremities, if you take the half part of each and add them together, the product shall be the middle, alike in both duple and triple proportions, in arithmetical mediety. But as for subcontrary mediety, in duple proportion, first having fixed the extremes, take the third part of the lesser and the half of the larger extreme, and the addition of both together shall be the middle. In triple proportion, the half of the lesser and the third part of the larger extreme shall be the mean. As for example, in triple proportion, let 6 be the least extreme, and 18 the biggest. If you take 3, which is the half of 6, and 6, which is the third part of 18, the product by addition will be 9, exceeding and exceeded by the same proportional parts of the extremes. In this manner the mediums are found out, and these are so to be disposed and placed as to fill up the duple and triple intervals. Now of these proposed numbers some have no middle space, others have not sufficient. Being therefore so augmented that the same proportions may remain, they will afford sufficient space for the aforesaid mediums. To which purpose, instead of a unit, they choose the 6, as being the first number including in itself a half and a third part, and so multiplying all the figures below it and above it by 6, they make sufficient room to receive the mediums, both in double and triple distances, as in the example below. Shown is a table with 3 rows. First row, numbers 12, 2, 3, 18. Second row, numbers 24, 4, 6, 9, 54. The third row, 48, 8, 27, 162. Now Plato laid down this for a position, that the intervals of sesquialters, sesquiterces, and sesquioctaves, having once arisen from these connections in the first spaces, the deity filled up all the sesquiterce intervals with sesquioctaves, leaving a part of each, so that the interval left of the part should bear the numerical proportion of 256 to 243. From these words of Plato they were constrained to enlarge their numbers and make them bigger. Now there must be 2 numbers following in order in sesquioctave proportion. But the 6 does not contain a sesquioctave, and if it should be cut up into parts and the units bruised into fractions, this would strangely perplex the study of these things. Therefore the occasion itself advised multiplication, so that, as in changes in the musical scale, the whole scheme was extended in agreement with the first or base number. Eudorus therefore, imitating Crantor, made choice of 384 for his first number, being the product of 64 multiplied by 6, which way of proceeding the number 64 led them to, having for its sesquioctave 72. But it is more agreeable to the words of Plato to introduce the half of 384, for the remainder of that will bear a sesquioctave proportion in those numbers which Plato mentions, 256 and 243, if we make use of 192 for the first number. But if the same number be made choice of doubled, the remainder, or lemma, will have the same proportion, but the numbers will be doubled, i.e. 512 and 486. For 256 is in sesquiterce proportion to 192, as 512 to 384. Neither was Crantor's reduction of the proportions to this number without reason, which made his followers willing to pursue it, in regard that 64 is both the square of the first cube and the cube of the first square, and being multiplied by 3, the first odd and trigonal, and the first perfect and sesquialter number, it produces 192, which also has its sesquioctave, as we shall demonstrate. But first of all we shall better understand what this lemma or remainder is, and what was the opinion of Plato, if we do but call to mind what was frequently bandied in the Pythagorean schools. For interval in music is all that space which is comprehended by 2 sounds varied in pitch, of which intervals that which is called a tone is the full excess of diapente above diatessaron, and this being divided into 2 parts, according to the opinion of the musicians, makes 2 intervals, both which they call a semitone. But the Pythagoreans, despairing to divide a tone into equal parts, and therefore perceiving the 2 divisions to be unequal, called the lesser lemma, or defect, as being lesser than the half. Therefore some there are who make the diatessaron, which is one of the concords, to consist of 2 tones and a half, others of 2 tones and lemma, in which case sense seems to govern the musicians and demonstration the mathematicians. The proof by demonstration is thus made out. For it is certain from the observation of instruments that the diapason has double proportion, the diapente a sesquialter, the diatessaron a sesquiterce, and the tone a sesquioctave proportion. Now the truth of this will easily appear upon examination by hanging 2 weights double in proportion to 2 strings, or by making 2 pipes of equal hollowness double in length, the one to the other. For the bigger of the pipes will yield the deep sound as hypate to nete, and of the 2 strings that which is extended by the double weight will be acuter than the other, as nete to hypate, and this is a diapason. In the same manner 2 longitudes or ponderosities, being taken in the proportion of 3 to 2, will produce a diapente, and 3 to 4 will yield a diatessaron, of which the latter carries a sesquiterce, the former a sesquialter proportion. But if the same inequality of weight or length be so ordered as 9 to 8, it will produce a tonic interval, no perfect concord, but harmonical enough. In regard the strings, being struck one after another, will yield so many musical and pleasing sounds, but altogether a dull and ungrateful noise. But if they are touched in consort, either single or together, thence a delightful melody will charm the ear. Nor is all this less demonstrable by reason. For in music the diapason is composed of the diapente and diatessaron, but in numbers the duple is compounded of the sesquialter and sesquiterce. For 12 is a sesquiterce to 9, but a sesquialter to 8, and the duple to 6. Therefore is the duple proportion composed of the sesquialter and sesquiterce, as the diapason of the diapente and diatessaron. For here the diapente exceeds the diatessaron by a tone, there the sesquialter exceeds the sesquiterce by a sesquioctave. Whence it is apparent that the diapason carries a double proportion, the diapente a sesquialter, the diatessaron a sesquiterce, and the tone a sesquioctave. This being thus demonstrated, let us see whether the sesquioctave will admit a division into 2 equal parts, which if it will not do, neither will a tone. However, in regard that 9 and 8, which make the first sesquioctave, have no middle interval, but both being doubled, the space that falls between causes 2 intervals, thence it is apparent that, if those distances were equal, the sesquioctave also might be divided into equal parts. Now the double of 9 is 18, and that of 8 is 16, the intermedium 17, by which means one of the intervals becomes larger, the other lesser, for the first is that of 18 to 17, the second that of 17 to 16. Thus the sesquioctave proportion not being to be otherwise than unequally divided, consequently neither will the tone admit of an equal division. So that neither of these 2 sections of a divided tone is to be called a semitone, but according as the mathematicians name it, the remainder. And this is that which Plato means when he says that God, having filled up the sesquiterces with sesquioctaves, left a part of each, of which the proportion is the same as of 256 to 243. For admit a diatessaron in 2 numbers comprehending sesquiterce proportion, that is to say, in 256 and 192, of which 2 numbers let the lesser 192 be applied to the lower extreme, and the bigger number 256 to the uppermost extreme of the tetrachord, whence we shall demonstrate that, this space being filled up by 2 sesquioctaves, such an interval remains as lies between the numbers 256 and 243. For the lower string being forced a full tone upward, which is a sesquioctave, it makes 216, and being screwed another tone upward, it makes 243, which 243 exceeds 216 by 27, and 216 exceeds 192 by 24. And then again of these two numbers, 27 is the eighth of 216, and 24 the eighth of 192. So the biggest of these two numbers is a sesquioctave to the middle, and the middle to the least, and the distance from the least to the biggest, that is, from 192 to 243, consists of two tones filled up with two sesquioctaves, which being subtracted, the remaining interval of the whole between 243 and 256 is 13, for which reason they called this number the remainder. And thus I am apt to believe the meaning and opinion of Plato to be most exactly explained in these numbers. Others, placing the two extremes of the diatessaron, the acute part in 288 and the lower sound in 216, in all the rest observe the same proportions, only that they take the remainder between the two middle intervals, for the bass being forced up a whole tone makes 243, and the upper note screwed downward a full tone begets 256. Moreover, 243 carries a sesquioctave proportion to 216, and 288 to 256, so that each of the intervals contains a full tone, and the residue is that which remains between 243 and 256, which is not a semitone but something less. For 288 exceeds 256 by 32, and 243 exceeds 216 by 27, but 256 exceeds 243 by 13. Now this excess is less than half of the former. So it is plain that the diatessaron consists of two tones and the residue, not of two tones and a half. Let this suffice for the demonstration of these things. Nor is it a difficult thing to believe by what has been already said, wherefore Plato, after he had asserted that the intervals of sesquialter, sesquiterce, and sesquioctave had arisen, when he comes to fill up the intervals of sesquiterces with sesquioctaves, makes not the least mention of sesquialters, for that the sesquialter is soon filled up by adding the sesquiterce to the sesquioctave, or the sesquioctave to the sesquiterce. Having therefore shown the manner how to fill up the intervals and to place and dispose the medieties, had never any person taken the same pains before, I should have recommended the further consideration of it to the recreation of your fancies. But in regard that several most excellent musicians have made it their business to unfold these mysteries with a diligence more than usually exact, more especially Crantor, Clearchus, and Theodorus, all born in Soli, it shall suffice only to show how these men differed among themselves. For Theodorus, varying from the other two, and not observing two distinct files or rows of numbers, but placing the duples and triples in a direct line one before another, grounds himself upon that division of the substance which Plato calls the division in length, making two parts, as it were, out of one, not four out of two. Then he says that the interposition of the mediums ought to take place in that manner, to avoid the trouble and confusion which must arise from transferring out of the first duple into the first triple the intervals which are ordained for the supplement of both. But as for those who take Crantor's part, they so dispose their numbers as to place planes with planes, tetragons with tetragons, cubes with cubes, opposite to one another, not taking them in file, but alternatively odd to even. Editor's note: here is some great defect in the original. End note. Which, being in themselves permanently the same, afford the form and species, but being subject to corporeal division, they become the matter and subject to receive the other's impression, the common mixture being completed out of both. Now, the indivisible substance, which is always one and the same, is not to be thought to be incapable of division by reason of its smallness, like the most minute of bodies, called atoms; but as it is unmixed, and not to be any way affected, but pure and altogether of one sort, it is said not to consist of parts, but to be indivisible. by means of which purity, when it comes in any manner whatsoever to approach and gently touch compounded divisible and differing substances, all their variety ceases, and they crowd together into one habit by sympathy and similitude. If now any one will call that substance which admits corporeal separation matter, as a nature subject to the former and partaking of it, the use of that equivocal term will nothing disadvantage our discourse. But they are under a mistake that believe the corporeal to be blended with the indivisible matter. First, for that Plato does not here make use of any one of its names, whereas in other places he calls it the receptacle and nurse, capable of both receiving and fostering the vast infinity of created beings, not divisible among bodies, but rather the body itself, parted and divided into single individuals. Then again, what difference would there be between the creation of the world and that of the soul, if the composition of each proceeded from both matter and the intelligible essence? Certainly Plato, as endeavouring to separate the generation of the body from that of the soul, tells us that the corporeal part was by God seated and deposited within it, and that it was outwardly covered and enveloped by it. And after he had thus wrought the soul to its perfection out of proportion, he then proceeds to this argument concerning matter, of which he had no occasion to make mention before when he was producing the soul, as being that which had not its existence from matter. The same may be said against the followers of Posidonius, for they seem not altogether to separate the soul from matter, but imagining the essence of limitations to be divisible in reference to bodies, and intermixing it with the intelligible essence, they define the soul to be an idea, or essential form, of that which has extension in every direction, subsisting in an harmonical proportion of numbers. For, they say, all mathematical objects are disposed between the first intelligible and sensible beings, and since the soul contains the sempiternal nature of things intelligible and the pathetic nature of things subjected to sense, it seems but rational that it should consist of a substance between both. But they were ignorant that God, when the soul was already brought to perfection, afterwards making use of the limitations of bodies to form and shape the matter, confined and environed the dissipated and fleeting substance within the compass of certain surfaces composed of triangles adapted together. And it is even more absurd to make the soul an idea. For the soul is always in motion, the idea is incapable of motion, the one never to be mixed with that which is subjected to sense, the other wrought into the substance of the body. Moreover, God could be said only to imitate an idea as his pattern, but he was the artificer of the soul, as of a work of perfection. Now, enough has been already said to show that Plato does not assert number to be the substance of the soul, only that it is ordered and proportioned by number. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the procreation of the soul, as discoursed in Timaeus, Part 3. However, this is a common argument against both the former opinions, that neither in corporeal limits nor numbers there is the least footstep or appearance of that power by which the soul assumes to itself to judge of what is subject to sense. For it was the participation of the intelligible principle that endued it with understanding and the perceiving faculty. But as for opinion, belief, imagination, and its being affected with qualities relating to the body, no man could ever dream that they proceeded simply either from units or lines or surfaces. For not only the souls of mortals have a power to judge of what is subject to sense, but the soul of the world also, says Plato, when it revolves upon itself, and happens once to touch upon any fluid and roving substance, or upon anything indivisible, then being moved throughout its whole self, it gives notice with what is or that thing is identical, to what heterogeneo, and in what relations especially, and in what manner it happens to be and to be affected towards each created thing. Here he gives at the same time an intimation of the 10 categories or predicaments, but afterwards he gives us a clearer manifestation of these things. For when true reason, says he, is fixed upon what is subject to sense, and the circle of the other, observing a just and equal motion, conveys its intelligence to the whole soul, then both opinion and belief become steadfast and certain. On the other side, when it is settled upon ratiocination, and the circle of the same, turning readily and easily, furnishes its intimations, then of necessity knowledge arrives to perfection. And indeed, whoever shall affirm that anything in which these two operations take place is anything besides a soul, may deservedly be thought to speak anything rather than the truth. From whence then does the soul enjoy this motion, whereby it comprehends what is subject to sense, different from that other intelligible motion which ends in knowledge? This is a difficult task to resolve, unless we steadfastly assert that Plato here did not compose the soul, singly considered, but the soul of the world also, of the parts above mentioned, of the more worthy indivisible substance, and of the less worthy divisible in reference to bodies. And this soul of the world is no other than that motion which gives heat and vigor to thought and fancy, and sympathizes with what is subject to sense, not created, but existing from eternity, like the other soul. For nature, which had the power of understanding, had also the power of opinion. But the intelligible power is subject neither to motion nor affection, being established upon a substance that is still the same. The other is movable and fleeting, as being engaged to an unstable, fluctuating, and disunited matter. In regard the sensible substance was so far from any order, that it was without shape and boundless, so that the power which is fixed in this was capable of producing no clear and well-grounded notions, and no certain or well-ordered movements, but only sleepy dreams and deliriums, which amused and troubled corporeal stupidity, unless by accident they lighted upon the more worthy substance. For it was in the middle between the sensible and discerning faculty, and had a nature conformable and agreeable to both, from the sensible apprehending substance, and borrowing from judgment its power of discerning things intelligible. And this the express words of Plato declare. For this is my opinion, saith he, in short, that being, place, and generation were 3 distinct things even before the heavens were created. By place he means matter, as being the seat and receptacle. By being or existence, the intelligible nature. And by generation, the world not being yet created. He designs only that substance which was subject to change and motion, disposed between the forming cause and the thing formed, transmitting hither those shapes and figures which were there contrived and moulded. For which reason it was called divisible, there being a necessity of distributing sense to the sensitive, and imagination to the imaginative faculty. For the sensitive motion, being proper to the soul, directs itself to that which is outwardly sensible. As for the understanding, it was fixed and immovable of itself, but being settled in the soul and becoming its lord and governor, it turns upon itself, and accomplishes a circular motion about that which is always permanent, chiefly laboring to apply itself to the eternally durable substance. With great difficulty, therefore, did they admit a conjunction, till the divisible at length intermixing with the indivisible, and the restlessly hurried with the sleepy and motionless, constrained the other to meet and join with the same. Yet the other was not motion, as neither was the same stability, but the principle of distinction and diversity. For both the one and the other proceed from a different principle, the same from the unit, the other from the duad. And these were first intermixed with the soul, being fastened and bound together by number, proportion, and harmonical mediums, so that the other, being riveted into the same, begets diversity and disagreement, and the same, being fermented into the other, produces order. And this is apparent from the first powers of the soul, which are judgment and motion. Motion immediately shows itself in the heavens, giving us an example of diversity and identity by the circumvolution of the fixed stars, and of identity and diversity by the order of the planets. For in them the same bears the chiefest sway. In terrestrial bodies, the contrary principle. Judgment has two principles: understanding from the same, to judge of things in general, and sense from the other, to judge of things in particular. Reason is a mixture of both, becoming intellect in reference to things intelligible, and opinion in things subject to sense, making use of the interdisposed organs of imagination and memory, of which these in the same produces the other, and those in the other make the same. For understanding is the motion of the considerative faculty about that which is permanent and stable. Opinion is a continuance of the perceptive faculty upon that which is continually in motion. But as for fancy or imagination, being a connection of opinion with sense, the same has placed it in the memory, and the other moves it again in the difference between past and present, touching at the same time upon diversity and identity. But now let us take a draught of the corresponding composition of the soul from the structure of the body of the universe. There we find fire and earth, whose nature is such as not to admit of mixture one with another, but with great difficulty, or rather is altogether obstinately refractory to mixture and constancy. God, therefore, placing air and water in the middle between both, the air next the fire, the water next the earth, first of all tempered the middlemost one with another, and next, by the assistance of these two, he brought the two extreme elements not only to mix with the middlemost, but also to a mutual closure or conjunction between themselves. Then he drew together those contrary powers and opposing extremes, the same and the other, not immediately, the one adjoining to the other, but placing other substances between, the indivisible next the same, and the divisible next the other, disposing each to each in convenient order, and mixing the extremes with the middlemost. After which manner he interweaved and tissued the whole into the form and composition of the soul, completing, as far as it was possible, similitude out of things different and various, and one out of many. Therefore it is alleged by some that Plato erroneously affirmed the nature of the other to be an enemy to mixture, as being not only capable to receive it, but a friend of change. Whereas that should have been rather said of the nature of the same, which, being stable and an utter adversary to mutability, is so far from an easy and willing condescension to mixture, that it flies and abhors it, to the end it may preserve itself pure and free from alteration. But they who make these objections against Plato betray their own ignorance, not understanding that the same is the idea, or essential form, of those things that always continue in the same state and condition, and that the other is the idea of those things which are subject to be variously affected, and that is the peculiar nature of the one to disjoin and separate into many parts whatever it happens to lay hold upon, and of the other to cement and assimilate scattered substances, till they resume one particular form and efficacy. And these are the powers and virtues of the soul of the universe. And when they once enter into the organs of corruptible bodies, being themselves incorruptible, there the form of the binary and boundless principle shows itself most briskly, while that of the unmixed and purer principle lies as it were dormant in obscurity. And thus it happens that a man shall rarely observe any human passion or motion of the understanding, void of reason, where there shall not something appear either of desire or emulation, joy or grief. Several philosophers therefore will have the passions to be so many sorts of reasonings, seeing that desire, grief, and anger are all the effects of judgment. Others allege the virtues themselves to be derived from passions, fortitude depending on fear, temperance on voluptuousness, and justice on love of gain. Now the soul being both speculative and practical, contemplating as well generals as particulars, and seeming to comprehend the one by the assistance of the intellect, and the other by the aid of sense, common reason, which encounters the same in the other, and the other in the same, endeavors by certain limits and distinctions to separate one from many and the divisible from the indivisible. But she cannot accomplish her design, nor be purely in one or the other. In regard the principles are so oddly interwoven and intermixed, and confusedly huddled together. For this reason did God constitute a receptacle for the same and the other, out of the indivisible and divisible substance, to the end there might be order in variety. Now this was generation, for without this the same could have no variety, and therefore no motion or generation, and the other could have no order, and therefore no consistence or generation. For should we grant the same to be different from the other, and the other to be the same with itself, such a commixture would produce nothing generative, but would want a third something, like matter, to receive both and be disposed of by both. And this is that matter which God first composed, when he bounded the movable nature of bodies by the steadfastness of things intelligible. Now then, as voice, merely voice, is only an insignificant and brutish noise, but speech is the expression of the mind by significant utterance, as harmony consists of sounds and intervals, a sound being always one and the same, and an interval being the difference and diversity of sounds, while both being mixed together produce air and melody. Thus the passive nature of the soul was without limits and unstable, but afterwards became determinate, when limits were set and a certain form was given to the divisible and manifold variety of motions. Thus having comprised the same and the other, by the similitudes and dissimilitudes of numbers, which produce concord out of disagreement, it becomes the life of the world, sober and prudent, harmony itself, and reason overruling necessity mixed with persuasion. This necessity is by most men called fate or destiny, by Empedocles, friendship and discord; by Heraclitus, the opposite straining harmony of the world, as of a bow or harp; by Parmenides, light and darkness; by Anaxagoras, mind and infinity; by Zoroaster, God and Daemon, naming one Oromasdes, the other Erimanius. Though as for Euripides, he makes use of the disjunctive erroneously for the copulative, where he says, Jove, whether he be necessity that nature's force controls, or the intelligence of human souls. For indeed, the powers which bear dominion over the universe are necessity and wisdom. This is that therefore which the Egyptians intimate in their fables, feeling that, when Horus was punished and dismembered, he bequeathed his soul and blood to his father, but his flesh and his fat to his mother. There is no part of the soul which remains pure and unmixed, or separate from the rest, for, according to the opinion of Heraclitus, harmony latent is of greater value than that which is visible, as being that wherein the blending deity concealed and sunk all varieties and dissimilitudes. Nevertheless, there appears in the irrational part a turbulent and boisterous temerity; in the rational part, an orderly and well-marshalled prudence; in the sensitive part, the constraint of necessity; but in the understanding, entire and perfect command of itself. The limiting and bounding power sympathizes with the whole and the indivisible, by reason of the nearness of their relations. On the other side, the dividing power fixes itself upon particulars, by virtue of the divisible substance, and the whole rejoices at the mutation of the same by means of the other, as occasion requires. In the like manner, the various inclinations of men to virtue and vice, to pleasure and toil, as also the enthusiasms and raptures of lovers, the combats of honor with lustful desires, plainly demonstrate the mixture of the divine and impassible with the moral and corporeal part, of which Plato himself calls the one concupiscence of pleasures, natural to ourselves, the other an opinion, introduced from without, aspiring to the chiefest good. For passible qualities of the soul arise from herself, but she participates of understanding, as being infused from without, by the more worthy principle. Nor is the celestial nature privileged from this double society and communion, for sometimes it is seen to incline one way or the other, but it is set right again by the more powerful revolution of the same, and governs the world. Nay, there shall come a time, as it has happened already, when the world's moving wisdom shall grow dull and drowsy, drowned in oblivion of its own duty, while that which is familiar and agreeable to the body from the beginning draws and winds back the right-hand motion of the universe, causing the wheels to go slow and heavy. Yet shall it not be able to dash in pieces the whole movement, for that the better part, rousing and recollecting herself, and observing the pattern and exemplar of God, shall with his aid reduce all things again into their former order. Thus it is demonstrable by many proofs, that the soul was not altogether the workmanship of the deity, but that having in itself a certain portion of innate evil, it was by him digested and beatified who limited infinity by unity, to the end it might be a substance within the compass of certain limits, intermixing order and mutation, variety and resemblance, by the force of the same and the other, and lastly, working into all these, as far as it was possible, a mutual community and friendship by the assistance of numbers and harmony. Concerning which things, Although you have heard frequent discourses, and have likewise read several arguments and disputes committed to writing upon the same subjects, it will not be amiss for me also to give a short account, after a brief repetition of Plato's own words. God, said he, in the first place withdrew one part from the whole, which done, he took away the double of that, then a third part, sesquialter in proportion to the second, and triple to the first, then a fourth part, double to the second, next a fifth part, being the triple of the third, then a sixth, 8 times the first, and lastly a seventh, being 27 times the first. This done, he filled up the duple and triple intervals, retrenching also from thence certain other particles, and placing them in the midst of those intervals, so that in every interval there might be 2 medieties, the one exceeding and being exceeded by one, and the same part of the extremes, the other exceeding and being exceeded by the same number. Now in regard that from these connections in the first spaces there arose the intervals of sesquialters, sesquiterces, and sesquioctaves. He filled up all the sesquiterce intervals with sesquioctaves, leaving a part of each, so that the interval left of the part might bear the numerical proportion of 256 to 243. Here the question will be first concerning the quantity, next concerning the order, and in the third place concerning the force and virtue of the numbers. As to the quantity, we are to consider which he takes in the double and triple intervals. As to the order, whether they are to be placed in one row, according to the direction of Theodorus, or, as Crantor will have them, in the form of a lambda, placing the unit at the top, and the duples and triples apart by themselves in 2 several files. Lastly, we are to examine of what use and virtue they are in the structure and composition of the soul. As to the first, we shall relinquish the opinion of those who affirm that it is enough, in proportions, to consider the nature of the intervals, and of the medieties which fill up their vacancies, and that the demonstration can be made out for any numbers whatsoever that have spaces sufficient to receive the aforesaid proportions. For this being granted, it makes the demonstration obscure, without the help of schemes, and drives us from another theory, which carries with it a delight not unbecoming philosophy. Beginning therefore from the unit, let us place the duples and triples apart, and there will be on the one side 2, 4, 8, on the other 3, 9, 27, 7 numbers in all, proceeding forward by multiplication 4 steps from the unit, which is assumed as the common base. For not only here, but upon other occasions, the sympathy of the quaternary number with the septenary is apparent. There is this peculiar to that tetractys or quaternary number 36, so much celebrated by the Pythagoreans, which is more particularly worthy admiration, that it is composed of the first 4 even numbers and the first 4 odd numbers, and it is the 4th connection made of numbers put together in order. The first connection is of 1 and 2, the second of odd numbers. For placing the unit, which is common to both, before, he first takes 8 and then 27, as it were pointing out with the finger where to place each particular sort. These places are so depraved in the original that the sense is lost. But it begins to others to explain these things more accurately and distinctly, while we content ourselves with only what remains, as peculiarly proper to the subject in hand. For it was not out of vainglory, to boast this skill in the mathematical sciences, that Plato inserted in a treatise of natural philosophy this discourse of harmonical and arithmetical medieties, but believing them both apt and convenient to demonstrate the structure and composition of the soul. For some there are who seek these proportions in the swift motions of the spheres of the planets, others rather in the distances, others in the magnitude of the stars, others more accurate and nice in their inquiry, seek for the same proportions in the diameters of the epicycles, as if the Supreme Architect, for the sake of these, had adapted the soul, divided into 7 parts, to the celestial bodies. Many also there are, who hither transfer the inventions of the Pythagoreans, tripling the distances of bodies from the middle. This is done by placing the unit next the fire, 3 next the antichthon, or earth which is opposite to our earth, 9 next the earth, 27 next the moon, 81 next to Mercury, 243 upon Venus, and 729 upon the Sun. The last, 729, is both a tetragonal and cubical number, whence it is that they also call the Sun a tetragon and a cube. By this way of tripling, they also reduce the other stars to proportion. But these peoples may be thought to dote and to wander very much from reason, if there by any use of geometrical demonstration, since by their mistakes we find that the most probable proofs proceed from thence. And although geometers do not always make out their positions exactly, yet they approach the nearest to truth when they say that the diameter of the Sun, compared with the diameter of the Earth, bears the proportion of 12:1, while the diameter of the Earth to that of the Moon carries a triple proportion. And for that which appears to be the least of the fixed stars, the diameter of it is no less than the 3rd part of the diameter of the Earth, and the whole globe of the Earth to the whole globe of the Moon is as 27:1. The diameters of Venus and the Earth bear a duple, the globes or spheres of both an octave proportion. The width of the shadow, which causes an eclipse, holds a triple proportion to the diameter of the Moon, and the deviation of the Moon from the middle of the signs, either to the one or the other side, is a 12th part. Her positions as to the Sun, either in triangular or quadrangular distances, give her the form when she appears as in the 1st quarter and gibbous, but when she comes to be quite round, that is, when she has run through half the signs, she then makes, as it were, a kind of diapason harmony with 6 notes. But in regard the motions of the Sun are slowest when he arrives at the solstices, and swiftest when he comes to the equinoxes, by which he takes from the days or adds to the night. The proportion holds thus: for the first 30 days after the winter solstice, he adds to the day a 6th part of the length whereby the longest night exceeds the shortest. The next 30 days he adds a 3rd part. To all the rest till the equinox he adds a half, and so by sextuple and triple distances he makes even the irregularity of time. Moreover, the Chaldeans make the spring to hold the proportion of a diatessaron to autumn, of a diapente to the winter, and of a diapason to the summer. But if Euripides rightly divides the year, where he says, 4 months the parching heats of summer reign, and 4 of hoary winter's cold complain. 2 months doth vernal pride the fields array, and 2 months more do autumn tribute pay, then the seasons shall be said to change in octave proportion. Others there are who fancy the earth to be in the lowest string of the harp, called proslambonomenos, and so proceeding, they place the moon in hypate, Mercury and Venus in the Diatoni and Lichani. The Sun they likewise place in Mys, as in the midst of the diapason, a fifth above the earth and a fourth from the sphere of the fixed stars. But neither doth this pleasant conceit of the latter come near the truth, neither do the former attain perfect accuracy. However, they who will not allow the latter to depend upon Plato's sentiments will yet grant the former to partake of musical proportions, so that, there being 5 tetrachords, called ipaton, meson, synemenon, diazevmenon, and hypervaleon, in these 5 distances they place all the planets, making the first tetrachord from the moon to the sun, and the planets which move with the sun, that is, Mercury and Venus, the next from the sun to the fiery planet of Mars, the third between this and Jupiter, the fourth from thence to Saturn, and the fifth from Saturn to the sphere of the fixed stars, so that the sounds and notes which bound the 5 tetrachords bear the same proportion with the intervals of the planets. Still further, we know that the ancient musicians had 2 notes called hypate, 3 called neats, 1 mys, and 1 paramys, thus confining their scale to 7 standing notes, equal in number to the number of the planets. But the moderns, adding the proslambanomenos, which is a full tone in descent from hypate, have multiplied the scheme into the double diapason, and thereby confounded the natural order of the concords, for the diapente happens to be before the diatessaron, with the addition of the whole tone in the bass, whereas Plato makes his addition in the upper part, for in his Republic he says that every one of the 8 spheres rolls about a siren which is fixed upon each of the tuneful globes, and that they all sing one counterpoint without diversity of modulation, taking every one their peculiar concords, which together complete a melodious consort. These sirens sing for their pleasure divine and heavenly tunes, and accompany their sacred circuit and dance with a harmonious song of 8 notes. Nor was there necessity of a fuller chorus, in regard that within the confines of 8 notes lay the first bounds and limits of all duple and triple proportions, the unit being added to both the even and odd numbers. And certainly from hence it was that the ancients raised their invention of 9 muses, of which 8 were employed in celestial affairs, as Plato said. The 9th was to take care of things terrestrial, and to reduce and reform the inequality and confusion of error and jarring variance. Now then consider whether the soul does not roll and turn, and manage the heavens and the celestial bodies by means of those harmonious concords and equal motions that are wrought and fermented within her, being herself most wise and most just. And such she became by virtue of harmonical proportions, whose images representing things incorporeal are imprinted into the discernible and visible parts and bodies of the world. But the chief and most predominating power is visibly mixed in the soul, which renders her harmonious and obedient to herself, the other parts unanimously yielding to her as the most supreme and the divinest part of all. For the sovereign artificer and creator, finding a strange disorder and erroneous confusion in the motions of the decomposed and unruly soul, which was still at variance with herself, some things he divided and separated, others he brought together and reconciled to a mutual sympathy, making use of harmony and numbers, by virtue of which the slightest and meanest of insensible substances even stocks and stones, the rinds of trees, and sometimes even the rinets of beasts, by various mixtures, compositions, and temperatures, may become the charming objects of the sight, or afford most pleasing perfumes and wholesome medicaments for the relief of mankind, or be wrought and hollowed to send forth pleasing musical sounds. And for this reason it was that Zeno of Citium encouraged and persuaded youth to frequent the theatres, there to observe the variety of melodious sounds that proceeded from horns or cornets, wooden hautboys, flutes and reeds, or any other musical instruments to which the contrivance of art had rightly applied the reason of number and proportion. Not that we will here maintain, with the Pythagoreans, that all things resemble number, for that requires a long discourse to prove it. But where mutual society and sympathy arise out of discord and dissimilitude, that the cause of this is moderation and order, produced by the power of harmony and number, was a thing not concealed even from the poets. And these give to what is friendly and kind the epithet evenly fitted, while, on the other side, men of rugged and malicious dispositions they called unevenly tempered, as if enmity and discord were nothing but a sort of disproportion. For this reason, he who writes Pindar's elegy gives him this encomium: to foreigners agreeable, to citizens a friend. The poet plainly inferring complacency of humour and the aptitude of a person to fit himself to all tempers to be an excellency aspiring to virtue itself, which Pindar himself also testifies, saying of Cadmus that he listened to true music from Apollo himself. Nor must we believe that the theologists, who were the most ancient philosophers, ordered the pictures and statues of the gods to be made with musical instruments in their hands, because they thought the gods no better than pipers or harpers, but to signify that no work was so becoming to the gods as accord and harmony. Now then, as it would be absurd and ridiculous for any man to search for sesquiterces, sesquialters, and duples in the neck or belly or sides of a lute or harp, though every one of these must also be allowed their symmetry of length and thickness, the harmony and proportion of concords being to be sought for in the sound, it is most probable that the bodies of the stars, the distances of spheres, and the swiftness of the motions and revolutions have their sundry proportions, as well one to another as to the whole fabric, like instruments of music well set and tuned, though the measure of the quantity be unknown to us. However, we are to imagine that the principal effect and efficacy of these numbers and proportions, which the Supreme Architect made use of, is that the same agreement, harmony, and consent of the soul with itself, by means which she replenished the heavens themselves, when she came to actuate and perform her office there, with so many infinite beauties, and by which she governs the earth by virtue of the several seasons, and other alterations wisely and artificially measured and varied, as well for the generation as preservation of all terrestrial productions. End of section 26. Recording by Jairus Amar.
Section 27 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. That a philosopher ought chiefly to converse with great men. Footnote: This epistolary discourse was wrote against an ill-bred sort of philosophers, who neither would take the charge of education of great persons themselves, nor would suffer others to do it. Though the author seems here only to vindicate his friend, it is in truth an apology for himself, who bred up an emperor and spent most part of his time, to good purpose, in the greatest court in the world. This and several other of his moral discourses seems to be hastily dictated, so that there is no great choice in his words, or measure in his periods, or strict method in the whole. However, the treasure of ancient learning and good sense which is to be found in him, as it was frequently made use of by the most eloquent Greek fathers, so is it sufficient to recommend his works to all lovers of learning and good manners. K.C. Much of this version is a mere paraphrase. G. End of footnote. 1. The resolution which you have taken to enter into the friendship and familiarity of Sorcanus, that by the infrequent opportunities of conversing with him you may cultivate and improve a soil which gives such early promise of a plentiful harvest, is an undertaking which will not only oblige his relations and friends, but redound very much to the advantage of the public. And, notwithstanding the peevish censures of some morose or ignorant people, it is so far from being an argument of an aspiring and vainglorious temper, that it shows you to be a lover of virtue and good manners, and a zealous promoter of the common interest of mankind. They themselves are rather to be accused of an indirect but more vehement sort of ambition, who would not upon any terms be found in the company, or so much as be seen to give a civil salute to a person of quality. For how unreasonable would it be to enforce a well-disposed young gentleman, and one who needs the direction of a wise governor, to such complaints as these: Would that I might change myself from a Pericles to a Cato, to a cobbler like Simon, or a grammarian like Dionysius, that I might, like them, have the conversation of such a man as Socrates, enjoy his company, and hear his instructive lessons of morality. So far, I am sure, was Aristo of Chios from being of their humor, that when he was censured for exposing and prostituting the dignity of philosophy by his freedom to all comers, he answered that he could wish that nature had given understanding to wild beasts, that they too might be capable of being his hearers. Shall we then deny that privilege to men of interest and power, which this good man would have communicated, if it had been possible, to brute beasts? But these men have taken a false notion of philosophy. They make it much like the art of statuary, whose business it is to carve out a lifeless image in the most exact figure and proportions, and then to raise it upon a pedestal where it is to continue forever. The true philosophy is of quite a different nature. It is a spring and principle of motion wherever it comes. It makes men active and industrious. It sets every wheel and faculty a-going. It stores our minds with axioms and rules by which to make a sound judgment. It determines the will to the choice of what is honorable and just, and it wings all our faculties to the swiftest prosecution of it. It is accompanied with an elevation and nobleness of mind, joined with a coolness and sweetness of behavior, and backed with a becoming assurance and inflexible resolution. And from this diffusiveness of the nature of good it follows, that the best and most accomplished men are inclined to converse with persons of the highest condition. Indeed, a physician, if he have any good nature and sense of honor, would be more ready to cure an eye which is to see and watch for a great many thousand, than that of a private person. How much more then ought a philosopher to form and fashion, to rectify and cure the soul of such a one, who is, if I may so express it, to inform the body politic, who is to think and understand for so many others, to be in so great measure the rule of reason, the standard of law, and model of behavior, by which all the rest will square and direct their actions. Suppose a man to have a talent at finding out springs and contriving of aqueducts, a piece of skill for which Hercules and others of the ancients are much celebrated in history. Surely he could not so satisfactorily employ himself in sinking a well or deriving water to some private seat or contemptible cottage, as in supplying conduits to some fair and populous city, in relieving an army just perishing with thirst, or in refreshing and adorning with fountains and cool streams the beautiful gardens of some glorious monarch. There is a passage of Homer very pertinent to this purpose, in which he calls Minos Dios megalou waristein, which, as Plato interprets it, signifies the disciple and companion of Jupiter. For it were beneath his dignity indeed to teach private men, such as care for only a family or indulge their useless speculations. But kings are scholars worthy the tuition of a god, who, when they are well advised, just, good, and magnanimous, never fail to procure the peace and prosperity of all their subjects. The naturalists tell us that the eryngium hath such a property with it, that if one of the flock of do but taste it, all the rest will stand stock still in the same place till the shepherd hath taken it out of its mouth. Such quickness of action does it have, pervading and spreading itself over everything that is near it, as if it were fire. The effects of philosophy, however, are different according to the differences or inclinations in men. If indeed it lights on one who loves a dull and inactive sort of life, it makes himself the center and the little conveniences of life the circumference of all his thoughts. Such a one does not contract the sphere of her activity, so that having only made easy and comfortable the life of a single person, it fails and dies with him. But when it finds a man of a ruling genius, one fitted for conversation and able to grapple with the difficulties of public business, if it once possess him with principles of honesty, honor, and religion, it takes a compendious method by doing good to one, to oblige a great part of mankind. Such was the effect of the conversation of Anaxagoras with Pericles, of Plato with Dion, with Pythagoras, and with the principal statesmen of all Italy. Cato himself took a voyage, when he had the concern of an expedition lying upon him, to see and hear Athenodorus. And Scipio sent for Panaetius, when he was commissioned by the Senate to take a survey alike of the outrages and the good order which were practiced in their provinces, as Posidonius observes. Footnote: Odysseus 17, 487. End footnote. Now what a pretty sort of return would it have been in Panaetius to send word back, if indeed you were in a private capacity, John a Noakes or John a Styles, that had a mind to get into some obscure corner or cell, to state cases and resolve syllogisms. I should very gladly have accepted your invitation. But now, because you are the son of Paulus Emilius, who was twice consul, and grandson of that Scipio who was surnamed from his conquest of Hannibal and Africa, I cannot with honor hold any conversation with you. 2. The objections which they bring from the two kinds of discourse, one of which is mental, the other expressed in words or interpretive of the former, are so stale and pedantical that they are best answered by laughter or silence. And we merely quote the old saying, I knew this before Theognis was born. However, thus much shall be said, that the end of them both is friendship, in the first case with ourselves, in the second case with another. For he hath attained to virtue by the methods of philosophy, hath his mind all in tune with good temper. He is not struck with those reproaches of conscience which cause the acutest sense of pain and are the natural punishments of our follies. But he enjoys the greatest prerogative of a good man, to be always easy and in amity with himself. No factious lusts reason's just power control, nor kindle civil discord in his soul. His passion does not stand in defiance to his reason, nor do his reasonings cross and thwart one the other. But he is always consistent with himself. But the very joys of wicked men are tumultuary and confused, like those who dwell in the borders of two great empires at variance, always insecure and in perpetual alarms, whilst a good man enjoys an uninterrupted peace and serenity of mind, which excels the other not only in duration, but in sense of pleasure too. As for the other sort of discourse, that which consists in expression of itself to others, Pindar says very well, that it was not mercenary in old time, nor indeed is it so now, but by the baseness and ambition of a few, it is made use of to serve their poor secular interests. For if the poets represent Venus herself as much offended with those who make a trade and traffic of the passion of love, how much more reasonably may we suppose that Urania and Clio and Calliope have an indignation against those who set learning and philosophy to sale? Certainly the gifts and endowments of the Muses ought to be privileged from such mean considerations. Indeed, if some have made fame and reputation one of the ends of their studies, they used it only as an instrument to get friends, since we find by common observation that men praise only those whom they love. If they sought its own praise, they were as much mistaken as Ixion when he embraced a cloud instead of Juno. For there is nothing so fleeting, so changeable, and so inconstant as popular applause. It is but a pompous shadow, and hath no manner of solidity and duration in it. But a wise man, if he design to engage in business and matters of state, will so far aim at fame and popularity as that he may be better enabled to benefit others. For it is a difficult and very unpleasant task to do good to those who are disaffected by our persons. It is the good opinion men have of us which disposes men to give credit to our doctrine. As light is a greater good to those who see others by it than to those who only are seen, so is honor of a greater benefit to those who behold it than to those whose glory is beheld. But even one who withdraws himself from the noise of the world, who loves privacy and indulges his own thoughts, will show that respect to the good word of the people which Hippolytus did to Venus, though he abstained from her mysteries, he will pay his devotions at a distance. Footnote: Euripides Hippolytus 102. End of footnote. But he will not be so cynical and sullen as not to hear with gladness the commendations of virtuous men like himself. He will neither engage himself in a restless pursuit of wealth, interest, or honor, nor will he on the other hand be so rustic and insensible as to refuse them in a moderate degree, when they fairly come in his way. In like manner he will not court and follow handsome and beautiful youth, but will rather choose such as are of a teachable disposition, of a gentle behavior, and lovers of learning. The charms and graces of youth will not make a philosopher shy of their conversation, when the endowments of their minds are answerable to the features of their bodies. The case is the same when greatness of place and fortune concur with a well-disposed mind in the same person. He will not therefore forbear loving and respecting such a one, nor be afraid of the name of a courtier, nor think it a curse that such attendance and dependence should be his fate. They that strive most Dame Venus to eschew do fault as much as they who her pursue. Footnote: From the Veiled Hippolytus of Euripides, fragment 431. End footnote. The application is easy to the matter at hand. A philosopher, therefore, if he is of a retired humor, will not shun such persons, while one who generously designs his studies for the public advantage will cheerfully embrace their advances of friendship, will not force them after a troublesome manner to hear him, will lay aside his scholastical terms and distinctions, and will rejoice to discourse and pass his time with them when they are willing and disposed. I plough the spacious Bercynthian fields, full 6 days' journey wide. Footnote from the Niobe of Aeschylus, fragment 153. End footnote. Says one boastingly in the poet, the same man, if he were as much a lover of mankind as of husbandry, would much rather bestow his pains on such a farm, the fruits of which would serve a greater number, than to be always dressing the olive yard of some cynical malcontent, which, when all was done, would scarce yield oil enough to dress a salad, or to supply his lamp in the long winter evenings. Epicurus himself, who places happiness in the profoundest quiet and sluggish inactivity, as the only secure harbor from the storms of this troublesome world, could not but confess that it is both more noble and delightful to do than to receive a kindness. Footnote: almost the same words with those of our Savior. It is more blessed to give than to receive. So that a man can scarcely be a true Epicurean without practicing some of the maxims of Christianity. End footnote. For there is nothing which produces so humane and genuine a sort of pleasure as that of doing good. He who first gave the names to the 3 graces well understood this, for they all signify delectation and joy. Footnote: Aglaia, Euphrosyne, and Thalia. End footnote. And these surely are far greater and purer in him who does the good turn. This is so evidently true, that we all receive good turns blushing, and with some confusion, and we are always gay and well pleased when we are conferring one. If then it is so pleasant to do good to a few, how are their hearts dilated with joy who are benefactors to whole cities, provinces, and kingdoms? And such benefactors are they who instill good principles into those upon whom so many millions do depend. On the other hand, those who debauch the minds of great men, as sycophants, false informers, and flatterers, worse than both manifestly do, are the center of all the curses of a nation, as men who do not only infuse deadly poison into the cistern of a private house, but into the public springs of which so many thousands are to drink. The people therefore laughed at the hangers-on of Callias, whom, as Eupolis says, neither fire, nor brass, nor steel could keep from supping with them. But as for the favorites of those execrable tyrants, Apollodorus, Phalaris, and Dionysus, they racked them, they flayed them alive, they roasted them at slow fires, they looked on them as the very pests of society and disgraces of human nature. For to debauch a simple person is indeed an ill thing, but to corrupt a prince is an infinite mischief. In like manner, he who instructs an ordinary man makes him to pass his life decently and with comfort, but he who instructs a prince, by correcting his errors and clearing his understanding, is a philosopher for the public, by rectifying the very mold and model by which whole nations are formed and regulated. It is the custom of all nations to pay a peculiar honor and deference to their priests, and the reason of it is because they do not only pray for good things for themselves, their own families and friends, but for whole communities, for the whole state of mankind. Yet we are not so fond as to think that the priests cause the gods to be givers of good things, or to inspire a vein of beneficence into them, but they only make their supplications to a being which of itself is inclinable to answer their requests. But in this a good tutor hath the privilege above the priests. He effectually renders a prince more disposed to actions of justice, moderation, and mercy, and therefore hath a greater satisfaction of mind when he reflects upon it. 4. For my own part, I cannot but think that an ordinary mechanic, for instance a maker of musical instruments, would be much more attentive and pleased at his work, if he knew that his harp would be touched by the famous Amphion, and in his hand serve for the builder of Thebes, or that Thales had bespoke it, who was so great a master that by the force of his music he pacified a popular tumult amongst the Lacedaemonians. A good-natured shipwright would ply his work more heartily if he were making the steerage for the admiral galley of Themistocles, when he fought for the liberty of Greece, or of Pompey, when he went on his expedition against the pirates. What ecstasy of delight then must a philosopher be in, when he reflects that his scholar is a man of authority, a prince or great potentate, that he is employed in so public a work, giving laws to him who is to give laws to a whole nation, who is to punish vice and reward the virtuous with riches and honor. The builder of the Argo certainly would have been mightily pleased if he had known what noble mariners were to row in his ship, and that at last she should be translated into heaven. And a carpenter would not be half so much pleased to make a coach or a plough as to make the tablets on which Solon's laws were to be engraved. In like manner, the discourses and rules of philosophy, being once deeply stamped and imprinted on the minds of great personages, will stick so close that the print shall seem no other than justice incarnate and animated law. This was the design of Plato's voyage into Sicily. He hoped that the lectures of his philosophy would serve for laws to Dionysius, and bring his affairs again into good posture. But the soul of that unfortunate prince was like paper scribbled all over with the characters of vice. Its piercing and corroding quality had stained quite through, and sunk into the very substance of his soul. Whereas, if such persons are to profit by sage lessons, they must be taken when they are at full speed. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Brouwer. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. A Discourse Concerning Socrates' Daemon, Part 1. I heard lately Cathisius a neat saying of a painter, comprised in a similitude upon those that came to view his pictures. For he said, the ignorant and the skilful were like those that saluted the whole company together, but the curious and knowing like those that complimented each single person. For the former take no exact, but only one general view of the performance, but those that with judgment examine part by part take notice of every stroke that is either well or ill done in the whole picture. The duller and lazy sort are abundantly satisfied with a short account and upshot of any business, but he that is of generous and noble temper, that is fitted to be a spectator of virtue, as of a curious piece of art, is more delighted with the particulars. For, upon a general view, much of fortune is discovered, but when the particulars are examined, then appear the art and contrivance, the boldness in conquering intervening accidents, and the reason that was mixed with and tempered the heat and fury of the undertakers. Suppose us to be of this sort, and give us an account of the whole design, how from the very beginning it was carried on, what company you kept, and what particular discourse you had that day. A thing is so much desired, that I protest I would willingly go to Thebes to be informed, did not the Athenians already suspect me to lean too much to the Boeotian interest. Indeed, Archidamus, your kind eagerness after this story is so obliging, that, putting myself above all business, as Pindar says, I should have come on purpose to give you a relation. But since I am now come upon an embassy, and have nothing to do until I receive an answer to my memorial, to be uncivil, and not to satisfy the request of an obliging friend, would revive the old reproach that have been cast upon the Boeotian for morose sullenness and hating good discourse, a reproach which began to die in the time of Socrates. But as for the rest of the company, pray, sir, are they at leisure to hear such a story? for I must be very long, since you enjoin me to add the particular discourses that passed between us. You do not know the men Caphisius, though they are worthy your acquaintance, men of good families, and no enemies to you. This is Lysippus, Thrasybulus' nephew. This is Timotheus, the son of Conon. These are Arrhenius' sons, and all the rest my very good acquaintance, so that you need not doubt a favorable and obliging audience. Very well, but where shall I begin the story? How much of these affairs are you acquainted with already? We know, Caphisius, how matters stood at Thebes before the exiles returned, how Archias, Leontidas, and their associates, having persuaded Phoebidas the Spartan in the time of peace to surprise that castle, banished some of the citizens, awed others, took the power into their own hands, and tyrannized against all equity and law. We understood Melon's and Pelopidas' designs, having, as you know, entertained them, and having conversed with them ever since they were banished. We knew likewise that the Spartans fined Phoebidas for taking in Cadmea, and in their expedition to Olynthus captured him, but sent a stronger garrison, under Lysimachus and Tumor, to command the castle, and further, that Ismenias, presently after his trial, was basely murdered. For Gorgidius wrote constantly to the exiles and sent them all the news, so that you have nothing to do but only to inform us in the particulars of your friend's return and the seizing of the tyrants. In those days, Archidamus, all that were concerned in the design, as often as our business required, used to meet at Siminius' house, who then lay lame of a blow upon his shin. This we covered with the pretence of meeting for improvement and philosophical discourse, and, to take off all suspicion, we many times invited Archias and Leontidas, who were not altogether averse to such conversation. Besides, Simmias, having been a long time abroad and conversant with different nations, was lately returned to Thebes, full of all sorts of stories and strange relations. To him Archias, when free from business, would resort with the youth of Thebes, and sit and hear with a great deal of delight, being better pleased to see us more in philosophy and learning than their illegal actions. Now the same day in which it was agreed that about night the exiles should come privately to town, a messenger, whom none of us but Charon knew, came from them by Pharynchius' order, and told us that 12 of the youngest of the exiles were now hunting on the mountain of Cerathon, and designed to come at night, and that he was sent to deliver this and to know in whose house they should be received, that as soon as they entered they might go directly thither. This startling us, Charon put an end to all our doubts by offering to receive them in his house. With the answer the messenger returned. But Theocritus, the soothsayer, grasping me by the hand, and looking on Charon that went just before us, said that Charon, Caphisius, is no philosopher, nor so general, nor so acute a scholar as thy brother Epaminondas, and yet you see that nature leading him, under the direction of the law, to noble actions, he willingly ventures on the greatest danger for the benefit of his country. But Epaminondas, who thinks he knows more virtue than any of the Boeotians, is dull and inactive, and though opportunity presents, though there cannot be a very occasion, and though he is fitted to embrace it, yet he refuses to join, and will not make one in this generous attempt. Courageous Theocritus, we do what upon mature deliberation we have approved, but Epaminondas, being of contrary opinion, and thinking it better not to take this course, rationally complies with his judgment, whilst he refuses to meddle in those matters which his reason upon our desire cannot approve, and to which his nature is averse. Nor can I think it prudent to force a physician to use fire and a lancet that promises to cure the disease without them. What, said Theocritus, doth he not approve of our method? No, I replied, he would have no citizens put to death without a trial at law. But if he would endeavor to free our country without slaughter and bloodshed, none would more readily comply. But since we slight his reason and follow our own course, he desires to be excused, to be guiltless of the blood and slaughter of his citizens, and to permit it to watch an opportunity when he may deliver his country according to equity and right. For this action may go too far. Phronicus, it is true, and Pelopidas may assault the bad men and the oppressors of the people. But Eumolpidas and Simidas, men of extraordinary heat and violence, prevailing in the night, will hardly sheathe their swords until they have filled the whole city with slaughter and cut in pieces many of the chief men. Anaxidorus, overhearing this discourse of mine to Theocritus, for he was just by, bade us to be cautious, for Archias, Lysanorides, the Spartan, were coming from the castle directly towards us. Upon this advice we left off, and Archias, calling Theocritus aside, together with Lysanorides, privately discoursed with him a long while, so that we were very much afraid lest they had cast suspicion or notice of our design, and examined Theocritus about it. In the meantime, Philidius, you know him, Archidamus, who then was the secretary to Archias the general, who knew of the exiles coming, and was one of the associates, taking me by the hand, as he used to do, before the company, found fault with the late exercises and wrestling he had seen, but afterwards, leading me aside, he inquired after the exiles, and asked whether they were resolved to be punctual to the day. And upon my assuring that they were, then he replied, I have very luckily provided a feast today to treat Archias, make him drunk, and then deliver him an easy prey to the invaders. Excellently contrived, Philidius, said I, and bravely endeavor to draw all or most of our enemies together. That, said he, is very hard, nay, rather impossible, for Archias, being in hopes of the company of some noble woman there, will not yield that Leontidas should be present, so that I will be necessary to divide the associates into two companies, that we may surprise both the houses. For Archias and Leontidas being taken off, I suppose the others will presently fly, or staying make no stir, being very well satisfied if they can be permitted to be safe and quiet. So, said I, will we order it? But about what, I wonder, are they discoursing with Theocritus? And Philidius replied, I cannot certainly tell, but I have heard that some omens and oracles portend great disaster and calamities to Sparta, and perhaps they consult him about those matters. Theocritus had just left them, when Philodius and Hilarion meeting us said, Simmias would have you stay here a little while, for he is interceding with Leontidas and Naphidius, and begs that, instead of dying, according to the sentence, he may be banished. Well, said Theocritus, this happens to be very opportunely, for I had a mind to ask what was seen and what found in Archemaeus' tomb lately opened amongst you. For perhaps, sir, you were present when Agesilaus sent to fetch the relics to Sparta. And Philodorus replied, Indeed, I was not present at the opening of the grave, for I was not delegated, being extremely concerned and very angry with my fellow citizens for permitting it to be done. There were found no relics of a body, but a small brazen bracelet, and 2 earthen pipkins full of earth, which now, by length of time, was grown very hard and petrified. Upon the monument there was a brazen plate full of strange, because very ancient, letters. For though, when the plate was washed, all the strokes were very easily perceived, yet nobody could make anything of them, for they were a particular, barbarous, and very like the Egyptian character. And therefore Agesilaus, as the story goes, sent a transcript of them to the king of Egypt, desiring him to show them to the priests, and if they understood them, to send him the meaning and interpretation. But perhaps in this matter Simmias can inform us, for at that time he studied their philosophy, and frequently conversed with the priest upon that account. The Hilariati believed the great scarcity and overflowing of the pool that followed were not effects of chance, but a particular judgment upon them for permitting the grave to be opened. And Theocritus, after a little pause, said, Nay, there seems to be some judgment to hang over the Lacedaemonians themselves, as those omens about which Lysanorides just now discoursed me portend. And now he is gone to Hilarius to fill up the grave again, and, as the oracle directs, to make some oblations to Alcmena and Aleus, but who this Aleus is, he cannot tell. And, as soon as he returns, he must endeavor to find the sepulchre of Dirce, which not one of the Thebians themselves, besides the captains of the horse, knows, For he that goes out of office leads his successor to the place alone, and in the dark. There they offer some sacrifices, but without fire, and leaving no mark behind them, they separate from one another, and come home again in the dark. So that I believe, Philodolaus, it will be no easy matter for him to discover it. For most of those that have been duly elected to that office are now in exile, they are all beside Gordius and Plato, and they will never ask those, for they are afraid of them. And our present officers are invested in the castle with the spear only at the seal, but know nothing of the tomb and cannot direct them. Whilst Theocritus was speaking, Leontidas and his friends went out, and we going in saluted Simmias, sitting upon his couch, very much troubled because his petition was denied. He, looking upon us, cried out, "Good God, the savage barbarity of these men!" And it was not an excellent remark of Thales, who, when his friends asked him, upon his return from his long travels, what strange news he brought home, replied, "I have seen a tyrant an old man, for even he hath received no particular injury, yet, disliking their stiff pride and haughty carriage, becomes an enemy to all lawless and unaccountable powers. But heaven perhaps will take these things in consideration. But Caphisius, do you know the stranger that came lately hither? Who he is?" And I replied, "I do not know whom you mean." "Why," said he, "Leontidas told me that there was a man at night seen to rise out of Lysias' tomb, with great pomp and a long train of attendants, and that he had lodged there all night upon the beds made of leaves and boughs. For the next morning such were discovered there, with some relics of burnt sacrifices and some milk oblations, and that in the morning he inquired of every one he met whether he should find Polymnius' sons at home. I wonder," said I, "who it is, for by your description I guess him to be no mean man." "Well," said Philodolaus, "when he comes we will entertain him. But at present, Simmias, if you know anything more of those letters about which we were talking, pray let us have it. For it is said that the Egyptian priests took into consideration the writing of a certain table which Agesilaus had from us when he opened Achaemenus' tomb." "As for the table," replied Simmias, "I know nothing of it, but Agathoridis the Spartan came to Memphis with letters from Agesilaus to Cornauphis the priest, whilst I, Plato, and Alypo the Perithian studied together at his house. He came by order of the king, who enjoined Cornauphis, if he understood the writing, to send him the interpretation with all speed. And he, in 3 days' study, having collected all the different sorts of characters that could be found in the old books, wrote back to the king and likewise told us that the writing enjoined the Greeks to institute games in honor of the Muses, that the characters were such as were used in the time of Protheus, and that Hercules, the son of Amythreo, then learned them, and that the gods by this admonished the Greeks to live peaceably and at quiet, to content in philosophy to the honor of the Muses, and, laying aside their arms, to determine what is right and just by reason and discourse. When he thought that Cornauphis spoke right, and that opinion was confirmed, when, as we were sailing from Egypt, about Caria some Delians met us who desired Plato, being well skilled in geometry, to solve an odd oracle lately delivered by Apollo. The oracle was this: then the Delians and all the other Greeks should enjoy some respite from the present evils, when they had doubled the altar at Delos. They, not comprehending the meaning of the words, of the many ridiculous endeavors, from each of the sides being doubled, they had to frame the body, instead of twice, 8 times as big, with application to Plato to clear the difficulty. He, calling to mind what the Egyptian had told him, said that the god was merry upon the Greeks, who despised learning, that he severely reflected on their ignorance, and admonished them to apply themselves to the deepest parts of geometry, for this was not to be done by a dull short-sighted intellect, but by exactly skilled in the nature and properties of lines. It required skill to find the true proportion by which alone a body of a cubic figure can be doubled. All its dimensions being equally increased, he said that Icadocus, the Cnidian of Helico, the Cynician, might do this for them, but that was not the thing desired by the god. For by this oracle he enjoined all the Greeks to leave off war and contention, and apply themselves to study, and, by learning and art moderating their passions, to live peaceably with one another, and profit the community. While Simmias was speaking, my father Polymus came in, and sitting down by him said, Epaminondas desires you and the rest of the company, unless some urgent business requires your attendance, to stay for him here a little while, designing to bring you acquainted with this stranger, who is a very worthy man, and the design upon which he comes is very genteel and honorable. He is a Pythagorean of the Italian sect, and comes hither to make some offerings to old Lysias at his tomb, according to diverse dreams and very notable appearances that he hath seen. He hath brought a good sum of money with him, and thinks himself bound to satisfy Epaminondas for keeping Lysias in his old age, and is very eager, though we are neither willing nor desire him, to relieve his poverty. And Simmias, glad at this news, replied, You tell me, sir, of a wonderful man, and worthy professor of philosophy, but why doth he not come directly to us? I think, said my father, he lay all night at Lysias' tomb, and therefore Epaminondas hath now led him to the Isthmianus to wash. And when that is done, they will be here. For before he came to our house, he lodged at the tomb, intending to take up the relics of the body and transport them into Italy, if some genius at night should not advise him to forbear. As soon as my father had ended this discourse, Galaxidorus cried out, Good gods! How hard a matter it is to find a man pure from vanity and superstition, for some are betrayed into those fooleries by their ignorance and weakness. Others, that they may be thought extraordinary men and favorites of heaven, refer all their actions to some divine admonition, pretending dreams, visions, and the like surprising fooleries for everything they do. This method indeed is advantageous to those that intend to settle commonwealth, or are forced to keep themselves up against a rude and ungovernable multitude, for by this bridle of superstition they might manage and reform the vulgar. But these pretenses seem not only unbecoming philosophy, but quite opposite to all those fine promises she makes. For, having promised to teach us by reason what is good and profitable, falling back again to the gods as the principle of all our actions, she seems to despise reason and disgrace that demonstration which is her peculiar glory, and she relies on dreams and visions, in which the worst of men are oftentimes as happy as the best. And therefore you, Socrates, Simmias, in my opinion, followed the most philosophical and rational method of instructions, choosing that plain and easy way as the most genteel and friendly unto truth, and scattering to the sophisters of the age all those vain pretenses, which are as it were the smoke of philosophy. What, Galaxidorus, and hath Meletus persuaded you that Socrates contemned all divine things? For that was part of his accusation, divine things. By no means, replied Galaxidorus, but having received philosophy from Pythagoras and Empedocles, full of dreams, fables, superstitions, and perfect raving, he endeavored to bring wisdom and things together, and make truth consist with sober sense. Be it so, rejoined Theocritus, but what shall we think of this Daemon? Was it a mere juggle? Indeed, nothing that is told of Pythagoras regarding divination seems to me so great and divine. For in my mind, as Homer makes Minerva to stand by Ulysses in all dangers, so the Daemon joined to Socrates, even from his cradle some vision to guide him in all the actions of his life, which, going before him, shed a light upon hidden and obscure matters, and such as could not be discovered by unassisted human understanding. Of such things the Daemon often discoursed with him, presiding over and by divine instinct directing his intentions. More and greater things, perhaps, you may learn from Simmias and the other companions of Socrates. But once when I was present, as I went to Euphoron, the soothsayers, it happened, Simmias, for you remember it, that Socrates walked up to Symbolum and the house of Anaxagoras, all the way asking questions and joyously perplexing Euphoron. When standing still upon the sudden and persuading us to do the like, he mused a pretty while, and then turned about, walked through the Flunkmaker Street, calling back his friends that walked before him, affirming that it was his Daemon's will, and admonition. And he turned back, amongst whom I, holding Euthron, was one. But some of the youths, keeping on the straight way, on purpose, as it were, to confute Socrates' demon, took along with them Chaereas the piper, who came in my company to Athens to see Thebes. Now, as they were walking through Graves' Row, near the courthouses, a herd of dirty swine met them, and being too many for the street, and running against one another, they overthrew some that could not get out of the way, and dirtied others. And Chaereas came home with his legs and clothes very dirty, so that now and then in merriment they would think on Socrates' demon, wondering that it never forsook the man, and that heaven took such particular care of him. Then Galaxidorus, and do you think, Theocritus, that Socrates' demon had some peculiar and extraordinary power? And was it not that this man had by experience confirmed some part of the common necessity which made him, in all obscure and evident matters, add some weight to the reason that was on one side? For as one grain doth not incline the balance by itself, yet, added to one of two weights that are of equal poise, makes the whole incline to that part. Thus an omen or the like sign may of itself be too light to draw a grave and settled resolution to any action. Yet, when two equal reasons draw on either side, if that is added to one, the doubt together with the equality is taken off, so that a motion and inclination to that side is presently produced. Then my father continuing discourse said, You yourself, Galaxidorus, have heard the Megarian, who had it from Terpsion, say that Socrates' demon was nothing else but the sneezing either of himself or others. For if another sneezed, either before, behind, or on his right hand, then he pursued his design and went on to action, but on the left hand he desisted. One sort of sneezing confirmed him whilst deliberating and not fully resolved, another stopped him when already upon action. But indeed it seems strange that, if sneezing was his only sign, he should not acquaint his familiars with it, but pretend it was a daemon that encouraged or forbade him. For that this should proceed from vanity or conceit is not agreeable to the veracity and simplicity of the man, for in those who knew him to be truly great, and far above the generality of mankind, nor is it likely so grave and wise men should be disturbed at a casual sound or sneezing, and upon that account leave off what he was about, and give over his premeditated resolutions. Besides, all Socrates' resolutions seems to be altogether vigorous and steady, as begun upon right principles and mature judgment. Thus he voluntarily lived poor all his life, though he had friends that would have been very glad and very willing to relieve him. He still kept close to philosophy, notwithstanding all the discouragements we met with, and at last, when his friend endeavored, and very ingeniously contrived to escape, he would not yield to their entreaties, but met death with mirth and cheerfulness, and appeared a man of a steady reason in the greatest extremity. And sure these are not the actions of a man whose designs, when once fixed, could be altered by an omen or a sneeze, but of one who, by some more considerable guidance and impulse, is directed to practice things good and excellent. Besides, I have heard that to some of his friends he foretold the overthrow of the Athenians in Sicily, and before that time Perilampus, the son of Antiphon, being wounded and taken prisoner by us in that pursuit at Delium, as soon as he heard from the ambassadors who came from Athens that Socrates with Alcibiades and Laches fled by Registe and returned safe, blamed himself very much, and blamed also some of his friends and captains of the companies, who together with him were overtaken in their flight about Parnes by our cavalry and slain there, for not obeying Socrates' daemon and retreating that way which he led. And this I believe Simmias have heard as well as I. Yes, replied Simmias, many times, and from many persons, for upon this Socrates' daemon was very much talked of at Athens. Why then, pray, Simmias, said Philodolaus, shall we suffer Galaxidorus drolling to the great so considerable a prophetic spirit into an omen or a sneeze, which the vulgar and ignorant, it is true, merrily use about small matters, but when any danger appears, then we find that of Euripius verified: None near the edge of swords will mind such toys. To this Galaxidorus rejoined, Sir, if Simmias hath heard Socrates himself speak anything about this matter, I am very ready to hear and believe it with you. But yet what you and Polonimus have delivered, I could easily demonstrate to be weak and insignificant. For as in physic, the pulse of a well is itself but a small thing, yet it is a sign of no small things to the physicians. And as the murmuring of the waves or of a bird, or the driving of a thin cloud, it is a sign to the pilot of a stormy heaven and troubled sea. Thus to a prophetic soul, a sneeze or an omen, though no great matter simply considered in itself, yet may be the sign and token of considerable impending accident. For every art and science takes care to collect many things from few, and great from small. And as if one that doth not know the power of letters, when he sees a few ill-shapen strokes, should not believe that a man skilled in letters could read in them the famous battles of the ancients, the rise of cities, the acts and calamities of kings, and should assert that some divine power told him the particulars, he would by this ignorance of his raise a great deal of mirth and laughter in the company. So let us consider whether or not we ourselves, being altogether ignorant of every one's power of divination by which he guesseth at what is to come, are not foolishly concerned when it is asserted that a wise man by that discovers some things obscure and inevident in themselves, and moreover himself declares that it is not a sneeze or a voice, but a daemon that leads him on to action. This Polemius particularly respects you, who cannot but wonder that Socrates, who by his meekness and humility hath humanized philosophy, should not call this sign a sneeze or a voice, but very pretendingly a daemon, when, on the contrary, I should have wondered if a man so critical and exact in discourse, and so good at names as Socrates, should have said that it was a sneeze and not a daemon that gave an intimation, as much as if any one should say that he is wounded by a dart and not with a dart by him that threw it, or as if any one should say that a wave was weighed by the balance, and not with the balance by the one who holds it. For any effect is not the effect of the instrument, but of him whose the instrument is, and who useth it to that effect, and the sign is an instrument, which he that signifies anything thereby useth it to that effect. But as I said before, if Simmias hath anything about this matter, let us quietly attend, for no doubt he must have a more perfect knowledge of the thing. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Brouwer. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. A Discourse Concerning Socrates' Daemon, Part 2. Content, said Eucritus, but let us first see who these are that are coming, for I think I see Epaminondas bringing in the stranger. Upon this motion, looking toward the door, we saw Epaminondas, with friends Isimeridoras and Bacchylides, and Melissus the musician leading the way, and the stranger following, a man of no mean presence. His meekness and good nature appeared in his looks, and his dress was grave and becoming. He being seated next to Simmias, my brother, next me, and the rest as they pleased, and all silent, Simmias speaking to my brother, said, Well, Epaminondas, by what name and title must I salute this stranger? For those are commonly our first compliments, and the beginning of a better acquaintance. And my brother replied, His name, Simmias, is Theanor, by birth he is Crotonian, a philosopher by profession, no disgrace to Pythagoras' fame, for he has taken a long voyage from Italy hither, to evidence by generous actions his eminent proficiency in that school. The stranger subjoined, But you, Epaminondas, hindering the performance of the best action, for if it is commendable to oblige friends, it is not discommendable to be obliged. For a benefit requires a receiver as well as a giver, by both it is perfected, and becomes a good work. For he that refuses to receive a favor, as a ball that is struck fairly to him, disgraces it by letting it fall short of the designed mark. And what mark are we so much pleased to hit or vexed to miss, as the kind intentions of obliging a person that deserves a favor? It is true, when the mark is fixed, he that misses can blame nobody but himself, but he that refuses or flies a kindness is injurious to the favor in not letting it attain the desired end. I have told you already what was the occasion of my voyage. The same I would discover to all present, and make them judges in the case. For after the opposite faction had expelled the Pythagoreans and the Chelonians, and burned down the remains of that society in their school at Metapontum, and destroyed all but Philaus and Lysis, who being young and nimble escaped the flame, Philaus, flying to the Lycians, was there protected by his friends, who rose for his defense and overpowered the Chelonians. But where Lysis was, for a long time nobody could tell. At last Gorgias the Leontine, sailing from Greece to Italy, seriously told Arcesus that he met and discoursed Lysias at Thebes. Arcesus, being very desirous to see the man, as soon as he could get a passage, designed to put to sea himself, but age and weakness coming on, he took care that Lysias should be brought to Italy alive, if possible, but if not, the relics of his body. The intervening wars, usurpations, and seditions hindered his friends from doing it whilst he lived. But since his death, Lysias Damon hath made very frequent and very plain discoveries to us of his death. And many that were very well acquainted with the matter have told us how courteously you received and civilly entertained him, how in your poor family he was allowed a plentiful subsistence for his age, counted the father of your sons, and died in peace. I therefore, although a young man and but a single person, have been said by many who are my elders, and who, having store of money, offer it gladly to you who need it, in return for the gracious friendship bestowed upon Lysis. Lysis, it is true, is buried nobly, and your respect, which is more honorable than a monument, must be acknowledged, and requited by his familiars and his friends. When the stranger had said this, my father wept a considerable time, in memory of Lysis, but my brother, smiling upon me, as he used to do, said, "What do we do, Caphisius? Are we to give up our poverty to wealth?" "Yet be silent, by no means," I replied. "Let us part with our old friend and the excellent breeder of our youth, but defend her cause, for you are to manage it." "My dear father," said he, "I have never feared that wealth would take possession of our house, except on account of Caphisius' body, for that wants fine attire, that he may appear gay and gaudy to his numerous company of lovers, and great supplies of food, that he may be strong to endure wrestling and other exercise of the ring. But since he doth not give up poverty, since he holds fast his hereditary want, like a collar, since he, a youth, prides himself in frugality, and is very well content with his present state, what need have we, and what shall we do with wealth? Shall we gild our arms? Shall we, like Nicias the Athenian, adorn our shield with gold, purple, and other gaudy variety of colors, and buy for you, sir, a Milesian cloak, and for my mother a purple gown? For I suppose we shall not consume any upon our belly, or feast more sumptuously than we did before, treating this wealth as a guest of quality and honor." "Away, away, son," replied my father, "let me never see such a change in our course of living." "Well," said my brother, "we would not lie lazily at home and watch over our unemployed riches, for then the bestower's kindness would be a trouble, and the possession infamous." "What need then," said my father, "have we of wealth?" "Upon this account," said Epaminondas, "when Jason the Philician general lately sent me a great sum of money and desired me to accept it, I was thought rude and unmannerly for telling him that he was a knave for endeavoring, whilst he himself loved monarchy, to bribe one of democratic principles and a member of a free state. Your good will, sir," addressing the stranger, "which is generous and worthy a philosopher, I accept and passionately admire, but you offer physic to your friends who are in perfect health. If, upon a report that we were distressed and overpowered, you had brought men and arms to assistance, but being arrived found all in quietness and peace, I am certain you would not have thought it necessary to leave those supplies, which we did not then stand in need of. Thus, since you now came to assist us against poverty, as if we had been distressed by it, and find it very peaceable and are familiar intimate, there is no need to leave any money or arms to suppress that which gives us no trouble or disturbance. But tell your acquaintance that they use riches well, and have friends here that use poverty as well. What was spent in keeping and bearing Lysias, Lysias himself hath sufficiently repaid, by many profitable instructions, and by teaching us not to think poverty a grievance. What then, said Theanor, is it mean to think poverty a grievance? Is it not absurd to fly and be afraid of riches, if no reason but a hypocritical pretense, narrowness of mind, or pride prompts one to reject the offer? And what reason, I wonder, would refuse such advantageous and creditable enjoyments as Epaminondas now doth? But, sir, for your answer to the Thessalian about this matter shows you very ready. Pray answer me, do you think it commendable in some cases to give money, but always unlawful to receive it? Or are the givers and the receivers equally guilty of a fault? By no means, replied Epaminondas, but, as of anything else, so the giving and receiving of money is sometimes commendable and sometimes base. Well then, said Theanor, if a man gives willingly what he ought to give, is not that action commendable in him? Yes. And when it is commendable in one to give, is it not as commendable in another to receive? Or can a man more honestly accept a gift from anyone than from him that honestly bestows? No. Well then, Epaminondas, suppose of two friends, one hath a mind to present, the other must accept. It is true, in battle we should avoid that enemy who is skillful in hurling his weapon, but in civilities we should neither fly nor thrust back that friend that makes a kind and genteel offer. And though poverty is not so grievous, yet on the other side wealth is not so mean and despicable a thing. Very true, replied Epaminondas, but you must consider that sometimes, even when a gift is honestly bestowed, it is more commendable who refuse it, for we have many lusts and desires, and the objects of those desires are many. Some are called natural, these proceed from the very constitution of our body, and tend to natural pleasures. Others are acquired and arise from vain opinions and mistaken notions. Yet these by the length of time, ill habits, and bad education are usually improved, get strength, and debase the soul more than the other natural and necessary passions. By custom and care, anyone, with the assistance of reason, may free himself from many of his natural desires. But, sir, all our arts, all our force of discipline, must be employed against the superfluous and acquired appetites, and they must be restrained or cut off by the guidance or edge of reason. For, if the contrary applications of reason can make us forbear meat and drink when hungry or thirsty, how much more easy it is to conquer covetousness or ambition, which will be destroyed by a bare restraint from the proper objects, and the non-attainment of their desired end. And pray, sir, are you not of the same opinion? Yes, replied the stranger. Then, sir, continued Epaminondas, do you not perceive a difference between the exercise itself and the work to which the exercise relates? For instance, in a wrestler, the work is the striving with his adversary for the crown. The exercise is the preparation of his body by diet, wrestling, or the like. So in virtue, you must confess the work to be one thing and the exercise another. Very well, replied the stranger. Then, continued Epaminondas, let us first examine whether to abstain from the base unlawful pleasures is the exercise of continence, or the work and evidence of that exercise. The work and evidence, replied the stranger. But is not the exercise of it such as you practice, when after wrestling, we have raised your appetites like ravenous beasts, you stand a long while at the table covered with plenty and variety of meats? and then give it to your servants to feast on, whilst you offer mean and spare diet to your subdued appetites. For abstinence from lawful pleasures is exercise against unlawful. Very well, replied the stranger. So, continued Epaminondas, justice is exercise against covetousness and love of money. But so it is not a mere cessation from stealing or robbing our neighbor. So he that doth not betray his country or friends for gold, doth not exercise against covetousness. For the law perhaps deters and fear restrains him, but he that refuses just gain and such as the law allows, voluntarily exercises and secures himself from being bribed or receiving any unlawful present. For when great, hurtful, and base pleasures are proposed, it is very hard for anyone to contain himself, who hath not often despised those which he had power and opportunity to enjoy. Thus, when base bribes and considerable advantages are offered, it will be difficult to refuse, unless he have long ago rooted out all thoughts of gain and love of money. For other desires will nourish and increase that appetite, and he will easily be drawn to any unjust action, who can scarce forbear reaching out his hand to profit the present. But he that will not lay himself open to the favors of friends and the gifts of kings, but refuseth even what fortune proffers, and keeps off his appetite, that is eager after and, as it were, leaps forward to an appearing treasure, is never disturbed or tempted to unlawful actions, but hath great and brave thoughts, and hath command over himself, being conscious of none but generous designs. I and Caphisius, dear Simmias, being passionate admirers of such men, beg the stranger to suffer us to be taught and exercised by poverty, to attain that height of virtue and perfection. My brother, having finished his discourse, Simmias, nodding twice or thrice, said, Epaminondas is a great man, but this Polymnis is the cause of his greatness, who gave his children the best education and bred them philosophers. But, sir, you may end the dispute at leisure amongst yourselves. As for Lysias, if it is lawful to discover it, pray, sir, do you design to take him out of his tomb and transport him into Italy, or leave him here amongst his friends and acquaintance, who shall be glad to lie by him in the grave? And Theanor, with a smile, answered, Lysias, good Simmias, no doubt is very well pleased with the place, for Epaminondas supplied him with all the things necessary and fitting. But the Pythagoreans have some particular funeral ceremonies, which, if anyone wants, we conclude he did not make a proper and happy exit. Therefore, as soon as we learn from some dreams that Lysias was dead, for we have certain marks to know the apparitions of the living from images of the dead, most began to think that Lysias, dying in a strange country, was not interred with the due ceremonies, and therefore ought to be removed to Italy, that he might receive them there. I, coming upon this design, and being by the people of the country directed to the tomb, in the evening poured out my oblations, and called upon the soul of Lysias to come out and direct me in this affair. The night drawing on, I saw nothing indeed, but I thought I heard a voice saying, Move not those relics that ought not to be moved. For Lysias' body was duly and religiously interred, and his soul is sent to inform another body, and committed to the care of another daemon. And early this morning, asking Epaminondas about the manner of Lysias' burial, I found that Lysias had taught him as far as the incommunicable mysteries of our sect, and that the same daemon that waited on Lysias presided over him. If I can guess at the pilot from the sailing of the ship, the paths of life are large, but in few are men directed by the daemons. When Theanor had said this, he looked attentively on Epaminondas, as if he designed a fresh search into his nature and inclinations. At the same instant the surgeon coming in unbound Simmias' leg and prepared to dress it. And Philelius, entering Hipposthenides, extremely concerned, as his very countenance discovered, desired me, Charon, and Theocritus to withdraw into a private corner of the porch. And I asked King Philelius, Hath any new thing happened? Nothing new to me, he replied. For I knew and told you that Hipposthenides was a coward, and therefore begged you not to communicate the matter to him, or make him an associate. We seeming all surprised, Hipposthenides cried out, For heaven's sake, Philidius, don't say so. Don't think rashness to be bravery, and blinded by that mistake ruin both us and the commonwealth. But if it must be so, let the exiles return again in peace. And Philidius in a passion replied, How many, Hipposthenides, do you think are privy to this design? 30 I know engaged. And why then, continued Philidius, would you singly oppose your judgment to them all, and ruin those measures they have all taken and agreed to? What had you to do send a messenger to desire them to return and not approach today, when even chance encouraged and all things conspired to promote the design? These words of Philidius troubled everyone, and Charon, looking very angrily upon Hipposthenides, said, Thou coward, what hast thou done? No harm, replied Hipposthenides, as I will make appear if you will moderate your passion and hear what your grey-headed equal can allege. If, Philidius, we were minded to show our citizens a bravery that sought danger, and a heart that contemned life, there is day enough before us. Why should we wait till the evening? Let us take our swords presently and assault the tyrants. Let us kill, let us be killed, and be prodigal of our blood. If this may be easily performed or endured, and if it is no easy matter by the loss of 2 or 3 men to free Thebes from so great an armed power as possess it, and to beat out the Spartan garrison, for I suppose Philidius hath not provided wine enough at his entertainment to make all Achaea's guard of 1500 men drunk. Or, if we dispatch him, yet Achaeus and Euripides will be sober and upon watch. Why are we so eager to bring our friends and families into certain destruction, especially since the enemy hath some notice of their return? For why else should the Thespians for these 3 days be commanded to be in arms and follow the orders of the Spartan general? And I heard that today, after examination before Archias, when he returns, they design to put Amphitheus to death. And are not these strong proofs that our conspiracy is discovered? Is it not the best way to stay a little until an atonement is made and the gods reconciled? For the diviners, having sacrificed an ox to Ceres, said that the burnt offering portended great sedition and the danger to the commonwealth. And besides, Charon, there is another thing which particularly concerns you. For yesterday, Hippopadorus, the son of Eranthis, a very honest man and my good acquaintance, but altogether ignorant of our design, coming out of the country in my company, accosted me thus: Charon is an acquaintance of yours, Hipposthenides, but no great crony of mine. Yet, if you please, advise him to take heed of some imminent danger, for I had a very odd dream relating to some such matter. Last night methought I saw his house in travail, and he and his friends, extremely perplexed, fell to their prayers round about the house. The house groaned and sent out some inarticulate sounds. At last a raging fire broke out of it, and consumed the greatest part of the city, and the castle Cadmeia was covered all over with smoke, but not fired. This was the dream, Charon, that he told me. I was startled at the present, and that fear increased when I heard that the exiles intended to come today to your house. And I am very much afraid that we shall bring mighty mischiefs on ourselves, yet do our enemies no proportionable harm, but only give them little disturbance. For I think the city signifies us, and the castle, as it is now in their power, them. Then Theocritus putting in, and enjoining silence on Charon, who was eager to reply, said, As for my part, Hipposthenides, though all my sacrifices were of good omen to the exiles, yet I never found any greater inducement to go on than the dream you mentioned. For you say that a great and bright fire, rising out of a friend's house, caught the city, and the habitation of the enemies was blackened with smoke, which never brings anything better than tears and disturbance. That inarticulate sounds broke out from us shows that none shall make any clear and full discovery. Only a blind suspicion shall arise, and our design shall appear and have its desired effect at the same time. And it is very natural that the diviners should find the sacrifices ill-omened, for both their office and their victims belong not to the public, but to the man in power. Whilst Theocritus was speaking, I said to Hipposthenides, Whom did you send with this message? For it was not long ago we will follow him. Indeed, Caphisias, he replied, It's unlikely, for I must tell the truth, that you should overtake him, for he is upon the best horse in Thebes. We all know the man. He is master of the horse to Melon, and Melon from the very beginning hath made him privy to design. And I, observing him to be at the door, said, What, Hipposthenides, is it Clydo, he that last year at Juno's feast won the single horse race? Yes, the very same. Who then, continued I, is he that stood a pretty while at the court gate and gazed upon us? This Hipposthenides, turning about, cried out, Clydo, by Hercules! I'll lay my life some unlucky accident has happened. Clydo, observing that we took notice of him, came softly from the gate towards us. And Hipposthenides, giving him a nod and bidding him deliver his message to the company, for they were all sure friends and privy to the whole plot, he began, Sir, I know the men very well, and not finding you either at home or in the marketplace, I guess you were with them, and came directly hither to give you a full account of the present posture of affairs. You commanded me, with all possible speed, to meet the exiles upon the mountain, and accordingly I went home to take horse, and called for my bridle. My wife said it was mislaid, and stayed a long time in the hustry, tumbling about the things and pretending to look carefully after it. At last, when she had tried my patience, she confessed that her neighbor's wife had borrowed it at last night. This raised my passion, and I chid her, and she began to curse and wish me a bad journey and as bad a return. All which curses, pray God, may fall upon her own head. At last my passions grew high, and I began to cudgel her, and presently the neighbors and women coming in, there was fine work. I am so bruised that it was so much as I could do to come hither to desire you to employ another man, for I protest I am amazed and in a very bad condition. Upon this news we were strangely altered. Just before we were angry with the man that endeavored to put it off. Now the time approaching, the very minute just upon us, and it being impossible to defer the matter, we found ourselves in great anxiety and perplexity. But I, speaking to Hipposthenides and taking him by the hand, bade him be of good courage, for the gods themselves seemed to invite us to action. Presently we parted. Phillidas went home to prepare his entertainment and to make Archias drunk as soon as conveniently he could. Charon went to his house to receive the exiles, and I and Theocritus went back to Simmias again, that, having now a good opportunity, we might discourse with Epaminondas. We found them engaged in a notable dispute, which Galaxidorus and Philodolos had touched upon before. The subject of the inquiry was this: what kind of substance or power was the famed daemon of Socrates? Simmias replied to Galaxidorus' discourse we did not hear, but he said that, having once asked Socrates about it, and received no answer, he never repeated the same question, but he had often heard him declare those to be vain pretenders, who said they had seen any divine apparition, while to those who affirmed that they had heard a voice he would gladly hearken, and would eagerly inquire into particulars. And this upon consideration gave us probable reasons to conjecture that this daemon of Socrates was not an apparition, but rather a sensible perception of a voice, or an apprehension of some words, which, after an unaccountable manner, affected him. As in the dream there is no real voice, yet we have fancies and apprehensions of words which makes us imagine that we hear some speak. This perception in dreams is usual, because the body, whilst we are asleep, is quiet and undisturbed, but when we are awake, meaner thoughts creep in. We can hardly bring our souls to observe better advertisements. For, being in a hurry of tumultuous passions and distracting business, we cannot compose our mind or make it listen to the discoveries. But Socrates' understanding, being pure, free from passion, and mixing itself with the body no more than necessity required, was easy to be moved and apt to take an impression from everything that was applied to it. Now, that which was applied was not a voice, but more probably a declaration of a daemon, by which he the very thing that it would declare was immediately and without audible voice represented to his mind. Voice is like a stroke given to the soul, which receives speech forcibly, entering at the ears whilst we discourse. But the understanding of a more excellent nature affects a capable soul, by applying the very thing to be understood to it, so that there is no need of another stroke, and the soul obeys, as it stretches or slackens her affections, not forcibly, as if it wrought by contrary passions, but smoothly and gently, as if it moved flexible and loose reins. And sure, nobody can wonder at this, that have observed what great ships of burden are turned by a small helm, or seen a potter's wheel move round by the gentle touch of one finger. These are lifeless things, it is true, but being of a frame fit for motion, by reason of their smoothness they yield to the least impulse. The soul of man, being stretched with 1,000 inclinations, as with cords, is the most tractable instrument that is, and, if once rationally excited, easy to be moved to the object that is to be conceived. For here the beginnings of the passions and appetites spread to the understanding mind, and that being once agitated, they are drawn back again, and so stretch and raise the whole man. Hence you may guess how great is the force of a conception when it hath entered the mind. For the bones that are insensible, the nerves, the flesh that is full of humus, and the heavy mass composed of all these, lying quiet and at rest as soon as the soul gives the impulse and raises an appetite to move towards an object, are all roused and invigorated, and every member seems a wing to carry it forward to action. Nor is it impossible, or even very difficult, to conceive the manner of this motion and stirring, by which the soul, having conceived anything, draweth after her, by means of appetites, the whole mass of the body. But inasmuch as language, apprehended without any sensible voice, easily excites, so, in my opinion, the understanding of a superior nature and a more divine soul may excite an inferior soul, touching it from without, like as one speech may touch and rouse another. And as a light causes its own reflection, we, it is true, as it were, groping in the dark, find out one another's conceptions by the voice. But the conceptions of the daemons carry a light with them, and shine to those that are able to perceive them. So there is no need of words such as men use as signs to one another, seeing thereby only the images of the conceptions, and being enabled to see the conceptions themselves, unless they enjoy a peculiar and, as I said before, a divine light. This may be illustrated from the nature and effect of a voice. For the air, being formed into articulate sounds and made all voice, transmits the conception of the soul to the hearer, so that it is no wonder if the air, that is very apt to take impressions, being fashioned according to the object conceived by a more excellent nature, signifies that conception to some divine and extraordinary man. For as a stroke upon a brazen shield, when a noise ariseth out of a hollow, is heard only by those who are in a convenient position, and is not perceived by others, so the speeches of the daemon, though indifferently applied to all, yet sound only to those who are of quiet temper and sedate mind, and such as we call holy and divine men. Most believe the daemons communicate some illuminations to men asleep, but think it strange and incredible that they should communicate the like to them whilst they are awake and have their senses and reasons vigorous. As wise a fancy as it is to imagine that a musician can use his harp when his strings are slack, but cannot play when they are all screwed up and in tune. For they do not consider that the effect is hindered by the unquietness and incapacity of their own minds, from which inconveniences our friend Socrates was free, as the oracle assured his father whilst he was a boy, for that commanded him to let young Socrates do what he would, not to force or draw him from his inclinations, let the boy's humor have its free course, to beg Jupiter's and the Muses' blessing upon him, and to take no farther care, intimating that he had a good guide to direct him, that was better than 10,000 tutors and instructors. This, Philodolos, was my notion of Socrates' daemon. Whilst he lived and since his death, I look upon all they mention about omens, sneezings, or the like, to be dreams and fooleries. But what I heard Timarchus discourse upon the same subject, lest some should think I delight in fables, perhaps it is best to conceal. By no means, cried Theocritus, let's have it. For though they do not perfectly agree with it, yet I know many fables that border upon truth. But pray first tell us who this Timarchus was, for never was acquainted with the man. Very likely, Theocritus, said Simmias, for he died when he was very young, and desired Socrates to bury him by Lampocles, son of Socrates, who was his dear friend of the same age, and died not many days before him. He being eager to know, for he was a fine youth and a beginner in philosophy, what Socrates' daemon was, acquainting none but Cebes and me with his design, went down into Dauphinius' cave and performed all the ceremonies that were requisite to gain an oracle. There he stayed 2 nights and 1 day, so that his friends despaired of his return and lamented him as lost. But the next morning he came out with a very cheerful countenance, and having adored the god and freed himself from the thronging inquisitive crowd, he told us many wonderful things he had seen and heard, for this was his relation. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Brouwer. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarco. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. A Discourse Concerning Socrates' Daemon, Part 3. As soon as he entered, thick darkness surrounded him. Then, after he had prayed, he lay a long while upon the ground, but was not certain whether awake or in a dream. Only he imagined that a smart stroke fell upon his head, and that though the sparted sutures of his skull his soul fled out, which being now loose and mixed with the purer and more lightsome air, was very jonced and well pleased. It seemed to begin to breathe, as if till then it had been almost choked, and grew bigger than before, like a sail swollen by the wind. Then he heard a small noise whirling round his head, very sweet and ravishing, and looking up he saw no earth, but certain islands shining with a gentle fire, which interchanged colors according to the different variation of the light, innumerable and very large, unequal but all around. These whirling, it is likely, agitated the ether, and made that sound, for the ravishing softness of it was very agreeable to even motions. Between these islands there was a large sea or lake, which shone very gloriously, being adorned with a gay variety of colors, mixed with blue. Some few of the islands swam in the sea, and were carried to the other side of the current. Others, and those the most, were carried up and down, tossed, whirled, and almost overwhelmed. The sea in some places seemed very deep, especially towards the south. In other parts, very shallow. It ebbed and flowed, but the tides were neither high nor strong. In some parts its color was pure and sea green. In others it looked muddy and as troubled as a pool. The current brings those islands that were carried over to the other side back again, but not to the same point, so that the motions are not exactly circular, but winding. About the middle of these islands, the ambient sea seemed to bend into a hollow, little less, as it appeared to him, than 80 parts of the whole. Into this sea were 2 entrances, by which it received 2 opposite fiery rivers, running with so strong a current that it spread the fiery white of a great part of the blue sea. This sight pleased him very much, but when he looked downward, there appeared a vast chasm, round as if he had looked into a divided sphere, very deep and frightful, full of thick darkness, which was every now and then troubled and disturbed. Thence 1,000 howlings and bellowings of beasts, cries of children, groans of men and women, and all sorts of terrible noises reached his ears, but faintly, as being far off and rising through the vast hollow, and this terrified him exceedingly. A little while after, an invisible thing spoke thus to him: Timarchus, what dost thou desire to understand? And he replied, Everything. For what is then that is not wonderful and surprising? We have little to do with those things above, they belong to other gods. But as for Proserpina's quarter, which is one of the 4, as Styx divides them, that we govern, you may visit it if you please. But what is Styx? the way to hell, which reaches to a contrary quarter, and with its head divides the light. For, as you see, it rises from the hell below, and as it rolls on touches also the light, and is the limit of the extremest part of the universe. There are 4 divisions of all things. The first is of life, the second of motion, the third of generation, and the fourth of corruption. The first is coupled to the second by a unit, in the substance invisible, the second to the third by understanding, in the sun, and the third to the fourth by nature, in the moon. Over every one of these ties a Fate, daughter of necessity, presides over the first, Atropos over the second, Clotho and Lachesis over the third, which is in the moon, and about which is the whole wheel of generation. All the other islands have gods in them, but the moon, belonging to earthly daemons, is raised but a little above Styx. Styx seizes on her once in 177 second revolutions, and when it approaches, the souls are startled and cry out for fear, for hell swallows up a great many. And the moon receives some swimming up from below, which have run through the whole course of a generation, unless they are wicked and impure, for against such she throws flashes of lightning, makes horrible noises, and frights them away, so that missing their desired happiness and bewailing their condition, they are carried down again, as you see, to undergo another generation. But, said Timarchus, I see nothing but stars leaping about the hollow, some carried into it, and some darting out of it again. These, said the voice, are daemons, for thus it is. Every soul hath some portion of reason, and man cannot be a man without it. But as much of each soul as it is mixed with flesh and the appetites is changed. And though pain or pleasure becomes irrational, every soul doth not mix herself after one sort. For some plunge themselves into the body, and so in this life the whole frame is corrupted by appetite and passion. Others are mixed as to some part, but the purer part still remains without the body. It is not drawn down into it, but it swims above, and touches the extremest part of the man's head. It is like a cord to hold up and direct the subsiding part of the soul. As long as it proves obedient, it is not overcome by the appetites of the flesh. That part that is plunged into the body is called the soul, but the uncorrupted part is called the mind, and the vulgar think it is within them, as likewise they imagine the image reflected from a glass to be in that. But the more intelligent, who know it to be without, call it a daemon. Therefore, those stars which you see extinguished imagine to be souls, whose whole substance are plunged into bodies, and those that recover their light and rise from below, that shake off the ambient mist and darkness, as if it were clay and dirt, to be such as retire from their bodies after death. And those that are carried up on high are the daemons of wise men and philosophers. But pray narrowly, and endeavor to discover the tie by which every one is united to a soul. Upon this Timarchus looked as steadfastly as he could, and saw some of the stars very much agitated, some less, as the corks upon a net, and some whirled round like a spindle, having a very irregular and even motion, and not being able to run in a straight line. And thus the voice said, those that have a straight and regular motion belong to souls which are very manageable, by reason of their genteel breeding and philosophical education, and which upon earth do not plunge themselves into the foul clay and become irrational. But those that move irregularly, sometimes upwards, sometimes downwards, are striving to break loose from a vexing chain, are yoked to and strive with every unattractable conditions, which ignorance and want of learning make headstrong and ungovernable. Sometimes they get the better of the passions and draw them to the right side. Sometimes they are drawn away by them and sink into sin and folly, and then again endeavor to get out, for the tie, as it were, a bridle on the irrational part of the soul, when it is pulled back, draws in repentance for past sin and shame for loose and unlawful pleasures, which is a pain and stroke inflicted on the soul by a governing and prevailing power, though by this means it becomes gentle and manageable, and like a tame beast without blows or torment, it understands the minutest direction of the daemon. Such indeed are but very slowly and very hardly brought to a right temper, but of that sort which from the very beginning are governable and obedient to the direction of the daemon are those prophetic souls, those intimates of the gods. Such was the soul of Hermodorus, the Clazomenian, of which it is reported that for several nights and days it would leave his body and travel over many countries, and return after it had viewed things and discourse with persons at a great distance, till at last, by the treachery of his wife, his body was delivered to his enemies, and they burned the house while the inhabitant was abroad. It is certain this is a mere fable. The soul never went out of the body, but it loosened the tie that held the daemon, and permitted it to wander, so that this, seeing and hearing the various external occurrences, brought in the news to it. Yet those that burned his body are even till this time severely tormented in the deepest pit of hell. But this, youth, you shall more clearly perceive 3 months hence. Now depart. The voice continuing no longer. Timarchus, as he said, turned about to discover who it was that spoke, but a violent pain, as if his skull had been pressed together, seized his head, so that he lost all sense and understanding. But in a little while recovering, he found himself in the entrance of the cave, where he at first lay down. This was Timarchus' story, and when at Athens, in the 3rd month after he had heard the voice, he died, we, amazed at the event, told Socrates the whole tale. Socrates was angry at us for not discovering whilst Timarchus was alive, for he would very gladly have had a more full discovery from his own mouth. I have done, Theocritus, with the story and discourse. But pray, shall we not entreat the stranger to discuss this point? For it is very proper subject for excellent and divine men. What then? Said Theanor. Shall we not have the opinion of Epaminondas, who is of the same school, and as well learned as myself in these matters? But my father with a smile said, Sir, that is his humor. He loves to be silent. He is very cautious how he proposes anything, but will hear firmly. It is never weary of an instructive story. So that Spinarfarus, the Florentine, who lived with him a long time, would often say that never met a man that knew more or spake less. Therefore, pray sir, let us have your thoughts. Then, said Theanor, in my opinion that story of Timarchus should be accounted sacred and inviolable, and consecrated to God. And I wonder that anyone should disbelieve his report, as Simmias has related it. Swans, horses, dogs, and dragons we sometimes call sacred, and yet we cannot believe that men are sacred and favorites of heaven, though we confess the love of man, and not the love of birds to be a tribute of the deity. Now, as one that loves horses doth not take equal care of the whole kind, but always choosing out some one excellent, rides, trains, feeds, and loves him above the rest, so amongst men, the superior powers, choosing, as it were, the best out of the whole herd, breed them more carefully and nicely, not directing them, it is true, by reins and bridles, but by reason imparted by certain notices and signs, which the vulgar and common sort do not understand. For neither do all dogs know the huntsman's, nor all horses the jockey's signs, but those that are bred to it are easily directed by a whistle or a hollow, and very readily obey. And Homer seems to have understood the difference. I mention, for some of the prophets he calls augurs, some priests, some such as understood the voice of the very gods, were of the same mind with them, and could foretell things thus. Helenus, Priam's son, the same decreed, on which consulting gods before agreed. And in another place, as I heard lately from the immortal gods, For as those that are not near the persons of kings or commanders understand their minds by fire signals, proclamation, sound of trumpet, or the like, but their favorites receive it from their own mouth, so the deity converses immediately, but with very few, and very seldom. But to most he gives signs, from which the art of divination is gathered, so that the gods direct the lives of very few, and of such only whom they intend to raise to the highest degree of perfection and happiness. Those souls, as I see it, things that are not to be put into another body, but are freed from all union with flesh, turn guardian demons, preside over others, for as wrestlers, when old age makes them unfit for exercise, as some love for it still left, delight to see others wrestle, and encourage them, so souls that have passed all the stages of life, and by their virtue are exalted into demons, do not slight the endeavors of man, but being kind to those that strive for the same attainment, and in some sort bending and siding with them, encourage and help them on, when they see them near their hope and ready to catch the desired prize. For the daemon doth not go along with everyone, but as in a shipwreck, those that are far from land, their friends standing on the shore only look upon and pity, but those that are near they encourage and wade in to save. So the daemon deals with mankind. Whilst we are immersed in worldly affairs and are changing bodies as fit vehicles for our conveyance, he lets us alone to try our strength, patiently, to stem the tide and get into the haven by ourselves. But if a soul have gone through the trials of 1,000 generations, and now, when a course is almost finished, strives bravely, and with a great deal of labor endeavors to ascend, the deity permits her proper genius to aid her, and even gives leave to any other that is willing to assist. The daemon, thus permitted, presently sets about the work, and upon his approach, if the soul obeys and hearkens to his directions, she is saved. If not, the daemon leaves her, and she lies in miserable condition. This discourse was just ended, when Epaminondas, looking upon me, said, Caphisias, it is time for you to be at the ring. The usual company will expect you. We, as soon as we break company, will take care of Theanor. And I replied, Sir, I go presently. But I think Theocritus here had something to say to you, and me, and Galaxidorus. Let's hear it in God's name, said he. And rising up, he led us into the corner of the porch. When we had him in the midst of us, we all began to desire him to make one in the conspiracy. He replied that he knew the day appointed for the exile's return, and that he and Gorgidius had their friends ready upon the occasion, but that he was not for killing any of the citizens without due process of law, unless some grave necessity seems to warrant the execution. Besides, it was requisite that there should be someone concerned in the design, for such the multitude would not be jealous of, but would think what they advised for the good of the commonwealth, that their counsels proceeded from the love they had for their country, and not from any design of procuring their own safety. This motion we liked. He returned to Simmias and his company, and we went to the ring where we met our friends, and as we wrestled together, communicated our thoughts to one another, and put things in order for action. There we saw Philip and Archias very spruce, anointed and perfumed, going away to the prepared feast, for Philidius, fearing they would execute Epiphanes before supper, as soon as he brought Lysander and Herodias going, went to Archias, and putting him in hopes of the woman's company he desired, and assuring him she would be at the place appointed, soon trepanned him into stupid carelessness and sensuality with his fellow wantons. About the night, the winds rising, the sharpness of the weather increased, and that forced most to keep within doors. We, meeting with Democritus, Polypius, and Theopompus, received them, and others met other of the exiles, for as soon as they were come over Cytherian, they separated, and the stormy weather obliged them to walk with their faces covered, so that without any fear or danger they passed through the city. Some, as they entered, had a flash of lightning on their right hand, without a clap of thunder, and that portended safety and glory, intimating that their actions should be splendid and without danger. When we were all together in the house, 48 in number, and Theocritus in a little room by himself offering sacrifice, there was heard a sudden and loud knocking at the gate. and presently one came and told us that two of Archias' guards, who had some earnest business with Charon, knocked at the gate, demanding entrance, and were very angry that they were not admitted sooner. Charon, surprised, commanded the doors to be opened presently, and going to meet them with a garland on his head, as if he had been sacrificing or making merry, asked their business. One of them replied, Philip and Archias sent us to tell you that you must come before them presently. And Charon, demanding why they sent him for him in such haste, and if all was well, we know nothing more, the messenger returned. But what answer shall we carry back? That, replied Charon, putting off his garment and putting on his cloak, I follow you. For should I go along with you, my friends would be concerned, imagining that I am taken into custody. Do so, said they, for we must go and carry the governor's orders to the city guard. With this they departed. But Charon, coming in and telling us the story, we were all very much surprised, imagining the designs had been discovered, and most suspected Hipposthenides, and thought that he, having endeavored to hinder their coming through Gideon and Field, now the time for the dangerous attempt and avoided the approach, grew faint-hearted and made the discovery of the plot. And this seemed probable, for he did not appear at Charon's house with the rest, and so was looked upon by every one to be a rascal and a turncoat. Yet we all were of the opinion that Charon ought to obey the governor's orders and go to them. Then he, commanding his son to be brought to him, the prettiest youth Archidamus in all Thebes, skilled in most exercises, scarce 15 years old, but very strong and lusty for his age, thus said, Friends, this is my beloved son, and him I put into your hands, conjuring you by all that's good, if you find him treacherous, to kill him and have no mercy upon him for my sake. But as for your parts, sir, be provided against the worst that can come. Do not yield your bodies tamely to be butchered by base fellows, but behave yourselves bravely, and persevere your souls invincible, for the good and glory of your country. When Charon had ended, we admired the honesty and bravery of the man, but were angry at his suspicion, and bade him take away his son. Charon, said Polypidas, we should have taken it more kindly, if you had removed your son into another house, for why should he suffer for being in our company? Nay, let us send him away, now, that, if we fail, he may live and grow up to punish the tyrants and be a brave revenger of our deaths. By no means, replied Charon, you shall stay here and run the same danger with you all. For it is not best that he should fall into the power of his enemies. And you, my boy, be daring above thy age, and with these brave citizens venture upon necessary dangers for the defense of liberty and virtue. For we have good hopes still left, and perhaps some god will protect us in this just and generous undertaking. These words of his, Archidamus, drew tears from many, but he not shedding so much as one, and delivering his son to Pelopius, went out of the door, saluting and encouraging every one as he went. But you would have been exceedingly surprised at the serene and fearless temper of the boy, with a soul as great as that of Achilles' son, for he did not change color or seem concerned, but drew out and tied the goodness of Pelopidas' sword. In the meantime, Diotonus, one of Cephisodorus' friends, came to us with his sword girth and breastplate on, and understanding that Archias had sent for Charon, he chid our delay, and urged us to go and set upon the house presently, for so we should be too quick for them, and take them unprovided. Or, if we did not like that proposal, he said, it was better to go out and fall upon them while they were scattered and in confusion, than to coop ourselves up all together in one room, and like a hive of bees be taken off by our enemies. Theocritus likewise pressed us to go on, affirming that the sacrifices were lucky and promised safety and success. Upon this, whilst we were arming and setting ourselves in order, Charon came in, looking very merry and jaunty, and with a smile said, Courage, sirs, there is no danger, but the design goes on very well, for Archias and Philip, as soon as they heard that according to their order I was come, being very drunk and weakened in body and understanding, with much ado came out to me, and Archias said, I heard that the exiles are returned, and lurk privately in town. At this I was very much surprised, but recovering myself asked, Who are they, sir, and where? We don't know, said Archias, and I was sent for you to inquire whether you had heard any clear discovery. And I, as it were, surprised, considering a little with myself, imagined that what they heard was only a certain report, that none of the associates had made this discovery, for then they would have known the house, but that it was a groundless suspicion and rumor about town that came to their ears, and therefore said, I remember, whilst Archelaus was alive, that a great many idle, lying stories were spread about, to trouble and amuse us. But, sir, I have not heard one word of this. Yet, if you please, I will inquire what ground there is for it, and if I find anything considerable, I shall give you notice. Yes, pray, said Philidius, examine this matter very narrowly, slight no particular, be very diligent and careful. Foresight is very commendable and safe. When he had said this, he led back Archias into the room, where they are now drinking. But, sirs, let us not delay, but begging the gods' assistance, put ourselves presently upon action. Upon this, we went to prayers and encouraged one another. It was now full supper time. The wind was high, and snow and small rain fell, so that the streets and narrow lanes we passed were all empty. They that were to assault Leontidas and Hypatis, whose houses joined, went out in the usual clothes, having no arms beside their swords. Amongst those were Polybius, Democritus, and Cephisidorus. Charon, Melon, and the rest that were to set upon Archias put on breastplates, and shady fur, or pine garlands upon their heads. Some dressed themselves in women's clothes, so they looked like a drunken company of murmurs. But our enemies in lacking fortune, Archimedes, resolving to make their folly and carelessness as conspicuous as our eagerness and courage, and having, as in the play, intermixed a great many dangerous underplots into our plan, now, at the very point of execution, presented to us a most unexpected and hazardous adventure. For whilst Charon, as soon as ever he parted from Archias and Philip, was come back and was setting us forward to execute the design, a letter from Archias, the chief priest of Athens, was sent to Archias, our governor, which contained a full discovery of the plot, in what house the exiles met, and who were the associates. Archias, being now dead drunk, and quite beside himself with expectation of the desired woman, took the letter and the bearer, saying, Sir, it contains a matter of concern. Matters of concern tomorrow, he replied, and clapped it under his cushion, and calling for the glass, he bade the servant fill a brimmer, and sent Philidius often to the door to see if the women were coming. The hopes of this company made them sit long, and we, coming opportunely, quickly forced our way through the servants to the hall, and stood a little at the door, to take notice of everyone at table, our shady garlands and apparel disguising our intentions. All sat silent, in expectation of what would follow. But as soon as Melon, laying his hand upon his sword, was making through the midst of them, Cabrichus, who was the archon chosen by lot, catching him by the arm, cried out to Philidius, Is this not Melon? Melon loosed his hold presently, and drawing out his sword, made at staggering Archias, and laid him dead on the floor. Charon wounded Philip in the neck, and whilst he endeavored to defend himself with the cups that were about him, Lysitheus threw him off his seat and ran him through. We persuaded Cabrichus to be quiet, not to assist the times, but to join with us to free his country, for whose good he was consecrated governor and devoted to the gods. But when being drunk, he would not hearken to reason, but grew high, began to bustle, and turned the point of his spear upon us, for our governors always carry a spear with them. I, catching it in the midst, and raising it higher than my head, desired him to let it go and consult his own safety, for else he would be killed. But Theopompus, standing on his right side, and smiting him with his sword, said, Lie there, with those whose interest you espoused. Thou shalt not wear the garland in free Thebes, nor sacrifice to the gods any more, by whom thou hast so often cursed thy country, by making prayer so many times for the prosperity of her enemies. Cabrichus, falling, Theocritus standing by, snatched up the sacred spear, and kept it from being stained. And some few of the servants that dared to resist we presently dispatched. The others that were quiet we shut up in the hall, being very unwilling that they should get abroad and make any discovery, till we knew whether the other company had succeeded in their attempt. They managed the business thus. Pelopidas and those with him went softly and knocked at Leontidas' gate, and the servant coming to demand their business, they said, they came from Athens and brought a letter from Castiliphratus to Leontidas. The servant went and acquainted his master, and was ordered to open the door. As soon as it was unbarred, they all violently rushed in, and overturning the servant, ran through the hall directly to Leontidas' chamber. He, presently suspecting what was the matter, drew his dagger and stood upon his guard, an unjust man it is true, and a tyrant, but courageous and strong of his hands. But he forgot to put out the candle and get amongst the invaders in the dark, and so appearing the light, as soon as they opened the door, he ran Cephisidorus through the belly. Next he gained Pelopidas, and cried out to the servants to come and help, but those Simidius and his men secured, nor did they dare to come to handy blows to the strongest and most valiant of the citizens. There was a smart encounter between Pelopidas and Leontidas, for the passage was very narrow, and Cephisidorus falling and dying in the midst, nobody else could come to strike one blow. At last, Pelopidas, receiving a slight wound to the head, with repeated thrust overthrew Leontidas and killed him upon Cephisidorus, who was yet breathing, for he saw his enemy fall, and shaking Pelopidas by the hand, and saluting all the rest, he died with a smile upon his face. This done, they went to the house of Hypates, and entering after the same manner, they pursued Hypates, flying over the roof into a neighbor's house, and caught and killed him. From thence they marched directly to us, and we met in the piazza, and having saluted and told one another of our success, we went all to the prison. And Philidius, calling out to the keeper, said, Philip and Archias command you to bring Amphitheus presently before them. But he, considering the unseasonableness of the time, and that Philidius, as being yet hot and out of breath, spoke with more than ordinary concern, suspected to cheat, and replied to Philidius, Pray, sir, did ever the governor send for a prisoner at such a time before, or ever by you? What warrant do you bring? As he was prating thus, Philidius ran him through, a base fellow, upon whose carcass the next day many women spat and trampled. We, breaking open the prison door, first called Amphitheus by name, and then others. As every one had a mind, they, knowing our voice, triumphantly leaped out of the straw in which they lay, with their chains upon their legs. The others that were in the stocks held out their hands, and begged us not to leave them behind. These being set free, many of the nameless came in to us, understanding and rejoicing at what was done. The women too, as soon as they were acquainted with the flying report, unmindfully of Boeotian strictness, ran out to one another, and inquired of every one they met how things went. Those that found their fathers or their husbands followed them, for the tears and prayers of the modest women were a very great enticement to all they met. Our affairs being in this condition, understanding that Epaminondas, Gorgidas, and their friends were drawing into a body about Minerva's temples, I went to them. Many honest, worthy citizens first joined, and the number continually increased. When I had informed them in the particulars of what was done, and desired them to march into the marketplace to assist their friends, they proclaimed liberty, and the multitude were furnished with arms out of the piazzas, that were stuffed with spoil, the neighbors' armorers' shops. Then Hippolytus with his friends and servants appeared. Having by chance joined the trumpeters that were coming to Thebes against the feast of Hercules, great some gave the alarm in the marketplace, others in other parts of the city, distracting their enemies on all sides, as if the whole city was in arms. Some, lighting smoky fires, concealed themselves in the cloud or fled to the castle, drawing to them the select band which used to keep guard about the castle all night. The garrison of the castle, when these poured in among them, scattered and in disorder. Though they saw us all in confusion and knew we had no standing compact body, yet would not venture to make a descent. Though they were above 5,000 strong, they were really afraid, but pretended they dared not move without Lysimachus's orders, who, contrary to his usual customs, was absent from the castle that day. For which neglect the Spartans, as I was told, having got Lysimachus into their hands, fined him heavily, and having taken Hippomenes and Arcesus at Corinth, they put them both to death without delay, and surrendering the castle to us upon articles, they marched out with their garrison. End of section 30. Recording by Simon Brouwer.